As the light of the late afternoon wrestled with the encroaching evening, Jake and Shanty's mansion gradually brightened under the glow of the surrounding lights. The large table beside the pool was filled with food, desserts, and fruits, perfectly set for the farewell party Jake had organized for Shanty. In just 3 days, Shanty would join the Verdant Envoy, heading to the inner world under the protection of the Sylvan Concord, where she would find refuge in their sanctuary. The remaining 2 days after the party were reserved for Jake and Shanty's private time. Present were 6 guardians, along with Gabriel's girlfriend, Melissa, and Shanty's friends, the siblings Jasmine, Margaret, and Clarissa. Shanty joyfully gave them a tour of her mansion. Jasmine and her siblings marveled at its grand size, their eyes wide as they gazed at the gardens, the rooms on the 2nd floor, and the fully equipped ground floor. Shanty laughed heartily at Jasmine's playful jabs, even as Jasmine teased her for marrying so young. "But you have everything already," Jasmine remarked, her tone both admiring and curious. "You've got an incredible, hot, and handsome husband, and Jake's filthy rich," she added with a wink, though she whispered this only to Shanty. Unbeknownst to her, Jake overheard and smiled quietly from a distance, concealing his amusement. "You are in good hands, Shanty." "I'm so proud of you," Jasmine added with sincerity. She then thanked Jake and Shanty for their help with their house in Japan, announcing that all the paperwork was complete. "We'll handle things over there," Jasmine said, her voice full of gratitude as she held Shanty's hands. Shanty smiled and nodded. "You're welcome, Jasmine, anything for you." Meanwhile, Margaret and Clarissa browsed through the books in the mansion's library, and Shanty helped Jasmine find their rooms for the evening. Jasmine thanked her. "Did you bring swimwear?" "It's a pool party." Shanty laughed and teased. "Of course I did. What about you?" Jasmine replied, bursting into laughter. "This is my business now, Shanty, an online swimwear store." "Haven't I told you?" Jasmine's eyes twinkled with excitement as she opened her suitcase by the bed and handed Shanty a paper bag. With a mischievous grin, she said, "I brought something special just for you." "It's perfect for you." Shanty peeked inside the bag and gasped. Inside was a red 2-piece swimsuit with a see-through cover-up that hugged the body. She stared wide-eyed at the swimwear while Jake, standing not far away, smiled knowingly at the sight of the 2 friends. Jasmine couldn't contain her excitement. "That'll look so good on you. You'll look incredibly hot, I swear," she gushed, throwing a playful glance at Jake. "You have to wear it," Jasmine insisted, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Shanty laughed nervously. "Jasmine." "I don't think so," but Jasmine pressed on. "Please, Shanty. I have to see you in it. It's a new design for my collection." Jasmine winked, teasingly eager to see her friend try it on. "Fine, deal. We'll change and meet you by the pool." "The food's already set," Shanty finally relented with a smile. Jasmine beamed with gratitude. "Thank you. We'll go change now." Shanty and Jake left Jasmine's room and walked back to their own. Meanwhile, Jasmine called for her siblings, and they all changed into their swimwear, preparing to head downstairs. Once ready, they descended to the mansion's pool area, where they were greeted by the sight of Lorena. The Verdant envoys had temporarily stayed out of sight, as Jasmine and her siblings were human. To their eyes, Jake's elven servants appeared fully human too, a clever ability of the elves to blend in with humans. Jasmine and her siblings were under the impression that Jake and Shanty traveled to Europe for both business and personal trips. As they stepped outside, they saw the 6 guardians lounging by the gazebo, all in swim trunks and eating. Jasmine blushed immediately upon seeing Marco, struck by his handsomeness and his perfectly fit body. "My God, look at them!" Margaret whispered in awe. Marco, one of the guardians, noticed Jasmine and smiled warmly. He stood up and approached them, sending a nervous thrill through Jasmine, who glanced shyly at her siblings. "Jasmine," Marco called out, his voice smooth as he neared them. Hot and handsome, Marco exuded a natural charm, and Jasmine could hardly take her eyes off him as he approached. Marco grinned mischievously and greeted them, "Hi, ladies," before taking Jasmine's hand and gently leading her to a sun lounger. Jasmine's siblings were in shock at the gesture, seeing how Marco and Jasmine already looked like a couple. Jasmine glanced bashfully at her sisters, unsure how to explain the sudden closeness. Help yourselves to the food, she called to them, pointing towards the table laden with dishes. The guardians, still in the gazebo, chuckled as they watched Marco and Jasmine. They knew the two were dating, but Jasmine hadn't yet confessed this to her siblings. Margaret and Clarissa dove into the swimming pool, their playful banter filled with laughter, though they couldn't help but glance back at Marco and Jasmine, who were sweetly clasping hands and talking on the lounger. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the guardians turned to the gate. One of the servants went to open it, but David rushed past, sprinting towards the gate, aware of who was waiting outside. Dressed only in swim trunks, David approached the gate, where he found Vasper standing tall, his car parked nearby. Vasper, were you invited by the couple? Do you have an invitation? David asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Vasper, hands in his pockets, locked eyes with David and replied coolly, "Come on, David. Today's the day my necklace gets removed, remember? I promised not to cause trouble." But David wasn't convinced. "I don't trust you, Vasper. Your behavior is unpredictable," he said sternly. Vasper chuckled. "I'm not leaving until you let me in," he said, his voice calm but determined. David crossed his arms and spoke with authority, "The envoy will come to you. You don't need to enter." Stepping outside the gate, David added, "Vasper, why are you here? Shanty and Jake are married now. What's your purpose?" "The envoy knows the time of your release, they'll handle it. This party is for their close friends, and you're not one of them." Vasper smirked. "Call me a party crasher then. I don't need an invitation, right? I just want to eat inside." David stared at Vasper in disbelief. "You're hungry?" Vasper nodded with a cheeky smile. "Yeah, I am." David, stunned by the absurdity of Vasper's reasoning, sighed. "I don't decide who gets in. This isn't my house." With that, David returned inside, closing the gate behind him, leaving Vasper outside, unbothered by the scene. Vasper still didn't move from his spot. David walked towards the mansion to talk to Jake. When he entered, the guardians were already inside, talking to Jake and Shanty. They all knew Vasper was still outside. Shanty, now dressed in the swimwear Jasmine had given her, looked worriedly at the gate. The swimwear perfectly accentuated her beauty and flawless figure, a devilishly tantalizing sight. Jake and Shanty emerged from the pool, their eyes locking on Vasper, who stood by the gate, watching them intently. Shanty's heart was filled with concern, fearing Vasper might cause trouble again. Jasmine, noticing Shanty, smiled brightly. "Shanty, look at you. You look even hotter now," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Shanty smiled back at Jasmine. "Have you eaten yet?" Shanty asked, glancing at Jasmine's siblings. The atmosphere was now darker, and Jake kept glancing back at Vasper. David came out, now wearing a tank top and shorts, and approached Jake. "What's your decision, Jake?" "He's still out there," David asked, his stern gaze shifting to Vasper, who stood unwaveringly by the gate, staring back at them. Jasmine, sensing the seriousness of Jake and David's conversation, also looked towards the gate. The figure standing there was familiar to her. When she recognized him, her mouth dropped open in shock. She glanced at Shanty and Jake. Jasmine shifted uneasily on the lounger where she sat beside Marco. Marco, sensing her discomfort, smiled and pulled her into an embrace, planting a kiss on her. Shanty caught the scene, her eyes wide in surprise. "Oh my God! Marco!" Shanty exclaimed, suddenly hitting him. "Jasmine!" "I'm sorry," she said, embarrassed. Marco laughed, shielding himself from Shanty's playful hits. Jasmine joined in the laughter. "Don't worry, Shanty. We're together now," Jasmine reassured her, smiling. David and Jake exchanged looks, watching as Shanty, Jasmine, and Marco laughed. "What? Since when?" "That was fast," Shanty teased, and Jasmine chuckled. "We just clicked. So why wait?" Jasmine responded, laughing. Shanty apologized to Marco. "Sorry, Marco," she said, feeling shy. Jake hugged her from behind. "Don't worry, my love. It's okay," he whispered reassuringly. Marco laughed again, shaking his head. "It's fine, Shanty," he said warmly, before turning his attention back to Jasmine, holding her close and kissing her again. Shanty blushed, looking away toward Jake, who chuckled at her reaction. Meanwhile, Jasmine's siblings, who were in the pool, were laughing at the couple's public display of affection. David headed to the gate to speak to Vasper. He opened it, but not without warning him to behave. Vasper entered as if he owned the place, striding confidently towards the pool, laughing as he fixed his gaze on Shanty. His eyes were locked solely on her, a focused and determined look in his gaze. "Hi, how are you? Thanks for letting me in." "I've been waiting outside for a while," Vasper said in a casual tone, completely indifferent to the eyes now watching him. Margaret and Clarissa, seeing Vasper for the first time, were mesmerized by his presence. They exchanged glances, giggling like schoolgirls, overwhelmed by how impossibly handsome and magnetic Vasper was. His physical beauty and raw appeal were undeniable. Shanty, however, felt uneasy seeing Vasper that evening. Jake, trying to appear relaxed, kept his composure, especially with Jasmine watching. The Verdant envoy, though, kept a close eye on Vasper, able to detect any threatening aura. Jake's only discomfort was the way Vasper looked at Shanty, like he wanted to devour her whole. He ogled her from head to toe, and Shanty was visibly uncomfortable with his presence. Jasmine, meanwhile, was keenly observing the tension between the trio, Shanty, Jake, and Vasper. The tension in the air was thick. Marco, unaffected by the scene, simply smiled. Marco whispered to Jasmine. "Relax, you'll get used to this, okay?" "It's fine," he reassured her, grabbing 2 beers from the cooler and handing one to her. Jasmine reluctantly let it go and focused on Marco, while Vasper helped himself to the food at the table. Meanwhile, Clarissa was completely entranced by Vasper. Jasmine noticed her sister's eyes fixed on him, her gaze filled with longing. Jasmine caught Clarissa's attention, signaling her with a stern look, "Stop it." Marco chuckled, noticing the silent exchange between the sisters. Clarissa, now flustered, quickly realized she'd been caught. Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to shake off the intense feelings Vasper stirred in her. She had never felt such a strong attraction before. She quietly watched Vasper as he moved, even the simple act of grabbing food exuded power and charisma. His every motion, from turning his head to brushing his hair back with his hand, was intoxicating. His eyes and lips seemed to promise a woman endless pleasure, and Clarissa found herself lost in her thoughts, overwhelmed by his allure. When Vasper sat down to eat, he brushed his long hair back with his fingers, and Clarissa's heart nearly exploded. Her mind screamed, "My God, Vasper! Why? Why are you so handsome? So beautiful, so hot and attractive? Why?" Clarissa thought, unable to look away, her heart racing as she waited for their eyes to meet. And when they finally did, it felt like lightning struck her. Her body reacted instantly, a shiver running down her spine. Jasmine shot another warning glare at her, and Marco chuckled at the dynamic between the sisters. Clarissa quickly turned away, looking at Margaret, who laughed at her in return. Clarissa's face was flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though everyone had seen her vulnerable moment. She couldn't calm her racing heart. So this is Vasper? The one with a child with Samara? Shanty's ex-boyfriend? Clarissa's emotions were a chaotic mess, torn between excitement and nervousness. Meanwhile, Shanty and Jake sat side by side on the lounger, eating their food. They were a little distance from Vasper, but close enough to feel the tension. The other guardians, who had been swimming in the pool, now emerged and joined them. Some jumped into the deep end of the pool, where it was 8 feet deep, while Clarissa and Margaret stayed in the shallower 4-foot section. The guardians were having fun, splashing around, enjoying their time in the large pool. Lorena watched the scene from the garden, standing with one of the servants. Vasper, still focused on Shanty, casually grabbed a beer from the cooler. He had no intention of ruining her farewell party, but Shanty's beauty that night was impossible to ignore. Her allure seemed to grow stronger as the evening went on, pulling his gaze back to her no matter how much he tried to control himself. He couldn't stop his eyes from wandering back to her. Jake, however, had noticed Vasper's constant glances. His jealousy began to flare up. He suggested to Shanty that they move to the gazebo to eat. As they stood, Vasper's eyes followed every movement Shanty made. Her graceful walk, the way her body moved in the swimwear, was a temptation he couldn't resist. To everyone else, Shanty was off limits, but to Vasper, she was still his, in his mind. He believed she would return to him in the end. As Jake and Shanty reached the gazebo, Vasper finally shifted his attention back to the pool. But now, he focused on two new women, and he could already tell by their looks that they were attracted to him. Vasper, accustomed to such treatment, watched the women swimming in the pool. They were beautiful, but they had no effect on him. They were like any other women he had encountered, none could stir him the way Shanty did. She was the only one who had ever affected him deeply. His gaze drifted towards Jasmine and Marco, holding hands on the lounger. He smiled slyly at Marco. "So, you and," pointing to Jasmine, "huh?" he teased. Marco laughed. "Yes. Congratulations. You're moving fast," Vasper remarked with a grin. Marco chuckled and continued drinking his beer, while Vasper's eyes flickered towards the gazebo. Shanty and Jake had their backs turned to him, focused on their meal. Vasper stood up to take a walk around, but Clarissa's eyes followed him closely. He moved towards the gazebo, and Jasmine's gaze trailed him as well. Jasmine glanced at Marco and asked, "Is he okay?" "I mean, it looks like he's in pain." "He's only watching Shanty." "Did you notice?" she added. Marco chuckled. "Yeah, he's still madly in love with her. And he loves punishing himself. Just look at him, an idiot. He got everything in life, women, money, everything you could wish for on this planet, but when it comes to love, he's completely an idiot." Marco said only to Jasmine's ear. His comment on Vasper made Jasmine's laugh until they both laughing. They both watched Vasper approaching Jake and Shanty, who were sweetly eating together. Jasmine gaped, shaking her head as she looked at Vasper. "Oh my. How's Samara? I mean, wow, their life is so hard to understand. It's way too complicated." Marco took Jasmine's hand and said, "Don't worry about them. They're adults, they know what they're doing, and they understand what they've gotten themselves into. You should focus on us." His voice dropped to a seductive tone, and the way he looked at Jasmine made her knees weak. Intoxicated by Marco's gestures, Jasmine could only murmur, "Of course, yeah, you're right." But Marco didn't let her finish as he captured her lips, and they kissed passionately. Clarissa and Margaret turned away, avoiding the sight of their sibling. Margaret grumbled, "It's unfair. Why does she get to have a boyfriend, and we don't? And we're not even allowed to date? We're adults too, you know." "Well," Clarissa replied with a laugh, "it's because we're living under her roof. That's why we have to follow her rules. But soon, you'll get your own place, right?" Margaret scoffed, recalling how Jasmine had once turned down a suitor who showed up at their home. Jasmine had always been strict when it came to men, which might explain why they were not exactly thrilled about her relationship with Marco. Clarissa, on the other hand, was fighting a deep attraction to Vasper. But she knew her feelings were forbidden. Vasper already had a pregnant girlfriend and was set to marry soon. Still, she couldn't help but feel drawn to him, her eyes searching for him instinctively. She got out of the pool, flaunting her figure in the swimsuit she wore, knowing her body was in great shape. Margaret followed, and after getting food, Clarissa subtly scanned the area, looking for Vasper. "Come sit with us, Clarissa," Jasmine called out, her voice filled with irritation. "Watch your moves, girl. You're making it way too obvious that you've got the hots for Vasper. Just remember, his girlfriend is pregnant, and they're getting married this year. Did you see the news?" Jasmine's tone was sharp, and Marco smirked at her protectiveness. "Yeah, be careful around Vasper. No woman has ever resisted him. He only changed after Shanty came along," Marco added. Jasmine, however, wasn't convinced. Men will be men, no matter what. especially if a flirtatious woman makes the first move. Clarissa, still eating, rolled her eyes. Stop it, Jasmine. I own my heart, and I don't care what people say as long as I'm with the one I love. Marco, mind your girlfriend, she's so loud, Clarissa said teasingly as she ate. Marco just laughed, enjoying the playful banter between the sisters. I'm just concerned, Clarissa. Don't make it too obvious. It's embarrassing, Jasmine insisted as her eyes shifted toward the gazebo. Vasper had now stepped inside, standing in front of Shanty and Jake. Jasmine's eyes widened as Jake stood up, clearly tense, facing Vasper. Oh boy, here we go again, Marco muttered, watching the scene unfold. Clarissa stopped eating, her attention fixed on the gazebo. She could see Jake grabbing Vasper by the collar, while Shanty clung to Jake, trying to pull him away. It was a showdown between two men deeply in love with the same woman. A pang of jealousy struck Clarissa as she watched. Shanty seemed to effortlessly attract all the attention from men, especially Vasper. She felt a surge of envy. Both women were the same age, but Shanty had already achieved so much. She was a millionaire, married to a multi-millionaire who was handsome and hot. And on top of that, she still had someone as gorgeous as Vasper chasing after her, despite everything. Clarissa could only dream of being in Shanty's shoes. Meanwhile, David and Louis, who had been swimming, quickly approached the gazebo. David stood with his hands on his hips, facing Vasper, while Louis leaned against a post, watching the tense conversation with a more relaxed expression. Vasper laughed, looking straight at Jake, though Clarissa couldn't hear what they were saying. But Marco, who could, chuckled while sipping his beer. Jasmine was on edge, nervously watching the situation, fearing that a fight might break out. My God. Imagine, Samara is at home, completely unaware that her boyfriend is here, fighting in someone else's house over another woman. Can you believe that? Jasmine said, turning to Clarissa. That's why you should be careful when choosing a guy. It's not all about looks or attraction. You don't want to end up like Samara. Clarissa didn't respond, continuing with her food. She had no intention of engaging in her sister's lecture. Marco then turned to Jasmine, kissed her hand, and she softened at his affectionate gesture. Let them be, Marco said. Then, without warning, he stood up and lifted Jasmine into his arms. Jasmine screamed, which made everyone at the gazebo briefly glance their way before returning to the tense standoff. Marco and Jasmine laughed as he carried her to the deeper part of the swimming pool, and the two of them jumped in together, splashing into the water. Jacob, Gabriel, and Justin, who were already in the pool, laughed as well. Margaret, lying on the lounger, chuckled at the playful couple, while Clarissa smiled softly, watching her sister. Jasmine clung to Marco's neck, still laughing, as Marco carried her on his back. They moved to the edge of the pool so Jasmine could hold on to the side. Just then, Melissa, Gabriel's girlfriend, came out of the mansion, looking a bit sleepy from her nap. Sweetheart, come here. Gabriel called out to Melissa, his smile widening as he saw her. Melissa stepped out, wearing a sleek black two-piece swimsuit that highlighted her beauty and figure. As her eyes scanned the area, they lingered on the gazebo, where an unexpected tension seemed to fill the air. Gabriel quickly climbed out of the pool to meet her, and they held hands as they walked toward the table where the food was laid out. He lovingly assisted her, ensuring she had something to eat. All attention soon shifted to Shanty, who approached the pool, visibly tense but forcing a smile. She held hands with Jake as she made an announcement, asking if everyone had eaten. The group responded that they had, and Gabriel and Melissa exchanged smiles with Shanty. Sorry, I just got out. Melissa apologized, and Shanty reassured her with a smile. It's okay, Melissa, go ahead and eat. Shanty then began expressing her gratitude for everyone attending their farewell party, a gathering she and Jake hosted. The event was meant for people like Jasmine, who had no clue about the true complexities of Shanty's life. Jasmine listened intently, her eyes searching for Vasper, who stood off in the distance, silently watching Shanty. Yet Shanty did not glance his way, even as her voice wavered, her eyes becoming misty as she continued her farewell. At the mansion's entrance, Lorena wiped away tears, clearly moved, and Jasmine and her siblings couldn't help but tear up as well. "Don't worry, Shanty, you've got this," Jasmine called out, offering encouragement as Shanty forced a smile. Vasper, watching Shanty speak, felt his heart twist painfully. All he wanted was to hold her, kiss her, and ease the unbearable longing that tore at him. His body ached with the desire to be near her, even for just a moment. But the pain only deepened as Jake wrapped Shanty in his arms while she sobbed. The surrounding fell silent, touched by the emotional scene. Jake kissed Shanty's lips again and again until her tears stopped flowing. The guardians, watching from a distance, were similarly moved, particularly Jacob, who felt an overwhelming guilt. He was responsible for taking Shanty away to Sylvan Concord, and now, seeing her emotional goodbye, he couldn't bear to watch. His head hung low, filled with remorse as he saw the pain that separation brought to Shanty and Jake. Jasmine, too, felt the weight of the moment and quietly excused herself from Marco, grabbing a small paper bag she had brought with her earlier. "Shanty, please take this with you as you go. It's a small gift for you too, I hope you like it," Jasmine said with a smile, handing the bag to Shanty. Shanty wiped her eyes and smiled in return as she accepted the gift, Jake standing beside her. "Thank you, Jasmine," they both said, curious to see what was inside. All eyes were now on Shanty as she opened the paper bag, curiosity spreading among the group. Even Vasper, from his distant spot, couldn't help but feel intrigued. Clarissa and Margaret stood up to get a better view. As Shanty peeked inside the bag, her sorrow lifted, and she laughed, glancing at Jasmine with a mixture of amusement and gratitude. Jasmine laughed as well, though no one else knew what was in the bag yet. Shanty turned to Jake, showing him the contents, and soon both of them were laughing, their faces lighting up with joy. The rest of the group smiled, happy to see them so cheerful. Shanty finally pulled out the gift, an adorable baby onesie, tiny and cute. The group burst into laughter, understanding the humor behind Jasmine's thoughtful present. "Thank you, Jasmine," Shanty said, giving her a heartfelt hug. "By the time you come back, this better be filled," Jasmine teased, playfully patting Shanty's stomach. "It better be bigger when you return," Jasmine added with a grin. Jake chuckled and promised, "We will, Jasmine. Don't worry." Everyone clapped, laughing at the playful exchange, except for Vasper, whose world seemed to crumble. The pain in his chest was unbearable as he turned away, retreating to a dimly lit corner where the lights couldn't reach. He didn't realize tears had begun to spill down his face. He looked up at the sky, trying to stop the flow of emotions, but his heart was too heavy with anguish. David and the other guardians noticed his turmoil, but they said nothing. They knew this was Vasper's own doing. He had come to an event he wasn't invited to. Meanwhile, Shanty and Jake hugged and kissed, with Shanty holding the tiny baby onesie between them. Laughing, Shanty playfully lifted it up to Jake's face. "Look at this. Isn't it too cute?" she beamed. "I love it." Jake teased her back, "Don't worry, we'll make plenty more of these." Shanty laughed at his playful promise, and Jake lifted her in his arms. "Guys, we're heading inside now," Jake announced, grinning. "It's time to start working on baby number 1. His words sent everyone into fits of laughter as he pretended to carry Shanty toward the mansion. Shanty playfully slapped his shoulder, laughing, "Hey, put me down." She giggled and playfully flailed, trying to get out of his grip, and finally, Jake set her back down with a chuckle. The laughter lingered long, and for a moment, everyone forgot the sadness of the event. Except for Vasper, who continued to suffer in silence. David quietly admired Vasper's strength. Despite the torment he was clearly feeling, Vasper hadn't left. He stayed in the same spot, watching Jake and Shanty, trying to hold back his emotions. His expression remained stern, but his heart was a storm of pain and longing. Clarissa, too, watched Vasper from a distance, wanting to approach him but too scared to do so. She felt a deep sympathy for him, seeing how he stared at Shanty from afar, and couldn't help but think, how lucky Shanty is. Clarissa sighed inwardly, feeling ashamed of her own jealousy toward Shanty because of Vasper. Time passed, and as midnight neared, Vasper still hadn't left Jake's mansion. Clarissa and Margaret had already changed into warmer clothes, sipping wine by the pool. Shanty and Jake were also in the pool, talking about their life together, carefully avoiding any mention of Vasper. They let him stay, sitting silently in the gazebo, drinking whiskey with Louis and David. Vasper had already removed his suspended necklace, but the envoy had yet to show themselves. They remained on guard, ready to act if Vasper caused any more trouble, which could result in another month of suspension. Despite the agony he felt, Vasper couldn't tear his ears away from Jake and Shanta's conversation. Hearing Shanta's voice was bittersweet. It was like music to him, soothing yet agonizing at the same time. The jealousy in his chest burned hotter, though, when he overheard the sound of Shanty kissing Jake. His eyes darted toward the pool, where he saw them exchanging kisses by the water's edge. "Let's go to our room," Shanty whispered to Jake, and Jake smiled at her. "All right, come on," he said, pulling her up out of the pool. As Shanta stepped out, the light caught on her wet, see-through dress that clung to her body, making her look like a goddess. The warm lights illuminated her skin, and she appeared ethereal, with an angelic face but a devilish beauty that made her allure irresistible. Even Clarissa and Margaret, watching from the side, were mesmerized by Shanta's perfect figure, the hourglass shape of her body, her well-proportioned breasts, and her curvaceous hips. It was no wonder Vasper and Jake were head over heels for her. Shanta's beauty was undeniable. Clarissa found herself admiring her too, a small smile tugging at her lips as she watched Shanty. "We're heading inside now, Clarissa. You two enjoy the rest of the night," Shanty said, smiling warmly at Clarissa. Jasmine and Marco had already gone upstairs. Gabriel and Melissa had also retired, leaving behind only the 4 single guardians and Vasper. Clarissa and Margaret waved Shanty and Jake good night, watching as Jake lifted Shanty playfully in his arms, carrying her into the mansion with laughter echoing in the air. "Shanty's life is perfect, isn't it?" Margaret sighed dreamily. "Her husband is so sweet. I hope my future husband is that loving," she added, lost in her thoughts. Clarissa chuckled softly, but her eyes drifted back to the gazebo, searching for Vasper. Her heart raced when their eyes met. Vasper's stern gaze pierced through her, and she felt a rush of heat, embarrassment, and excitement. Their eye contact lasted a moment longer than expected, and Clarissa's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She wanted to shout with joy, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. "My God, I can't handle him. He's so unbelievably handsome. Hot and attractive." Clarissa screamed in her mind, nearly overwhelmed by the intensity of her feelings. Meanwhile, inside the gazebo, Louis and David were keeping a close watch on Vasper, who was drinking whiskey like it was water. They had to monitor him, making sure he didn't get too drunk and cause trouble like he often did. David exchanged a glance with Louis, then turned his attention to Vasper. "Vasper, how long will you continue to degrade yourself because of Shanty? Doesn't your pride mean anything to you anymore?" David asked, but Vasper simply stared at the whiskey bottle in his hand, lost in thought. His ears strained to hear any sound from Jake in Shanta's room, hoping to catch Shanta's voice, but there was only silence. "She must be asleep by now." David, noticing Vasper's lack of response, turned to Louis. "Vasper, are you not going home yet? It's almost 1 in the morning. We're the only ones left outside." Vasper finally looked at Louis. "I'll sleep here, on the lounger by the pool," he said calmly. David and Louis exchanged concerned looks. "But there are so many mosquitoes outside," David pointed out. Vasper let out a loud laugh, startling them both. "David, I've slept in caves with dragons. You think a few mosquitoes will bother me?" Louis and David stood up, resigned. "All right, it's your call. We're heading inside. Just don't do anything stupid, Vasper." "The envoy is around," Louis warned, but Vasper didn't respond, his gaze fixated on his whiskey glass. As they turned to leave, David glanced toward the pool. "Clarissa's still out here. She's sitting by the lounger, reading. Send her inside." "I don't want anyone with me," Vasper ordered coldly. David hesitated but nodded. Vasper poured himself another glass of whiskey and stood up, showing no signs of intoxication despite all he had consumed. He grabbed another bottle and headed towards the pool. Louis and David followed closely behind him. The three of them, imposing in their stature, approached Clarissa, who was sitting with her book in her lap, watching them come closer. Her eyes locked on Vasper, and her breath caught. His expression was stern and serious. David leaned in toward her. "Clarissa, it's time to head inside. Vasper's going to sleep out here." Clarissa's gaze shifted to Vasper, who had already settled into the lounger beside her, placing the whiskey bottle at his feet. He lay back, closing his eyes, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Clarissa was left speechless, her eyes tracing every defined feature of his face, his strong chest, his muscular arms. She couldn't help but think how incredible it would feel to be held by him. The thought made her heart race, and her pulse quickened. David and Louis exchanged uneasy glances as Clarissa remained transfixed by Vasper. "Clarissa, come on. There's no one else out here." "Let's go inside," Louis urged. Clarissa snapped out of her daze, blinking rapidly as she turned to face them. "No, I'm fine, David. I'm not sleepy yet. I'll go inside later, once I've finished my book," she said, raising it slightly to show her resolve. Vasper's eyes opened at the sound of her voice. His cold gaze landed on her, and Clarissa found herself staring into his eyes. Her heart pounded in her chest, thrilled yet terrified. "David, I told you, I don't want anyone out here with me." "Take her inside," Vasper commanded in a low, icy voice. His tone was absolute, leaving no room for argument. Clarissa felt the chill of his words wash over her, as if ice water had been poured on her. Her attraction to him was undeniable, but his indifference was a slap to her emotions. Louis spoke up. "Let's go, Clarissa," his voice gentle but firm. Clarissa's face flushed with embarrassment and hurt, realizing how little she mattered to Vasper. She abruptly stood up, her cheeks burning with shame, and without a word, she hurried into the mansion, not daring to look back. David and Louis watched her retreat, puzzled by her sudden behavior, but Vasper paid no attention, closing his eyes once more as if nothing had happened. The two men shook their heads and went inside, leaving Vasper alone by the pool. Several minutes passed before Vasper opened his eyes again, staring up at the sky, at the stars. His mind was elsewhere, focused entirely on Shanty, hoping to hear even the faintest sound from her inside the mansion. But instead, what he heard was the sound of others, Marco and Jasmine, Gabriel and his girlfriend, wrapped up in their passionate embraces. Their whispers and soft moans carried through the walls, but Vasper wasn't interested in their passion. His mind only sought Shanta's voice. Then, his ears picked up something different, crying. Clarissa's voice echoed faintly, talking to her sister, Margaret. "He's so cold, so distant," Clarissa sobbed. "Just let it go, Clarissa. Go to sleep." "You're only upset because your crush didn't notice you," Margaret responded, her tone gentle but weary. "Margaret, I think I'm in love with him." Clarissa's words came out suddenly, catching her sister off guard. Margaret turned to face her, shocked. "What?" "Clarissa, mind yourself. Vasper's fiancée is pregnant, and they're getting married after the baby is born. Everyone knows that. You need to wake up from your fantasy. Do you really want to be Vasper Mondragon's mistress?" Clarissa met her sister's gaze, her expression defiant. "Yes. I'd be willing to be his mistress. I don't care," she declared boldly. Margaret was stunned, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. "Oh my God. Clarissa, you're only about to turn 19, and that's what you're thinking? If Jasmine finds out, she'll tear you apart." "I don't care," Clarissa replied stubbornly. "It's Vasper I want." "But..." Her voice trailed off, pained. "He's so distant. It's like Shanty is the only one he sees." Margaret sighed deeply, staring up at the ceiling. "Their love is so complicated. I don't get it. They have everything, wealth, power, but when it comes to love, they're fighting over one woman. Shanty's so lucky, being fought over by 2 handsome men. Well, actually, 3 if you count Prince Raphael, right? He was in the news for being interested in her, but now she's married. But still, Vasper hasn't backed down. If I were Shanty, I'd get the police involved to keep him away. My God, what a mess. Clarissa fell silent, lost in her thoughts of Vasper. I think I won't be able to sleep tonight, thinking about him, she murmured, tossing and turning on her bed. You saw him, right? He's gorgeous. His body, his chest, imagine being held by him. Clarissa gushed. Margaret covered her ears in disgust. Stop it, Clarissa, you're obsessed. If Jasmine finds out, she'll shave your head, she warned, exasperated. Clarissa lay back, unbothered. I don't care. I want Vasper. Unbeknownst to them, Vasper had overheard their entire conversation. His face remained emotionless. Such situations were all too common in his life. Many women had fallen for him, wives of kings, even presidents, but Shanty had changed everything for him. Now, she was the only one that mattered. And now, it felt like karma had finally caught up with him. Was this the consequence of all those years spent stealing other men's girlfriends, wives, or lovers, whether from the outer world or beings from the inner world? It seemed as though he was reaping what he had sown, paying for his past sins before Shanty ever entered his life. Suddenly, Vasper sat up from the lounger, his head cradled in his hands, fingers digging into his hair as he stared down at the tiles beneath his feet. His legs were bent, elbows resting on his knees, and he let out a deep sigh. The weight of the pain in his chest was unbearable. He kept torturing himself with thoughts of Shanty, a constant punishment just to feel close to her. Once, he had been the man other men envied, women's attention easily shifted to him wherever he went. But now, he was the one envious of Jake, because Jake had the woman he loved. Jake had Shanta's attention, her eyes, her smile, her hugs and kisses, all of which should have been his. How had he lost everything? Vasper grabbed the whiskey and took a long swig. Sleep eluded him, as his mind was consumed by thoughts of Shanty, constantly circling back to her. As he looked out, he saw the verdant envoy patrolling the mansion, their bodies glowing faintly in the night. Their heads illuminated from the shields they wore, a sign of their power. In the inner world, Alexander Mondragon's kingdom was not part of the Sylvan Concord, but here in the outer world, the Sylvan Concord had jurisdiction. They controlled beings that didn't belong in the ordinary world, beings like him, half-breeds and guardians. And they were bound to follow the law. Vasper stood, deciding to leave, as sleep was still far from him. He couldn't hear Shanta's voice, and that silence was unbearable. He needed to get away. He made his way toward the gate, slipping out and closing it behind him. One last glance at the mansion. He knew David would be sensing his presence, monitoring his energy. But it didn't matter. He got into his car parked nearby and drove off, leaving the mansion and the lingering pain behind him. When Vasper drove a few kilometers ahead, he pulled over to the side of the road. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he thought hard. Vasper, just go back, do it quickly, he muttered to himself. He had a plan, just make it quick, he repeated over and over. In an instant, Vasper disappeared from his car, teleporting with an invisible shield around him. He materialized in the bathroom of Jake and Shanta's mansion, right in their bathroom. Coincidentally, Shanty was there, standing in front of the mirror, brushing her wet hair after a late-night shower. She couldn't sleep due to overhearing the conversation between Margaret and Clarissa in the next room. When Vasper appeared in the bathroom, both he and Shanty were shocked. But Vasper moved quickly. He encased Shanty in an invisible shield, freezing her in place. Shanty, completely naked, stood paralyzed before him. Vasper approached her, hugging her tightly and kissing her passionately, his body and lips full of longing and love. Shanty couldn't move, but tears streamed down her face as Vasper continued kissing her and holding her close. She tried to move, to resist, but her body wouldn't respond. In her mind, she was desperately calling out for Jake. Panic flooded Shanta's mind as she felt Vasper's hands moving along her body. She could hardly breathe, overwhelmed by Vasper's kisses. In her desperation, she imagined the sword of destiny. The sword suddenly appeared in her hand, breaking Vasper's invisible shield. Shanty was able to move again and pushed Vasper away. Both of them were shocked as their lips and bodies separated. Shanty's eyes were burning with anger, tears still falling. Vasper, on the other hand, gazed at her with love and longing. Alert, Shanty ran towards the bathroom door, heading for their bedroom. But Vasper quickly caught her. "I just missed you so much, Shanty," he whispered in a hushed tone. Shanty struggled and screamed Jake's name. "Jake! Jake!" Panic filled her voice as Vasper, too, began to panic, knowing the envoy was nearby. "Please," Vasper pleaded, but Shanty screamed again, "Jake! Help!" Jake suddenly appeared in the bathroom. His eyes widened as he saw Shanty. "Vasper's gone. She's lying on the floor, naked and crying." "My love. What happened? Why?" Jake asked, full of concern. Shanty, trembling, hugged him tightly, her body shaking. Jake noticed the sword of destiny still in her hand, confused and worried. "Please tell me. What happened?" Jake asked, his voice filled with worry. Shanty sobbed, "Vasper. He was here in the bathroom. He used an invisible shield." Shanty's words barely escaped her lips. Jake's eyes flashed with fury, his anger boiling. "That bastard!" Jake growled through gritted teeth. "What did he do to you?" Jake asked, full of concern, seeing that Shanty was naked. He didn't do anything to me, Jake. I was able to run," she lied, not wanting Jake to know what Vasper had actually done. She feared what would happen to Vasper if Jake found out. Shanty could see the rage on Jake's face, burning in his eyes. Jake helped her get dressed, and as she did, the sword of destiny vanished from her hand. After Shanty finished dressing, Jake put on a shirt and pants. "Where are you going?" Shanty asked, panicking at the thought of Jake confronting Vasper. She knew Vasper was stronger than Jake, but she also knew Jake wouldn't back down easily. Suddenly, she hugged Jake tightly. "Please, Jake, just stay. Don't go after Vasper. The verdant envoy will handle him," she pleaded. Jake hugged her back. "I'm just going to the office downstairs." "I'll call the guardians," Jake said. Shanty fell silent. "Promise? You'll just stay in the office?" she asked. Jake nodded. "I'll come with you," Shanty insisted. "No, you stay here. We have something important to discuss," Jake replied. Shanty's panic grew. She felt regret for telling Jake about Vasper. She stood frozen, unable to speak. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere," Jake reassured her, kissing her gently. "Jake, what if Vasper comes back?" Shanty asked, trying to convince Jake to let her come along. Jake paused, then relented. "All right, come with me to the office." He took Shanty's hand, and they teleported to the ground floor office. Once there, Jake called for the guardians. One by one, they arrived, some of them still sleepy since it was only 3 a.m. They heard Jake's voice calling their names. Meanwhile, Shanty sat on the sofa, watching. The guardians were curious as to why Jake had summoned them so suddenly. Jake retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from his desk drawer. He stood beside the desk, surrounded by the guardians. Shanty, observing from the sofa, was puzzled by what Jake was writing. When the guardians saw the paper, they appeared shocked. "What is it, Jake? Who is it?" David asked. "Vasper," Jake answered bluntly. The guardian's eyes glowed with recognition. "But why? Didn't Vasper leave?" "I heard his car driving away," Lewis said. "Yes, but he came back. He appeared in our bathroom using an invisible shield, which is why I couldn't sense his energy earlier. If Shanty hadn't screamed for help, I wouldn't have known," Jake explained while looking at Shanty. David looked over at Shanty. Her face was marked with fear, not for herself, but for Vasper. She knew the guardians were planning something serious for Vasper, but she didn't know exactly what. Only the guardians were aware. Jake had only shown them signs. Jake crumpled the paper and tossed it into the trash can by the desk. Shanty, your life is in chaos. There's only so much I can do to protect you, David said, his voice and face filled with sadness. Vasper is unpredictable. We never thought he'd pull something like this, especially since he just lost his suspended necklace. Now he's up to no good again. David added in a serious tone. We're taking him to the Sylvan Concord prison, David continued, but Shanta's eyes widened in shock. She looked into the eyes of the guardians. What he's done is trespassing against you and your husband. It can't be forgiven, David added. He'll be imprisoned there, depending on the Sylvan Concord's ruling. Shanty remained silent, glancing at Jake, who was watching her seriously. Jake seemed to be gauging Shanty's reaction to the situation with Vasper. Shanty met Jake's gaze, equally serious. I'm staying out of this, David. You all decide what to do, she said, standing up and walking toward Jake. He embraced her tightly. Jacob, one of the guardians, looked at Shanty and Jake. Jake, what if the Sylvan Concord's judgment doesn't favor you? You know that your marriage holds no validity in the inner world, Jacob said. Shanty was shocked by Jacob's words, while Jake looked straight into Jacob's eyes, unflinching. The two exchanged a silent battle of stares. Shanty, on the verge of tears, looked at Jake. She hated the laws of the inner world. Meanwhile, Marco, Justin, and Gabriel left the office, leaving Louis, David, Jacob, and Shanty behind. What do you suggest, Jacob? Jake asked, his tone serious. Vasper holds great respect for racing. Beat him in a race and wager Shanty. Jacob spoke directly and sternly, shocking Shanty even more. Jacob! Shanty protested, unable to believe what she was hearing. But Jacob remained deadly serious as he looked at Jake. David also knew about Vasper's involvement in underground racing, and Jacob continued, this way, if you beat him, he'll have to promise never to bother you again. But we must set the rules, both of you wear suspended bracelets so you can't use any powers during the race. It'll be fair. Shanty grew more anxious, looking worriedly at Jake. Jacob, Vasper is a professional racer. Jake isn't. How can this be fair? What if Jake loses? What will happen to me? No. Shanty exclaimed in desperation. David and Louis, seated on the sofa, listened silently. Jacob glanced at Shanty and reassured her, Shanty, Jake owns a racing franchise here. He has the knowledge and experience. I've seen him race once, although I haven't kept track of his recent activities. Besides, you're the prize. He won't let himself lose, Jacob added while looking at Jake with a stern look. Jake maintained his serious expression, considering Jacob's suggestion. If you send Vasper to prison in the inner world, he'll turn the case against you. Be wise this time, Jacob added. Jake nodded thoughtfully, though Shanty remained terrified. Suddenly, everyone was shocked when Vasper appeared out of thin air. They all became alert, even Shanty, who clung tightly to Jake. David and Louis stood up, ready for anything, while Jacob's hands ignited with fire, preparing to attack Vasper. Jake tensed up but was held back by Shanta's embrace. Vasper's eyes scanned the room, a smug grin on his face as he used an invisible shield, having overheard their entire conversation. Laughing, he teased Jacob, Jacob, be careful. Are you trying to burn down Jake's mansion? Jacob snapped out of his trance, extinguishing the flames in his hands. Vasper! For God's sake, what are you doing? Can't you leave this couple alone? Don't you have other women to bother? David asked, visibly annoyed. Vasper glared at him before shifting his focus back to Shanty and Jake, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He knew Shanty hadn't told Jake about their kiss. So, Jake, have you decided yet? At least Jacob had the sense to come up with a proper solution, Vasper taunted. Jake clenched his fists, struggling to keep himself from attacking Vasper. Shanty, please, just let me punch him once. Just once, Jake muttered through gritted teeth. But Shanty, shaking her head, held on tighter. No. Jake, don't leave my side, she pleaded. Vasper laughed maniacally, his voice echoing through the office like a demon in Shanty's eyes, a devilishly handsome one, just like Clarissa had confessed to Margaret. Shanty had overheard their conversation with her enhanced hearing abilities, understanding why Clarissa had fallen for him. Suddenly, Jake teleported, breaking free from Shanty's hold. He appeared in front of Vasper in a flash, grabbing him by the collar and unleashing a flurry of punches to Vasper's face. The office erupted into chaos as the two men fought, their blows thundering throughout the room. Shanty screamed, her voice filled with panic. Lewis, about to use his telekinesis to separate them, froze when Vasper and Jake teleported away, straight to Vasper's private island. Shanty, David, Lewis, and Jacob were left behind, all in shock. Shanty's panic intensified. "My God, David! Where did they go?" she cried out in fear. Just then, the door burst open, and Justin, Marco, and Gabriel rushed in, having heard the commotion. But before they could react, Shanty, overwhelmed by worry, struggled to breathe and fainted, collapsing to the floor. Jacob quickly caught her before she hit the ground. Vasper and Jake clashed with all their might on the isolated beach of Vasper's island, an intense battle on the sandy shores of Vasper's private island. Their powers collided like storms crashing in the sky. It had been Jake who had teleported them there. Jake had only one plan in mind, to destroy the paradise that once belonged to Vasper and Shanty. Fists flew with brutal force, each strike aimed at breaking the other. They exchanged powerful blows to each other's faces and bodies, but their shields of energy absorbed much of the impact, leaving them locked in a seemingly endless brawl. Suddenly, with a roar of fury, undeterred, Jake dragged Vasper inside his house, slamming him against the walls with furious force. The once pristine house now echoed with the sound of destruction, walls cracking and debris falling like rain. Jake knew what he was doing. He was tearing apart everything Vasper had ever built with Shanty. He intended to destroy everything Vasper held dear. Each blow wasn't just an attack on Vasper's body, it was an attack on his memories. Realizing Jake's intent, Vasper snarled and dragged Jake out of the wreckage, hurling him to another part of the island. But Jake was relentless. He teleported back, dragging Vasper once again through the ruins of the house and straight into the bedroom, their bedroom, where Shanty had once slept beside Vasper. Jake smashed Vasper into the floor, the bed breaking apart as he did. Vasper, seething with rage, snarled, "Damn you, Jake!" He retaliated with punches and kicks, sending Jake flying out of the shattered house. Enraged beyond reason, spat, "You bastard, you'll regret this." He sent Jake flying with a savage kick, but it was too late. The house was a wasteland, Shanty's belongings, their life together, scattered across the sand. Luxury boxes and designer clothes lay ruined in the chaos, trampled beneath the fight, leaving clothes and accessories strewn across the sand. But Jake wasn't finished. Grabbing Vasper by the throat, he pummeled his face relentlessly, fueled by pure fury. His rage boiled over, giving Vasper no chance to strike back. Punch after punch landed with brutal precision, as Jake dragged him through the kitchen, tearing apart what little remained of his house. Vasper's once proud home was now nothing more than debris, its walls crumbled, its furniture shattered. Jake, enraged beyond control, even kicked Vasper's mobile house, sending it flying into the ocean with superhuman strength. All of Jake's pent-up anger exploded in that moment. He knew Vasper had kissed Shanty in the bathroom, even though Shanty had kept it from him. He had smelled the whiskey on her breath, a drink she never touched. Now, standing before him, Vasper reeked of the same whiskey, confirming Jake's worst suspicions. He could still hear Shanty's desperate cries for help, the tears in her voice. The thought that Shanty hadn't confessed filled Jake with even more wrath. Without giving Vasper a chance to breathe, he hurled him into the air, shooting them both high above the island. The wind howled as they rose, the thin air barely filling Vasper's lungs. Yet Jake kept pushing them higher, eyes locked on his rival, his voice a low, furious growl. "You have no respect for her. You never did." His grip tightened around Vasper's throat, as if he could choke out every memory of Shanty from him. "You're nothing but a bastard." Vasper's face was smeared with blood, his body battered, though the whiskey he had downed earlier still clung to him like a taunt. Desperate, Vasper tried to pry Jake's hands from his throat, struggling to breathe as Jake lifted him into the sky with terrifying speed. Higher and higher they soared, the air thinning as they ascended. Vasper glimpsed the first light of dawn on the horizon, but Jake's furious expression never wavered. "You kissed her!" Jake roared, eyes blazing with fury. "You kissed her with your filthy, whiskey-stained mouth." Vasper's smirk twisted into a maniacal grin. Blood dripped from his face. Vasper laughed, a crazed, mocking sound that only enraged Jake further. "Jake, we both know she's mine. She's always been mine." Vasper shouted back, veins bulging in his neck and forehead, his eyes blazing with fury. "We both know she belongs to me. She always will." In an instant, Jake's fist slammed into Vasper's chest with all his strength, aiming for his heart. The force was so immense that Vasper's breath stopped, his heart momentarily ceasing to beat. The force of it was like a hammer blow, knocking the breath from Vasper's lungs, stopping his heart for a split second. Vasper's body fell, limp like a leaf in the wind, drawn in by the force of gravity. Jake knew exactly where he would land, right on Vasper's prized yacht, the one he had named after Shanty as a gift. This was part of Jake's plan all along, Vasper plummeting toward his yacht below, the same yacht he had named after Shanty. Jake watched as Vasper's body smashed through the yacht's deck, crashing directly into the engine room. The sound of metal tearing and wood splintering echoed across the bay. The once glorious yacht, a gift for Shanty, was now wrecked, a shattered wreck just like Vasper's deluded dreams. For a brief moment, Jake felt the satisfaction of seeing his plan unfold. But he knew it wasn't over. Vasper would heal. He always did. And true to form, Vasper emerged from the wrecked engine room, bloodied but alive, his self-healing powers knitting his broken body back together. He launched himself at Jake, fury in his eyes. Their battle continued, now in the sky, now in the sea, each of them grabbing for the other's throat, trying to end it once and for all. Waves crashed violently as Vasper's shield sent ripples through the ocean, causing a tsunami-like wave to form where he landed. But Jake was faster. He teleported again, grabbing Vasper midair and hurling him back onto the yacht. This time, Jake went for the second deck, the place where Vasper and Shanta's room had once been. With one savage punch, he sent Vasper through the walls, wrecking everything in sight. The bed, the furniture, the memories, everything Vasper had built to keep Shanty close, was obliterated. The yacht groaned under the strain, ready to collapse into the sea. Vasper, breathing hard, tried to rise, but Jake was there, his eyes cold and unforgiving. "When will you finally realize Shanty isn't yours anymore, Vasper?" Jake spat, his voice thick with contempt. "You're too blind to see it. The world would be better without you, and your delusions." He swung a brutal punch at Vasper's jaw, sending him flying upward. Jake was ready to finish him, but Vasper suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind him, delivering a crushing blow to Jake's back, targeting his spine. Each blow sending shockwaves through the air. The sun was rising now, casting an eerie golden glow over the chaos. Their skin gleamed with sweat and blood, their muscles taut with the strain of combat, like warriors of legend locked in a death duel. But this wasn't just a fight. This was the final reckoning between two men who both wanted the same woman, and neither was willing to let go. Jake fought not just with his fists, but with his heart, every blow fueled by his love for Shanty, his desire to protect her from Vasper's twisted grasp. Vasper, though bloodied and beaten, would not back down. His eyes glinted with madness. "She'll never be yours, Jake," he screamed as he lunged at him again, their bodies colliding like titans of old. "She'll always be mine." But Jake was done talking. With one final, earth-shattering punch, he sent Vasper crashing back toward the beach, the impact sending sand flying in all directions. As Vasper lay in the crater, struggling to rise, Jake stood over him, chest heaving, his eyes burning with an unyielding fire. The sun was fully risen now, casting its light over the devastation. The house was destroyed, the yacht sinking, the island no longer the paradise it once was. Everything Vasper had clung to was in ruins. And so was Vasper. There was no mercy in Jake's actions now. His sole focus was to end Vasper once and for all. They were true warriors, fighting with everything they had. But this battle wasn't just about strength, it was about Shanty. Both men, driven by their desire for her, refused to back down. But in the end, only one of them could claim victory, and Jake was determined to be that man. The battle between Jake and Vasper raged on, their raw power and speed turning the once paradise island into a war zone. Blood smeared their faces, dust and debris clung to their muscular bodies, yet even with their bruises and wounds, their magnetic presence remained undeniable. Their sculpted forms, now bare except for their tattered pants, glistened in the golden light of the morning sun. The remnants of their once pristine clothes hung in shreds, revealing the sheer force of their combat. They darted across the battlefield like shadows, their teleportation powers allowing them to vanish and reappear with blinding speed. In 1 second, they were by the shattered house, in the next, they clashed in midair over the ocean, each punch shaking the very atmosphere. Despite their battle-worn appearance, the intensity of their focus sharpened their eyes, Jake's filled with righteous fury, and Vasper's burning with a madness that refused to yield. With each collision, the air rippled, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Fists flew, elbows smashed, and legs kicked with the force of thunder. Jake swung at Vasper's jaw, but Vasper teleported just in time, materializing behind Jake and driving his fist into Jake's ribs. The impact echoed like a bomb, sending Jake skidding through the sand. But Jake was relentless, shaking off the blow with a growl, vanishing into thin air only to reappear inches from Vasper's face, delivering a knee to his gut. For a moment, it seemed like Jake was gaining the upper hand. His strength and speed were unmatched, but Vasper wasn't done. With a twisted grin, he reached to his side, his hand brushing the hidden holster he'd kept concealed this entire time. Out from his waist, Vasper drew a gleaming, ominous weapon, the diamond bullet gun. A weapon designed for beings like them. The diamond bullets inside were meant to pierce even the toughest supernatural flesh, and unlike ordinary wounds, these wouldn't heal easily. Jake, Vasper snarled, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. You want to end this? Then let's see if you can dodge this. In a split second, Vasper raised the gun and fired. The diamond bullet tore through the air, aimed straight at Jake's heart. But Jake's reflexes were as sharp as ever. He teleported at the last possible moment, disappearing in a flash of light. The bullet missed its mark, whistling past him. Jake reappeared behind Vasper, his hand shooting out like lightning, grabbing the gun from Vasper's grip. With a swift, fluid motion, Jake flipped the weapon in his hand and turned it on Vasper. Before Vasper could react, Jake pulled the trigger. The gun's report echoed like thunder. The diamond bullet found its mark, hitting Vasper in the left shoulder, dangerously close to his heart. Vasper's body jerked as the bullet tore through flesh, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He staggered, his face contorting in pain, his body weakening. For a moment, Vasper swayed, clutching his shoulder as blood poured from the wound. Diamond bullets were no ordinary ammunition, and for beings like them, they were particularly lethal. His usual ability to heal was slowing, struggling to close the gaping hole near his heart. But even in his weakened state, Vasper managed to teleport, disappearing just before Jake could finish him off. Jake cursed, his body still tense from the battle, his mind racing to figure out where Vasper had gone. Vasper reappeared, back at the mansion of his sister, Laika. As his body materialized in the middle of the living room, he collapsed to the ground, the bullet wound too much to bear. His breathing was shallow, his vision blurring. Coincidentally, Laika's friend, Samara, who was also Vasper's fiancée, was there when he arrived. Samara's eyes widened in horror. Vasper, she screamed, rushing to his side as he lay unconscious, his body pale, his wounds still bleeding. Laika was already at her brother's side, panic overtaking her as she tried to assess the damage. "Call an ambulance!" Laika shouted, her hands shaking as she held Vasper's face, trying to wake him. "We need to get him to a hospital, now." Samara, despite being pregnant, could barely stand from the shock. Her tears fell like rivers, her heart breaking as she saw the man she loved, the father of her unborn child, lying broken before her. She clung to Laika, sobbing uncontrollably as they waited for help to arrive. The mansion was a frenzy of activity as paramedics arrived and rushed Vasper to the hospital. Samara and Laika followed, Samara's hand never leaving her swollen belly as she prayed silently for Vasper to survive. The bullet wound, so close to his heart, was a ticking time bomb. Laika knew how dangerous diamond bullets were. She knew it's a diamond bullet that hit Vasper. They were designed to stop supernatural beings, designed to kill. By the time they reached the hospital, the media had caught wind of the event. News of Vasper Mondragon, fiancé to Princess Samara, being shot spread like wildfire. Reporters swarmed the hospital entrance, cameras flashing as Samara, in tears, was escorted inside. Her pregnant form made the scene even more heartbreaking, a princess desperate for her love to survive. Inside, the doctors worked frantically to stabilize Vasper. Every second counted, and the fact that he hadn't fully healed yet meant the diamond bullet had done severe damage. Samara sat outside the emergency room, her hands trembling as she waited for news, the weight of her unborn child making her emotions even more intense. She cried softly, the minutes feeling like hours. Laika stood beside her, trying to remain strong, but the fear was evident in her eyes. They both knew that if Vasper didn't pull through, their lives would never be the same. The tension in the hospital grew as more reporters gathered, hungry for any updates on Vasper's condition. Samara, though racked with worry, tried to keep her composure. She couldn't fall apart now, not when the man she loved was fighting for his life. Jake teleported back to their mansion, the luxurious estate that he and Shanty shared, but the moment his feet hit the ground, the world around him felt different. He arrived in their bedroom, and the sight before him was enough to freeze him in his tracks. Shanty lay on the bed, pale, still recovering from the shock of his earlier fight with Vasper at the office. Beside her was Lorena, who quickly stood up when Jake appeared, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of him. Jake was a mess. His face was streaked with blood and dirt, his body littered with bruises, and his pants torn, barely clinging to his muscular frame. His chest was bare, revealing the scars and cuts from his brutal battle. Lorena, shaken by the sudden intensity in the room, quickly excused herself. Though he can heal himself. I'll call David and Louis, Lorena muttered, her voice tight with concern, as she hurried out of the room, leaving Shanty alone with Jake. Shanty slowly sat up in bed, her heart pounding in her chest as she stared at Jake. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She was speechless. Jake's presence overwhelmed her. He was a striking contrast of power and vulnerability, standing there like a warrior fresh from a battlefield. His eyes, dark and stormy, locked onto her, not with anger, but with a weight that seemed to bear down on both of them. For a moment, the room was suffocatingly silent. Shanty's gaze traced the bruises on Jake's body, the smudges of blood across his face, and the way his muscles tensed with the strain of the fight. She wanted to ask what happened, but she was too afraid to hear the answer. Jake moved closer, his footsteps heavy on the floor. "He's not dead," Jake said quietly, breaking the silence. His voice was low, controlled, but the tension beneath it was unmistakable. "But I shot him, Shanty. Right here." He tapped his chest, near the heart, and her breath caught in her throat. Shanty's mind swirled in chaos. Vasper. The name echoed in her thoughts, and despite everything, the complicated history between them, the pain he caused, she couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of concern for him. It was impossible to ignore. He was part of her past, and though she had chosen Jake, Vasper's face, his voice, haunted her. She couldn't deny that she cared, even if it was just a fragment of what once was. Jake's eyes flickered, watching her closely, reading her every subtle reaction. He could sense it, the conflict within her. Her lips quivered, but she bit them, trying to stay composed. But Jake knew her too well. He saw the worry flickering in her eyes. "You're still thinking about him, aren't you?" Jake's voice was sharp, cutting through the air like a knife. Shanty shook her head quickly, but her heart was racing, betraying her. She couldn't lie to him. I don't know, Jake," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know how to feel right now." Jake's jaw clenched as he stepped closer to the bed, towering over her, his presence intimidating yet undeniably magnetic. He took a deep breath, struggling to control his emotions. "I fought for you. I fought him for you, Shanty. And all I see in your eyes is fear for him." "You're worried about him," Jake said, his voice thick with frustration, tinged with a hint of pain. "No, it's not like that," she protested softly, but her voice lacked conviction. Deep down, she couldn't deny the lingering concern she felt for Vasper. He had been a part of her life, and though their relationship was long over, the ties weren't fully severed. But she didn't want to hurt Jake. He had risked everything for her, fought to protect her. Jake studied her, his breath heavy, before turning away. Without another word, he headed toward the bathroom. The door creaked as he entered, and soon the sound of running water filled the room. Shanty sat there in silence, her heart a battlefield, her mind torn between two men, one, the man who now owned her heart, and the other, a man who once held it so fiercely. The water cascaded over Jake's battle-worn body, washing away the blood and grime, but it couldn't cleanse the storm raging within him. He had seen it in her eyes. No matter how much she tried to hide it, Shanty still had some concern for Vasper, and that was wound deeper than any bullet or punch. It clawed at his soul. Inside the room, Shanty fought back tears. She loved Jake, there was no question of that. But the thought of Vasper lying somewhere, wounded and possibly dying, tore at her. She couldn't shake the image of his face, couldn't stop the guilt from creeping in. What if Vasper never recovered? What if this was the last time he'd ever be part of her life? The thought unsettled her more than she wanted to admit. When Jake stepped out of the shower, his skin was clean but his soul was still scarred from the battle, not just with Vasper, but the one now raging inside him. He dried off silently, his muscles flexing as he moved. Shanty watched him, her heart aching with the weight of what had just transpired. She knew she had to say something, but her words caught in her throat. "Shanty," Jake began, his voice calmer now, though the intensity in his eyes had not faded. "I need to know. Do you still care about him? After everything, do you still care about Vasper?" Shanty's chest tightened, her mind spiraling. How could she answer that? She didn't want to hurt Jake. She didn't want to betray his trust. But her emotions were tangled in a web of love, guilt, and concern. "I care about you, Jake," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I love you. But Vasper, I can't pretend that he doesn't matter. He's part of my past. And right now, knowing that he's hurt, I can't just turn that off." Jake's gaze darkened, but there was no anger, only a deep, aching sadness. He nodded slowly, absorbing her words like a blow to the chest. "I get it," he said quietly, though his heart twisted in agony. "I just need you to remember, Shanty. I'm the one who's here with you now. I'm the one who's fighting for you." Shanty nodded, tears filling her eyes. "I know, Jake. I know." Jake, haunted by the image of Shanty's lingering concern for Vasper, and Shanty, torn between the love she had for Jake and the ghost of her past that refused to let go. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. The tension, thick and palpable, was now layered with something deeper, more intimate. Jake stood at the edge of the bed, his eyes fixed on Shanty, and the weight of his emotions filled the space between them. He couldn't hide it anymore, the possessiveness, the insecurity, the fierce longing to claim her completely, to erase the lingering shadows of Vasper that haunted her heart. Shanty could feel it. His presence was overwhelming, magnetic, pulling her in like a force she couldn't resist. He crossed the room slowly, his movements deliberate, his gaze burning with a mix of love, desire, and something darker, something primal. He sat on the bed next to her, his hand gently brushing her cheek, but there was an edge to his touch, something urgent simmering beneath the surface. "Shanty," he whispered, his voice low, rough with emotion. "I want you. All of you. I need to know that you're mine, completely." His words sent a shiver down her spine, and before she could respond, his lips were on hers, claiming her in a kiss that was deeper, more intense than anything she had ever felt from him before. Jake's kiss was a storm, urgent, passionate, filled with a desperate need to consume her, to make her forget anyone else existed. His hands cupped her face, fingers threading through her hair as he pulled her closer, their bodies pressing together. The heat between them was undeniable, a spark that had always been there, now roaring into an uncontrollable flame. Shanty gasped as Jake's lips moved from her mouth to her neck, his breath hot against her skin as he kissed her with a raw intensity that sent her senses reeling. His hands, firm yet gentle, explored the curve of her waist, pulling her closer as though he feared she might slip away. There was no hesitation in him, no holding back. The kiss deepened, and Shanty felt herself melting into him, surrendering to the powerful emotions coursing through them both. Jake's kisses became more aggressive, more fervent, but they weren't just driven by lust. She could feel it, his love, his need to prove something, not just to her but to himself. It was as if he was trying to banish every trace of Vasper from her mind, from her heart, through every kiss, every touch. His hands roamed over her body, but there was a tenderness mixed with the passion, a reverence for her that was unmistakable. Even as the heat between them built to a fever pitch, Jake was careful, always mindful of her boundaries, protecting her, cherishing her. His lips brushed against her ear, whispering her name in a way that sent a thrill through her entire being. Shanty's heart raced. She had always known Jake was intense, but tonight was different. His kisses were deeper, his touch more insistent, and the way he held her, it was as though he was trying to merge their souls, to make sure she would never belong to anyone but him. His arms wrapped around her tighter, pulling her close until there was no space left between them, his body warm and solid against hers. She could feel the tension in his muscles, the restraint he was exercising, even as his hands explored her body with more confidence than before. But despite the burning passion between them, there was something else in his touch, something tender and vulnerable. He wanted to make her his, but not by force. He wanted her to choose him, to give herself to him fully, not just her body, but her heart, her soul. Jake kissed her again, slower this time, as if savoring every second, every moment of being with her. His lips brushed against hers with a gentleness that made her heart ache. Shanty could feel the love behind every touch, every kiss, even in the way his breath hitched when he whispered her name. Shanty. His voice was thick with emotion, his forehead resting against hers. I need you. I want all of you, only you. Her heart fluttered, and she reached up, brushing a strand of his hair away from his face, her fingers lingering on his cheek. I'm yours, Jake, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. I'm all yours. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Not Vasper, not the battles, not the complicated emotions swirling inside her. All that mattered was Jake, the man in front of her, the man she loved. She could feel the weight of his insecurity, the unspoken fear that Vasper still held a part of her heart. And in that moment, she wanted to erase those doubts, to show Jake that he was the one she had chosen. Jake's kisses became more urgent again, his hands trembling slightly as they caressed her skin. He moved over her, pressing his body gently against hers, but even in his passion, he was careful. He respected her boundaries, never crossing the line, though the desire between them was palpable. His lips trailed down her neck, leaving a path of fire in their wake, and Shanty shivered, her breath coming in soft gasps. Their bodies moved together in a rhythm that was both tender and fierce, a dance of love and desire that left them both breathless. Jake's hands gripped her waist, his forehead pressed against hers as they shared breath, shared heat, shared everything they had to give. His kisses, his touches, were filled with longing, with the desperate need to prove that he was the only one for her. And Shanty, lost in the intensity of the moment, gave him everything, her thoughts, her heart, her body. In that moment, she was his, completely. Every kiss, every caress, was a silent promise, a vow that she was his, and no one else's. The hours stretched on, filled with whispered confessions, stolen breaths, and the slow, burning flame of their love. Though they never crossed the final line, the intimacy between them was undeniable, their connection deeper than ever before. Jake's touch was tender but possessive, his kisses passionate yet filled with love. And as they lay together, their bodies tangled in the aftermath of their shared passion, Jake held Shanty close, his arms wrapped protectively around her, as if he could shield her from the world, from her doubts, from Vasper's lingering presence. But for now, in the quiet of their room, Shanty was his. And in her heart, despite the turmoil, she knew that Jake was the man she loved, the one who had fought for her, the one who would never let her go. Almost noon, Jake and Shanty emerged and descended the grand staircase. As they went down, they saw the guardians, along with Jasmine and her siblings, sitting in the living room watching television. A live news feed about Vasper Mondragon was on. Jake clearly heard the name Vasper Mondragon spoken by the reporters in the live coverage. Shanty forced herself to stay calm, trying not to show the storm brewing in her heart and mind. Jasmine greeted her as she descended, along with her siblings, but their eyes quickly returned to the TV. The guardians glanced at Jake and Shanty while Shanty went straight to the kitchen to check if the food was ready so the guests could eat. In truth, she just wanted to escape the news on the TV and the probing eyes of the guardians, who could read her emotions. Jake followed her into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Shanty saw Lorena preparing the food, which was ready to be placed on the dining table. The servants were already starting to set the table. Shanty smiled at Lorena. "Thank you, Lorena. Join us for lunch." Shanty smiled, and Lorena replied, "Thank you, Miss Shanty, but I'll just go ahead." Jake, who had been following Shanty, watched her intently, reading her emotions at that moment. Shanty turned to Jake and said, "Come on, let's eat. Call David and the others." She held Jake's hand, but he squeezed it in response, though Shanty ignored the gesture. They approached the dining table, and Jake called the guardians and Jasmine. David turned off the television, and Shanty silently thanked him for the peace. As they ate, the room was quiet. No one spoke until Clarissa couldn't hold it in any longer. Why was Vasper shot? Who's his enemy? She asked, staring at everyone. Justin responded, "It's probably related to his business or his underground racing activities. A lot of people are envious of Vasper Mondragon." Shanty continued eating seriously, while Jake kept his eyes on her, as did the guardians. Jasmine, too, watched Jake and Shanty, reading Shanty's emotions. But she saw nothing, no emotion registered on Shanty's face, as she focused on her meal. David spoke up, "Jake, we'll head home after lunch. I have a lot of work to handle at the office and at Shanty's vineyard." Jake nodded, "Okay, David." Shanty looked at David and said, "Thank you, David." David smiled back at her. Meanwhile, Jacob watched Jake and Shanty as if he were x-raying them. Jake kept eating, and eventually, everyone finished their meal. The guardians prepared to leave, and Jasmine was ready to fly back to Japan, catching their flight that night. Marco would drive them to the airport. The day had been a busy one for all of them. One by one, they got into their vehicles, ready to leave. Jake and Shanty escorted them outside the mansion. Jake held Shanty by the waist as they stood in the garden, facing the gate. They watched as 6 cars lined up to exit the gate. Jasmine was in the last car, driven by Marco. One by one, the cars drove out, leaving Shanty and Jake behind. Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. Only Shanty, Jake, the servants, Lorena, and the Verdant envoy guarding the area remained. They re-entered the mansion, and Jake and Shanty sat on the sofa. Shanty looked at the TV, tempted to watch the news, but she didn't want to know what was happening. Jake picked up the remote and turned on the TV, but Shanty quickly stood up and excused herself, telling Jake she was going to their room. She left without waiting for his reply, rushing up the stairs, avoiding the noise of the TV. Jake's eyes followed her, his mouth shut, his gaze stern as he watched her climb the stairs. His face showed the pain he was feeling, knowing that Shanty was hurt hearing the news about Vasper, who was fighting for his life in the hospital. He heard the bedroom door close. Jake listened closely, hearing the sounds from the room, and then heard Shanty turn on the shower. Jake felt his power surge after his fight with Vasper. Even though their room was soundproof, he could still hear the noise coming from it. Jake continued watching the news, which was still live, showing Vasper's condition. Samara, crying during an interview, was surrounded by reporters, despite not wanting to be interviewed. Her bodyguards surrounded her, but the reporters jostled to get her side of the story. Despite everything, Jake didn't feel any guilt for what he had done to Vasper. In truth, Vasper was lucky to have dodged the bullet by just a few inches, as Jake's shot was aimed directly at his heart. Jake clenched his fist as he watched the TV, one ear on the news and the other on the sound from Shanty's room. He wanted to give Shanty space to process her emotions, as he could see she was forcing herself to act like everything was fine, even though she was suffering inside. Jake longed for the day when Vasper would no longer occupy any space in Shanty's heart, when Vasper would be erased from her thoughts. For now, he understood what Shanty was feeling, but it pained him that, despite Shanty being by his side, her heart and mind were still divided, with Vasper lingering in her thoughts. The shower in their bathroom continued to run, the water flowing loudly. Minutes passed, and yet the water was still running. Jake grew curious, not hearing anything else besides the sound of the shower. He turned off the TV and teleported to their bedroom, heading straight for the bathroom. Upon glancing into the shower, Jake's eyes widened in shock. Shanty was lying unconscious on the bathroom floor, completely naked. He hurriedly rushed to her, her body soaked from the running shower. Jake quickly turned off the shower and gently lifted Shanty in his arms, deeply worried as he carried her to the bed, even though her body was still wet. "Shanty, my love, wake up. Don't scare me like this. What happened to you?" Jake's voice was filled with fear as he repeatedly called to her, shaking her lightly. He kissed her forehead, her cheek, and then her lips, but Shanty remained unresponsive. Jake hurriedly grabbed a bathrobe and dressed her in it. He called for Lorena, and together, they changed the wet bedsheets while Jake held Shanty in his arms, filled with concern. Lorena was equally anxious as she helped replace the sheets. "This is the second time Miss Shanty has fainted, Sir Jake. What could be happening to her? Could she be pregnant?" Lorena asked with a deeply worried tone, glancing at Jake. Jake looked at Lorena seriously. "Lorena, that's impossible. She's still a virgin." Lorena blinked, taken aback. "Oops. Sorry, right, of course." She quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed by her incorrect assumption. Jake laid Shanty back on the bed, and she stirred slightly. Relief washed over Jake as she regained consciousness. Lorena also felt a wave of relief as she smiled at Shanty. Jake looked at Lorena. "I'll take care of things from here, Lorena, thank you." Lorena nodded and left the room. Jake gently stroked Shanty's wet hair, lifting her head to prevent her back from getting soaked. "My love, thank goodness you're awake," Jake said softly, placing a tender kiss on her lips. Shanty groaned lightly as she opened her eyes, seeing Jake's face watching her closely. Jake caressed her cheek. "You fainted in the shower. I'm glad your head didn't hit the tiles. I was so scared when I found you lying there. What are you feeling?" "I'll call a doctor to check on you." "We should go see a doctor," Jake said with concern. Shanty suddenly sat up. "No. I'm fine, Jake," she said, sitting up with Jake's help. She touched her still wet hair. "Maybe it's just what I was feeling earlier," she said quietly, avoiding Jake's gaze. She rubbed her head. "I just have a headache." Jake looked at her with deep concern. "I'll get some medicine, and then I'll massage your head," he offered. Shanty nodded slowly, and Jake disappeared in a flash, teleporting out of the room. Shanty was left staring blankly at the bedsheets. Her thoughts drifted to Vasper. "Vasper, fight to stay alive. Don't let go. Just live," she thought to herself. Suddenly, Jake reappeared, carrying a tray with medicine and a glass of water. He handed the medicine to Shanty, who took it and drank it down as Jake watched her intently. Jake placed the glass on the bedside table and pulled out a small bottle of massage oil from the drawer. "Let me massage your head," he said softly. Shanty glanced at him for a moment before moving off the bed. "I'll dry my hair first, Jake." "It's still soaking wet," Shanty said. Jake nodded. "Okay, I'll wait." Shanty went to the bathroom to blow-dry her hair while Jake sat patiently on the edge of the bed. The sound of the hairdryer filled the room as Shanty sat in front of the vanity mirror, drying her hair. But tears began to fall from her eyes, which she quickly wiped away, afraid Jake might notice. She pulled herself together as her hair nearly dried. Her temples throbbed from the lingering headache. She stood up and changed into pajamas, opting for a thick jogger set and a long-sleeve top. She wasn't in the mood for Jake's touch at the moment. She only hoped Jake wouldn't ask for more. When she emerged from the bathroom, Jake was sitting on the bed, now only in his boxers, watching her seriously. "Are you cold?" Jake asked, noticing her heavy clothing. Shanty nodded quietly. Jake stretched out his arms, indicating he wanted to hug her, and Shanty approached, allowing him to embrace her. "I love you, my love," Jake whispered, lifting her and placing her gently beside him on the bed. "Are you ready for the massage?" "I'm pretty good at it, it's one of my secret talents," Jake whispered with a mischievous grin. Shanty smiled, but it was a small, hesitant smile. Their eyes met, and Jake's look held a mischievous glint. "Lie down so I can give you a proper head massage," Jake said. Shanty lay down and closed her eyes as Jake massaged her forehead, her scalp, and then moved down to her neck. The scent of the massage oil filled the air, and Shanty began to feel a bit lighter, the tension in her head easing slightly. Jake reached for the air conditioner remote and lowered the temperature, then started to take off Shanty's jacket. But Shanty resisted. "Jake, it's cold," she said, holding on to her jacket. Jake smiled. "I want to massage your whole body so you can sleep properly. We'll wrap ourselves in the comforter so you don't get cold. Let's do this under the covers." He removed Shanty's jacket, and though she hesitated, Shanty followed his lead. She didn't want to upset Jake by resisting again. She was now bare-chested, her beautiful breasts exposed to Jake's gaze. They both wrapped themselves in the comforter as Jake knelt between her legs. His eyes traced over Shanty's body with intoxicated admiration, but he told himself to concentrate. "Focus, Jake, you're just giving her a massage," he whispered to himself. He began massaging Shanty's shoulders, moving down to her arms, his hands gliding over her skin, gentle but firm. Shanty could feel herself relaxing as Jake worked on her body. His touch was light, and every press of his palms and fingers felt wonderful. She felt like she was in a high-end spa. Minutes passed as Jake massaged her arms, and Shanty closed her eyes, letting out a soft groan. "It's so good, Jake," she murmured under her breath. Jake felt a jolt run through him as his body reacted, hardening in response. His eyes were locked on Shanty's breasts and the arms he was massaging, but he forced himself to focus on the task. After finishing with her arms, Jake's hands unexpectedly moved to her breasts. Shanty opened her eyes, meeting Jake's gaze. His eyes were full of desire, but they didn't speak. They simply stared at each other, caught in a silent battle of wills, while Jake's hands gently massaged her breasts in a circular, firm yet tender rhythm. The heat from his palms sent shivers through Shanty's body, but she refused to let herself be affected. She kept her gaze steady on Jake, as he did with her. Their breathing quickened, but neither of them gave in to the growing tension between them. Jake poured more massage oil into his palms, rubbing it onto Shanty's neck, down her arms, to her fingers, and then back to her breasts and her stomach. The room remained silent except for their heavy breathing, both still serious, and neither willing to surrender to the moment. Then, Jake gently removed Shanty's joggers. Without a word, Shanty allowed it, lifting her hips as Jake slid them off. She was now left in a barely there lace underwear, which hardly covered her sensitive areas. Shanty's legs remained open in front of Jake, whose eyes were fixed on the delicate fabric, but his hands focused on massaging her thighs and legs. Jake was sweating, his heartbeat pounding as he massaged her legs, full of admiration and tenderness. He worked his way down to her feet and toes, while Shanty, her eyes closed, moaned softly. "Oh, Jake, it feels so good," she whispered as Jake gently massaged her feet and toes. Once finished with her legs, Jake signaled for Shanty to turn over so he could massage her back. Shanty complied, rolling onto her stomach. Jake's hands moved over her back with the same tender care, massaging her shoulders, down her spine, and across her thighs and calves, releasing all the tension in her body. However, Jake couldn't hold back. He bit Shanty's buttocks, feeling an intense urge. Shanty chuckled softly in response. Jake then lovingly gave Shanty's butt a playful smack, appreciating how beautiful it looked. But afterward, he kissed the spot he had just smacked on Shanty's backside. Shanty closed her eyes, smiling at Jake's actions. "It's so good," Shanty moaned softly into the pillow, which made Jake smile, enjoying the sound of her moans that seemed to compliment him. Shanty felt an incredible sensation as Jake massaged her, the pleasure spreading through her muscles, making her body feel alive. When he finished, Shanty rolled over onto her back once again for the final touches of the massage oil. Jake knelt between her legs, massaging her entire body. Finally, his hands returned to her breasts, gently massaging them again. Shanty looked up at him, their gazes locked, their breathing heavy. Without a word, Jake removed Shanty's underwear, and Shanty, without protest, lifted her hips for him to take them off. His hands massaged her sensitive areas, full of tenderness but with firm strokes, his fingers playing along the edges. Their eyes remained locked in a serious gaze, neither giving in to the passion that hovered between them. Shanty's hands gripped the bedsheets tightly, her breathing heavy, struggling to suppress the moans that threatened to escape her lips. Meanwhile, as Jake's hands moved along the delicate, sensitive lines of Shanty's skin, his gaze was locked on her, on the way her fingers gripped the bedsheets, knuckles white, and on her face, where she fought to contain the pleasure building inside her. The tension between them only fueled Jake's desire, compelling him to draw out each sensation, to tease and intensify every reaction she gave him. His own breathing was deep and unsteady, the heat pulsing through him nearly overwhelming as he struggled to keep control. Shanty could feel it, the restraint Jake was holding onto, the tension strung tight between them like a dare. She parted her thighs a bit wider, a silent invitation, and Jake's gaze fell, captivated by the soft vulnerability she offered him. The sight of her skin, warm and bare before him, ignited something raw within him, his body alight with a hunger that grew with each heartbeat, unable to pull his eyes away as he drew closer, every nerve alive with anticipation. Jake was already intoxicated, but he was determined to get what he wanted, for Shanty to give in first. He continued his torturous rhythm of massage, relentless, until Shanty's sensitive flesh was soaking wet. Shanty's stomach was heaving, her chest rising and falling rapidly with deep breaths, and her legs trembled. Jake, however, remained stern, locking eyes with her, silently challenging her endurance. Shanty couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly surged forward, wrapping her arms around Jake's neck, capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. Jake responded by hugging her tightly, neither of them holding back anymore. Their moans echoed through the room, growing louder, as Jake removed his boxers without breaking their kiss. The bed rocked under their aggressive movements, the two of them switching places, each taking turns on top. Their names spilled from their lips like a mantra, until Jake was on top of her. Shanty's body was burning hot as she spread herself open in front of him. Jake, firm and ready, guided his hardness to brush against her sensitive flesh, teasing but never entering. Shanty, desperate, tried to push him inside, but Jake panicked. "My love, no. One mistake and we'll regret it, we can't ruin your virginity," Jake panted, his voice strained as he fought to control himself. Shanty's body was so aggressive that Jake feared losing his restraint, but her hips kept rising to meet him. Using his supernatural strength, Jake held Shanty's body in place. But Shanty reached for his hardness, positioning it right at her entrance, ready to take him in. Jake's body was drenched in sweat. "My love, no. Please. Have mercy. Let me handle it," he begged with heavy breathing, but Shanty seemed to hear nothing. Her heavy breathing was her only response. "I can't take it anymore." "Put it in, Jake," she groaned deeply. Shanty's legs locked tightly around Jake's hips, the bed now shaking loudly. Jake's back muscles glistened with sweat as he struggled, his body tensed with restraint. Shanty's aggressive movements torturing him, but as he tried to hold back, he eventually released Shanty's legs, which had been wrapped around his hips. And he quickly leaned down, devouring her sensitive flesh with his mouth, feeling its heat and need. Shanty's body arched off the bed, her hands gripping the sheets tightly as she screamed from the overwhelming pleasure, her moans deep and guttural, calling out Jake's name. Jake devoured her, as if drinking in her soul, his tongue and lips playing expertly with her sensitive flesh, sucking up the juices that poured from her. Shanty reached her climax, her back arching off the bed as her hips met Jake's mouth, her lips parted in a silent scream of ecstasy. Jake didn't stop until Shanty's sensitive flesh was completely dry, licking up every last drop of her essence. Before Shanty could fully recover, Jake repositioned himself behind her, lying on his side. Shanty draped her thighs over Jake's, and Jake continued playing with her sensitive flesh with his fingers. Shanty found herself racing toward a second climax, her body responding to Jake's rhythmic thrusts as he played just outside her entrance with his fingers. Their lips locked in a kiss, their moans swallowed by each other's mouths as they both reached their climax together. Their bodies tensed at the same time, releasing together. Jake's essence spilled onto Shanty's thighs, dripping down as they both gasped for air, their breathing fast and deep. Their bodies collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained, completely spent. "I love you, my love," Jake whispered to Shanty. "I love you too, my love," she replied softly. Jake had successfully calmed Shanty's fears and worries about Vasper. Shanty closed her eyes, her body exhausted, feeling completely drained of energy. Jake pulled her close, holding her tightly as they both drifted off to sleep, wrapped in each other's arms. Shanty melted into Jake's tender kisses on her lips, cheeks, and even her neck. She moaned softly as she arched against him, but Jake held her tightly, his lips continuing to rain kisses on her neck as he moved with her. She laughed quietly, and when she opened her eyes, Jake's face appeared close to hers, smiling. She was surprised, however, to see that he had changed, now wearing a suit and a necktie. He was still lying beside her, but she was puzzled, watching as he suddenly stood up and adjusted his wrinkled suit and tie at the side of the bed. He smiled at her, and Shanty, still completely naked, didn't bother to cover herself. Jake's eyes were mesmerized, fixed on her bare body. "Where are you going?" Shanty asked, her question laced with a hint of discontent. Was he leaving without taking her with him? Jake gazed at her, understanding. "David called. He said we need to take care of something in the north. I'm just dropping him off to figure out what needs to be done. I'm sorry, but I can't take you along. It's related to work with David and the Guardians," Jake explained softly. "The dinner is ready on the dining table. Let's eat together before I go," he added. He reached out his hand to help her stand, and when she took it, he pulled her close, hugging her tightly and kissing her with passion and tenderness, filled with love. Shanty returned the embrace, holding him just as tightly. "Take care there," Shanty whispered, her voice gentle as she looked into Jake's eyes. Jake smiled. "Always, my love." "Don't worry," he replied, his voice steady with affection. Shanty grabbed her bathrobe from the closet and dressed so they could head down to the dining table. Jake held her hand, and together they teleported to the dining room. Sitting at the table, they began to serve themselves from the dishes in the center. As Shanty looked around at the empty chairs, she remembered how the table had been full of guests just that morning, but now it was just the two of them. "Jake, I badly want a baby," Shanty said, her voice soft but filled with longing as she stared at the vacant seats around the large 12-seater table. Her face showed sadness, a loneliness in the emptiness of the space. Jake laughed heartily, clearly pleased to hear those words from her. "My love, you know what? I feel the same. I want us to have a baby this year too, but you know we can't yet. Once you come back, we can finally make it happen," Jake said with a mischievous smile. He placed his hand on Shanty's thigh, where she wore nothing underneath her bathrobe. Shanty spread her legs, welcoming his touch, and Jake laughed more loudly. "I'm already dressed, my love." "Don't tease me," Jake said, and they continued eating. Shanty laughed too, watching him. "We need to work hard to have a baby this year, during my vacation," she said, her tone playful. "Whether Alexander Mondragon wins or not." Jake smiled at her, but there was something more serious behind his smile. "But, my love, I don't want you to get pregnant while I'm far away. I want to be right by your side, taking care of you while your belly grows," Jake said earnestly. Shanty stopped eating for a moment. She understood what Jake meant, aware that she still had 3 years left to serve in the Sylvan Concord. She simply nodded, silently acknowledging the truth. Jake took her hand and kissed it tenderly. They finished their meal, and soon Jake was preparing to teleport. They stood in the dimly lit living room, the servants quietly clearing the table. Jake and Shanty embraced. "I have to go now. I'll be back as soon as we've settled things with David in the north, okay?" Jake said, kissing her gently. Shanty nodded and kissed him back. "Yes, take care, both of you," she whispered. Jake smiled as he gazed into her eyes. "I love you, my love," he said. "I love you too, my love." "Please, don't stay away too long," she replied, her voice soft but filled with longing. Jake smiled, nodded, and with that, he vanished, teleporting away. Shanty was left alone in the vast living room, the quiet hum of the servants in the kitchen the only sound she could hear. She gazed out the glass wall toward the pool. When she glanced at the clock, it was just past 7 p.m. She walked outside, looking toward the stables where their horses stood, the verdant envoys patrolling the perimeter of their estate. In just 2 days, she would head back to the inner world, and already, the emptiness in her chest was growing. She missed Jake, even though he had only just left. Her thoughts drifted to Vasper. Deep down, she prayed that he was okay. She considered turning on the TV to check the news, hoping to find some update on Vasper. But instead, she chose to stay unaware, trusting in his healing powers and his ability to take care of himself. Shanty went back inside the mansion and climbed the stairs to their bedroom. She removed her bathrobe and stepped into the shower. As the water cascaded over her, memories of Vasper surfaced again in her mind. "Just live, that's enough for me. Just live and breathe," she whispered to herself, closing her eyes under the flowing water. But then her thoughts returned to Jake, and she smiled, grateful that nothing had happened to him in the battle he faced. She couldn't bear the thought of losing him. Every day, Jake occupied an immense space in Shanta's heart. Even though Vasper had disrupted her life, she could no longer deny that Jake was the man she wanted to spend her life with, the father of her future children. She knew that in time, she would learn to forget her past with Vasper. Shanty opened her eyes to stop her shower. But as she did, the magnetic presence of Vasper loomed at the shower room door. His arms were outstretched across the doorway, preventing her from leaving. Shanta's eyes widened in shock as she saw Vasper's intense gaze traveling down her naked body, and her fear surged within her. "Vasper, when did you get out of the hospital?" Shanty asked, trying to cover her bare skin with her arms, shielding her sensitive flesh and breasts, though it did little to hide her vulnerability. Vasper remained silent, his eyes betraying a longing and intoxication with her presence. "Vasper, get out of here. I need to get a towel. And don't do anything foolish, the envoys are outside." Shanty shouted, but Vasper still said nothing, his gaze firmly locked on her. His hair hung messily over his shoulders, and he wore a tight t-shirt that revealed the muscles of his chest, paired with tight leather pants, as if he had just come from riding. He even wore leather boots, giving no sign that he had recently been in a hospital or fought a battle with Jake. "Move, Vasper. I need to go. I'm freezing." Shanta's voice trembled with fear, terrified that Vasper might take her again and whisk her away. "Are you disappointed that I'm still alive?" Vasper finally asked in a low, growling tone, a question that cut deep into Shanta's heart like a knife. "I'm not that cruel, Vasper," Shanty shouted back. "Now move, please. Let me pass." Her voice cracked as she tried to maintain her composure, feeling his gaze sear into her body. She could sense the desire building within him, like a dangerous storm. "Don't make this worse, Vasper. You've already crossed a line by coming here, into my bedroom. I'm married now, and you're disrespecting my marriage. You're being a brute." Shanta's voice was pained, her words slicing through Vasper, though he tried not to show it. "Your marriage to Jake is not real," Vasper finally muttered, his voice low but filled with a feral intensity. Shanta's eyes flared. "It is real, Vasper. We have the papers. Our marriage is legal," she shouted, her heart aching at his refusal to accept her life with Jake. "The prophecy of the Sword of Destiny foretold this. You were always meant to return to me," Vasper said coldly. Shanty laughed bitterly. "I'm not like you, Vasper. I'm not the type to destroy families. You should go back to your wife, to your family, and stop tormenting me," she said, her tone firm. Without warning, Vasper closed the distance between them through teleportation, pinning her against the wall of the shower. Shanty gasped, caught off guard as he raised her arms above her head, pressing his body against hers, his wet clothes sticking to her damp skin. Her heart raced in terror, her body trembling. "I don't have a wife, Shanty," Vasper growled softly, his face inches from hers. "You are the only woman in my life. There is no one else." "Then what do you call Samara, Vasper?" Shanty challenged him, struggling against his hold. "Samara was a mistake, a duty I had to fulfill, but she means nothing to me," Vasper whispered. Shanty fell silent, his words taking her aback. "All I ask, Vasper, is that you respect my marriage to Jake. If he finds out what you're doing, he'll never forgive you, Shanty said, her voice pleading. She knew that trying to calm Vasper was the only way to defuse the situation. But Vasper only gazed at her lips, his thirst and desire burning in his eyes. I will take you away from Jake, Shanty. He has no right to you, Vasper murmured darkly. Jake is my husband, Vasper. You can't change that. Fate has already decided that Jake is the one I married, Shanty said, her voice filled with conviction. Vasper laughed bitterly. He won't be in this world much longer, he muttered ominously, making Shanty's heart freeze with fear. That will never happen. I'll never forgive you, Vasper, if you do something to Jake. Shanty screamed, tears of anger streaming down her face. Let me go, she cried, pushing at Vasper's chest. But Vasper only tightened his grip. Suddenly, he lifted her, her thighs straddling his waist as he carried her out of the shower. Shanty gasped in shock as he teleported them both to his chateau, landing on the large bed in the vineyard estate he had once bought for them. Shanty was pinned beneath him, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Jake! Help me, she screamed, but she couldn't move, trapped under Vasper's weight. I don't want to hear his name in my mansion, Vasper growled, his voice filled with anger. Shanty was alarmed by the dangerous tone she heard. Please, Vasper, take me back home. I need to change. Please, she begged, trying to calm him down. Vasper gazed deeply into her eyes. Your clothes are in the closet, Shanty. The closet is full of your things, he said in a husky tone. Shanty froze, her mind racing. My clothes are at home, Vasper. Please take me back. Jake will be home soon, she whispered, her voice shaking. You don't have a husband, Shanty. Do you know what he did to me? I can never forgive him, Vasper said, his tone deadly serious. Because of you, Vasper. Because you're cruel. You have no respect for me or my marriage. Shanty's voice was firm as she stared into his eyes, anger boiling within her. Vasper was silent, his eyes darkening with fury. His hand slid up her thigh, making Shanty panic. Vasper! Stop! No! Shanty screamed, her voice breaking as she wept. I hate you. I hate you, she sobbed uncontrollably. Vasper halted, guilt flickering across his face. I'm sorry, Shanty. Please don't cry. I won't do this again, I promise. Just let me hold you, he whispered, his voice softening. I miss you so much. But Shanty couldn't stop crying. I want to go home, she sobbed, turning her face away from him, consumed by rage. Vasper, moved by her tears, teleported them back to her mansion. They landed on the bed, and as soon as Shanty realized she was home, she scrambled out from under him. She grabbed a blanket to cover herself and pointed angrily at him. Get out of our bed, Vasper. You don't belong here, she shouted, her eyes blazing. Vasper looked at her sternly, his face hardening. Leave this house now, or I'll call the envoys, she yelled, her anger sharp. Vasper laughed bitterly. I can't wait until the day you return to me, Shanty. I'll savor that day. You won't be able to sleep, he said with a mischievous grin. Shanty shuddered, her skin prickling with fear. In your dreams, Vasper. Now get out, she screamed. Vasper smirked. Will you tell Jake I was here? He asked. Yes, I will tell Jake that you came here, Shanty said firmly to Vasper, her voice strong as she faced him, making it clear that she wasn't afraid to tell Jake the truth. Vasper stepped closer to her, his gaze intense, the look of a man who could make any woman's knees weak, just like he had done to her in the past, like he was doing to other women now. Shanty recalled how Clarissa had recently fallen under his spell, unable to resist Vasper's charm, just like so many before her. But Shanty was done with that chapter of her life. She wanted Vasper erased from her existence, along with all the memories of him. Go ahead, tell Jake everything, Vasper said, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as his eyes raked over Shanty from head to toe, undressing her with his gaze. Tell him about the prophecy of the Sword of Destiny, about what's meant to happen between us. I want him to know. His smile darkened, a twisted pleasure creeping into his tone. Shanty backed away, clutching the towel tighter against her body, pressing herself against the cold wall, desperate to keep Vasper at bay. Vasper! Leave! Can't you just stay away? If you have even a shred of respect left, stay out of my life. I'm married now, Shanty shouted, her voice shaking with a mix of fear and frustration, hoping to wound him with her words. But Vasper only laughed, a loud, echoing sound that reminded her of how Brenda had once called him the devil incarnate. In this moment, with his piercing gaze and mocking laughter, he truly looked like one. Shanty, you and I both know the truth. I'm the one in your heart. Love is one thing, but pity is another. And when the time comes, you'll return to me. I want you to tell Jake that, Vasper said, taking another step closer, his voice a dangerous whisper. And tomorrow night is the race in Japan, just before you leave. Send him there. If not, he'll regret it. His tone grew colder. He destroyed our island beach, our house, our yacht. He ruined everything. I'll never forgive him. Shanty's eyes widened as memories of their island paradise flashed before her, the place where she and Vasper had once lived their dream. But that was over. She didn't want it back. She didn't want any part of her past with Vasper anymore. Good, Shanty replied, her voice bitter. It's better that everything tied to our past is destroyed. I don't care about those things anymore. Let them turn to ash. Her words hit Vasper hard, and his face shifted from arrogance to pain. Is that so easy for you to say? Vasper whispered, his voice soft but heavy with emotion. I can't just walk away from everything, Shanty. That place, those memories, they meant everything to me. You meant everything. Stop it, Vasper, Shanty interrupted, her voice sharp. There's no point in talking about it. It's over. You should have left already. And Jake's not going to Japan. Our time together is more important than your games. She ended with finality, but Vasper inched closer, his presence suffocating her. Vasper! Stay where you are. Don't come any closer. I'll call the envoy. Shanty warned, panic rising in her chest. But Vasper didn't seem to care. You know what I could do to Jake while you're not here? Vasper said, his voice calm, yet laced with a dark threat. One shot from a diamond bullet gun, right in the head while he's asleep, his words sent a shiver down Shanta's spine. Her heart raced, her body trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. If you harm my husband, Vasper, I will never forgive you. I'll fight you myself. Shanta screamed, her voice shaking with fury. Her entire body trembled, both in fear and rage, as Vasper stood still, watching her. It was the first time he had ever seen her this angry, and it hurt him to see that all her passion was for Jake. If anything happens to Jake while I'm gone, I'll make sure you pay, Vasper. You are his only enemy. Shanty shouted, her voice cracking as tears streamed down her face. The tension in the room was thick, and just then, Jake appeared. In an instant, Jake lunged at Vasper, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him against the wall with such force that it shook the room. Vasper grabbed Jake's wrist, the two of them locked in a battle of strength, their eyes blazing with hatred. Jake glanced over at Shanty, who was standing in her blanket, her face pale with fear, her eyes red from crying. What the hell did you do to my wife? Jake roared, his voice thundering through the room. Shanty rushed to him, wrapping her arms around him. Jake! My love, he didn't touch me, please. Just get him out of here, please, she begged, her voice filled with desperation. Both Vasper and Jake turned to look at her, but Vasper grinned, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Without warning, he punched Jake hard, sending him flying into the wall with a loud crash, shaking the furniture. The sound was deafening as Jake hit the floor, his body crumpling from the impact. Jake! Shanty cried out, running to him. Please, that's enough, Vasper. Leave, now. Don't ever come back, she screamed, holding Jake tightly as Vasper stood over them, his gaze cold and dangerous, like a warrior ready for battle. Vasper stood tall, his body drenched from the encounter in the bathroom with Shanty, his clothes clinging to him. Jake started to get up, his fists clenched, ready to fight again, but Shanty used all her strength to hold him back, terrified that Vasper would teleport them to some far-off place where the battle could continue endlessly. The race is tomorrow night in Japan. Pay for what you destroyed on my island, or I'll destroy this mansion, Jake, Vasper growled, his voice low and threatening. Shanty's eyes widened, filled with fear, as she watched him. She glanced at Vasper, who was still staring down at Jake with burning eyes, jealousy and rage evident in his every move. Shanty was speechless, feeling the weight of Vasper's ultimatum pressing down on them. There was no way to refuse. Jake stood tall, his fists clenched, body tense, but his arms remained wrapped protectively around Shanty as she clung to him, burying her tear-streaked face in his chest. His embrace tightened, a silent promise of safety. "My love, don't worry," Jake whispered soothingly, though his voice was tight with restrained anger. He glanced at Vasper, his face dark with jealousy and pain as he watched Shanty hold Jake the way she used to hold him. Vasper let out a bitter laugh, trying to mask the hurt behind it, but the sight of Shanty wrapped so tightly around Jake like he was her entire world twisted the knife deeper into his heart. That used to be him. Shanty's touch, her love, it had all been his once. But now, Jake had taken it all. In a fit of rage, Vasper punched their closet, his fist crashing into the wood 3 times, splintering it with raw power. The closet door shattered, spilling Shanty's luxury bags onto the floor. Jake glanced at the fallen items, his muscles rippling with the effort of holding back his fury, but Shanty's grip on him was firm, her presence keeping him grounded. As Jake reached for his device to call the envoy, Vasper pointed a threatening finger at him. "One wrong move, Jake, and you'll regret it," Vasper hissed, his eyes cold and dangerous. The tension between them was suffocating, their glares locked in a silent battle. "Vasper! Get out!" Shanty screamed, her voice cracking with emotion as she sobbed uncontrollably. She looked at Vasper, her eyes filled with pain and defiance. Their gazes met, the air between them thick with unresolved history. "Tomorrow night, you'll be there," Vasper said, his voice low but commanding. "You have no choice. You owe me more than you could ever repay with money. There's no treasure on this earth that can make up for what you destroyed on my island." His words cut through the room like a blade, and Jake's breathing grew heavy, the reminder of the damage he had caused to Vasper's life, a life that had once been shared with Shanty, only fueling his anger. Vasper's smirk returned as he added, "Don't worry, Jake. There'll be plenty of women fighting over you tomorrow night. You'll have a great time." His voice dripped with mockery, and Shanty frowned, turning to Jake, her hand gently touching his face. "Don't listen to him, my love. I'm not like him, chasing after women," Jake reassured her, brushing a soft kiss across her forehead, his voice filled with love and conviction. Vasper's mocking laughter echoed through the room. "Really?" "We'll see tomorrow night," Vasper challenged, his smile cruel. He looked at Jake with cold amusement, but Jake's stare was unwavering, sharp with determination. "I'll bring you there tomorrow night so you can see for yourself," Jake declared, his tone steady as he glanced at Shanty. Vasper's face darkened, his expression shifting as he realized Jake had no intention of leaving her behind. "Please, Jake, let me go with you," Shanty pleaded, her voice soft but desperate. Jake smiled down at her, gently cupping her face. "Of course, you're coming. You're my trophy, after all." "You have to be there," Jake teased, though his eyes stayed fixed on Vasper, who was now fuming, his eyes narrow with rage. "Yes, Vasper, Shanty and I will be there tomorrow," Jake said confidently. Vasper's gaze flicked to Shanty, knowing full well she wasn't prepared for what awaited her. "She won't be able to get in. There's a dress code," Vasper shouted, his anger barely contained. Jake understood immediately what Vasper meant. In the world of Vasper's underground racing, women were expected to dress provocatively, formal attire or anything too modest simply wasn't allowed. Shanty's eyes questioned Jake. "Jake? What's the dress code?" she asked, her voice uncertain. Jake hesitated for a moment before replying, "The dress code is sexy. You'll definitely have everyone's attention, but as long as you're by my side, there's no problem." His voice was calm, but his eyes never left Vasper's. Shanty's mouth fell open in shock. She looked between Jake and Vasper, unsure of how to feel, but Vasper's glare was burning with rage. His breathing grew heavier as his eyes darted between Jake and Shanty. "I can't leave you behind, Shanty. What Vasper said is true, there'll be women all over me, and even if I don't want it, I can't stop them. That's how things work in Vasper's underground races, especially when I'm up against Vasper," Jake explained, his tone serious. Shanty glanced at Vasper, who was staring back at her with barely concealed anger. She couldn't stand the idea of leaving Jake alone in that environment. "Okay, Jake. I'm going with you. I can't stay behind. So, please, Vasper, go home to your wife. Tomorrow night will be the end of this." Vasper bit his lip, looking up at the ceiling as if trying to suppress his rage. After a moment, he let out a furious shout, "Fuck." And with that, he vanished into thin air. Shanty let out a long, shaky breath, finally feeling some relief. She loosened her grip on Jake and walked over to the bed, collapsing onto it, utterly exhausted. "Please, Shanty, tell me what just happened," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Jake sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her trembling body. Shanty began to cry, her sobs breaking the heavy silence in the room as she clung to him, clutching the blanket tightly to her chest. She looked into his eyes, the weight of the night still heavy on her, and slowly began to explain everything that had happened since Vasper's arrival. The underground racing venue was a world of its own, a dazzling, forbidden arena where adrenaline, danger, and glamour intertwined in a heady mix. The roar of engines thundered through the air, flashing neon lights illuminated the space, casting vibrant colors over the sea of sleek, polished metal. Luxury cars lined up like predators, waiting to unleash their power. The air buzzed with excitement, charged with a palpable tension. Music pounded from all directions, a relentless pulse that matched the feverish energy of the crowd. Gorgeous women, draped in shimmering fabrics that clung to their perfect forms, moved through the crowd like queens surveying their kingdom. Some leaned seductively against the cars, others mingled with the racers, offering flirtatious smiles and whispered promises. But no one could ignore the magnetic pull of Vasper Mondragon, whose name sent ripples through the crowd even before he arrived. When he finally did, the atmosphere shifted. His presence hit like a storm. The entrance to the venue seemed to open in slow motion as his car, a deep, sleek machine that radiated power, rolled in with a low, throaty growl. Heads turned instinctively, conversations stilled, and all eyes locked onto Vasper's arrival. His car came to a stop, and for a moment, time seemed to hold its breath. The door swung open, and out he stepped, tall, impossibly handsome, with an aura that seemed almost unreal, like something out of a dream. His black leather jacket clung to his broad shoulders, perfectly tailored to accentuate every inch of his athletic frame. Beneath it, a dark, fitted shirt hinted at the hard lines of his body, while his eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the crowd with the cool confidence of a man who owned everything he saw. Every step he took was deliberate, slow, and controlled, each one sending ripples through the air. Women, gorgeous, confident women, found themselves helplessly drawn to him, their gazes following him with a hunger that was impossible to hide. Vasper wasn't just attractive, he was magnetic, exuding an effortless, almost dangerous charm that seemed to pull everything around him into his orbit. The women in the crowd, used to being the ones who commanded attention, found themselves breathless, caught in the gravitational pull of his presence. Among them, Anastasia stood waiting, the first to meet him as if it was her duty to serve him. Her own beauty was undeniable, long legs peeking out from beneath a short, form-fitting skirt, her outfit chosen to accentuate every curve. She looked stunning, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, her lips painted a sultry red. But even she, as stunning as she was, paled in comparison to the force of nature that was Vasper. As he approached, Anastasia's heart raced, her pulse quickening in anticipation. She knew she had his favor, after all, she was the one who had captured his attention for so long, the woman who was always by his side during racing events. But even knowing that, the intensity of his presence always caught her off guard. She straightened, trying to keep her cool as she stepped forward to greet him. Her eyes, dark with desire, flickered over him as she moved closer. "Vasper," she purred, her voice low and sultry, as she handed him a drink, her fingers brushing against his as she did so. The simple touch sent a shiver down her spine. He took the drink without a word, his piercing gaze briefly meeting hers, a look so intense it left her breathless. The crowd parted around him as he moved, like the ocean parting for a god. His eyes never lingered long on any one person, though every woman in his path silently wished they would. The men, meanwhile, watched with a mix of awe and envy, knowing they could never hope to match the raw, effortless power he wielded. Vasper's movements were slow, deliberate, and commanding as he made his way to the section reserved for him. The women in the crowd, some bold enough to try, attempted to catch his attention, flashing flirtatious smiles or offering inviting glances. But Vasper was untouchable, unreachable. He didn't need to engage with them for them to fall at his feet, they were already caught in his web, mesmerized by the sheer power of his presence. Anastasia stayed close, always within his orbit, ready to cater to his every need. She felt the thrill of being near him, the electric charge in the air whenever he was close. She knew that when Vasper entered a space, everything else dimmed in comparison, and tonight, the underground venue had become his domain. Every second felt charged with anticipation. The race hadn't even started, yet the tension was palpable, like the crackle of a storm about to break. And at the eye of that storm was Vasper Mondragon, impossibly handsome, magnetic, and in total control. The surroundings of the venue where the race was about to begin were filled with luxury cars and stunning women from various countries and backgrounds, each showing off their race cars, basking in the spotlight. The racers lined up, while others waited in a different area, but were still surrounded by beautiful women. Some of the racers were women, while others were men, all with one goal, to win and challenge Vasper Mondragon. The air was thick with the loud thrum of music, and challenges weren't limited to the cars, there were also contests of beauty, as the racers competed over who had the hottest, most alluring women by their side, and who drove the sleekest, most advanced machines. On the starting line stood Vasper Mondragon's team, accompanied by his mechanics and those who maintained his luxury cars, as well as the gorgeous women who were just hoping for a touch from Vasper. Anastasia, a hot and stunning woman, well known in their group since Vasper's debut in the underground racing scene. Many men pursued her attention, seeing her as a prized possession or trophy in the underground racing world. Yet, Anastasia only lowered herself for Vasper Mondragon, keeping her focus solely on him whenever he was present in a competition. But lately, something had changed. Vasper's behavior had shifted, and Anastasia could no longer hold him the way she once did. Once, they both indulged themselves in each other's desires, but now, Vasper seemed distant, as though he no longer knew her. Conversations weren't like before, when their bodies were constantly glued to one another, their lips inseparable. Now, Anastasia longed for that connection, feeling the hunger for Vasper's embrace and kiss, which had grown scarce. She knew Vasper had a new girlfriend and a child on the way, his fiancée, Princess Samara, was pregnant. But in the underground racing scene, Vasper could have any woman he desired. Yet, ever since his return after leaving racing for a while, something had drastically changed. Vasper sat on a sofa, facing his luxury race car, surrounded by beautiful women inspecting his vehicle. He lounged under a large tent reserved for his group, sitting like a king being served. Anastasia was seated beside him, wearing a short skirt that exposed her long, shapely legs and a halter top that bared her cleavage, navel, and sexy waist. Both were holding cans of beer, while the noise of engines roaring filled the air around them. Vasper's group was waiting for Jake Valerian's team to start the race. But Vasper seemed deep in thought, which Anastasia noticed. She placed her hand on Vasper's thigh, near his inner leg. "Hey, what's bothering you? Are you worried?" "It's the first time I've seen Vasper Mondragon worried about a race," Anastasia teased, laughing flirtatiously. Her cleavage bounced with her laughter, drawing smiles from those who heard her. Men flirted with Anastasia, wishing to claim her, but she was curious about Vasper's challenger, Jake Valerian. "Who's this Jake Valerian? I've never heard of his name in the racing world," she said. Vasper snapped back to reality and looked at Anastasia. "You'll see him soon," he said coldly, glancing at his wristwatch. Anastasia shrugged with a smile. "Let's see," she replied, leaning closer to Vasper and pressing her body against him. She captured his lips in a fervent kiss. Vasper didn't stop her, but he also didn't reciprocate. Anastasia pushed him deeper into the sofa, taking control of the passion. Those around them smiled, though the men felt envious, while the women were both thrilled and jealous, wishing they were in Anastasia's place, tasting Vasper's lips. Vasper, however, remained cold as ice, showing no real response to Anastasia's affection. He only maintained respect for her to avoid insulting her. Anastasia straddled him, not breaking the kiss. "You've gotten even hotter, Vasper. Can we take this to the private room, like before?" she whispered against his lips. Vasper groaned, not out of desire, but wanting to stop Anastasia from what she was doing. But she clung tighter to his neck, kissing him deeply. Neither of them noticed Jake Valerian's car pull up right in front of them. "Anastasia, that's enough," Vasper said, his hand on her waist, trying to lift her off his lap, but she refused to budge, lost in her feelings for him. She only moaned in response, until Vasper caught sight of Jake standing in front of them, leaning against his black sports car, watching them. Instantly, Vasper lifted Anastasia and placed her beside him, startling her. The crowd around them fell silent, everyone now watching Jake Valerian. Anastasia, too, was shocked, her eyes glued to Jake Valerian's magnetic presence. He wore a tight black t-shirt that clung to his muscular torso, black leather gloves with exposed fingers, tight leather pants, and black shoes. His powerful aura and striking looks left Anastasia speechless. Her gaze flickered between Jake and Vasper, sensing the cold and dangerous tension between the two. Anastasia stood and approached Jake with a smile. "So, you're Jake Valerian?" she asked, extending her hand for a handshake. But Jake didn't take it, simply staring at her. Vasper's eyes narrowed as he watched Jake, but his attention quickly shifted to Jake's car. Through the window, he saw a silhouette in the passenger seat, Shanty. His heart raced with a mixture of excitement and jealousy, wondering what she was wearing to sneak into the venue. He didn't want anyone to see Shanty's beauty, the jealousy gnawing at him. Meanwhile, Anastasia returned to sit beside Vasper, glancing back at Jake. For the first time, a man had ignored her, wounding her ego. She looked at Vasper, but his eyes were fixated on Jake's car, as if he had X-ray vision, not on the vehicle itself, but on the woman in the passenger seat. Jake stood there, arms crossed, staring sternly at Vasper. The crowd remained silent, still watching the tense standoff. The women were curious about Jake, some wanting to approach him but hesitating, sensing his powerful aura. Vasper rose, composed and professional, to face Jake. "Welcome, Jake Valerian. I knew you'd come." "Your spot is right there," Vasper said, pointing to the three-seater sofa directly across from him. The air was thick with tension, as Anastasia sat, legs crossed elegantly, arms folded in a poised manner, watching Jake with focused attention. Her movements were calm, professional, as though she had done this 1,000 times before. Vasper's group, scattered around him, watched Jake too, their curiosity barely concealed. Vasper's eyes shifted to Jake's car, where Shanty sat inside, still not stepping out. It seemed as if the entire venue was waiting for her next move. Women from the crowd cast glances at Jake, drawn to him, but they hesitated, unsure of how to approach him. Jake, sensing the eyes on him, looked at the sofa and then at his car. Everyone was aware that he and Vasper were set to face each other in the finals. The audience was abuzz with curiosity because Jake Valerian was an unknown name in the racing world, a ghost who appeared out of nowhere. Jake moved around to the passenger side of his car, his expression serious and focused. Vasper, however, felt a strange unease. He knew that Shanty had witnessed his kiss with Anastasia earlier. His heart pounded in his chest as though it might explode. The crowd's curiosity was piqued by the mystery woman in Jake's passenger seat, her silhouette barely visible through the tinted windows. Then, in a smooth motion, Jake opened the door, and Shanty stepped out. Her exit from the car was graceful, almost in slow motion, as if the entire scene had slowed down to capture her ethereal beauty. She stood, poised and radiant, facing Jake. Every eye, both male and female, was immediately drawn to her, mesmerized by her presence. Even Anastasia, despite herself, felt the magnetic pull of Shanty's otherworldly allure. Shanty wore a long black jacket, but it couldn't conceal the elegance of the beige, body-hugging silk dress underneath. The dress itself clung to her perfect figure, with a daring cleavage and an open waist, and the cleavage showcased her beautiful, proud breasts. The dress ended just above the knees, displaying her flawless, long legs that seemed to glisten under the lights with every step. Her high heels added to her already statuesque height, and her wavy curls cascaded down her back, adorned with sapphire jewelry that sparkled against her skin. The long coat, though powerful in its own right, only amplified the air of grace and power she exuded with every movement. Jake reached out, taking Shanty's hand as he led her to their spot on the sofa. The crowd couldn't tear their eyes away from her. Every man in the room seemed to see no other woman, and jealousy began to stir in the hearts of the women who watched her. The men envied Jake deeply, each of them silently wishing they could be the one holding Shanty's hand. But there was something about her, an aura that made even approaching her seem daunting, as if her very presence commanded respect. Anastasia, however, wasn't just envious, she was seething. For the first time in her life, she felt insecure. She had always thought of herself as the most beautiful woman at any event, but now, in front of Shanty, she felt like nothing more than an ordinary woman. Shanty moved with the grace of a goddess, fluid as the wind, her every gesture captivating. Shanty's eyes, full of affection, were locked on Jake, and the warmth of her smile only intensified her beauty. Her deep, enchanting gaze seemed to glow with its own light, and even her perfectly arched eyebrows and long lashes seemed untouched by any salon, as if she had been crafted by divine hands. When she sat, her figure still drew attention, her legs partially visible beneath the long coat. Anastasia's jealousy burned hotter, she couldn't compare. She felt small, insignificant, in the presence of Shanty. Anastasia glanced at Vasper, who, like many others, was staring at Jake and Shanty. She reached out, touching the inside of Vasper's thigh, but he didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on Shanty, completely engrossed in her presence. Shanty noticed Anastasia's hand on Vasper's thigh but paid no attention, her focus entirely on Jake. For a brief moment, Vasper and Shanty's eyes met. It was fleeting, but in that instant, Vasper felt as though the world had stopped. Vasper's anger surged when he saw Jake place his hand on Shanty's inner thigh, and Shanty, without hesitation, placed her hand on top of his. The crowd began to stir again as the announcer called for the contenders to take their places, and the loud hum of conversation and music filled the venue. The host welcomed Jake Valerian with great enthusiasm, and all eyes were now on him and Shanty. Anastasia's gaze met Shanty's, the look was anything but friendly. A waiter approached Jake's table, offering snacks and drinks for the ladies. Meanwhile, Vasper's group circled around Jake's car, eager to inspect it. "Can we see what's under the hood?" one of Vasper's crew asked, eyeing Jake with interest. Jake nodded and stood, but before he did, he leaned in and kissed Shanty. She remained seated on the sofa, but both Anastasia and Vasper were watching her closely. Anastasia was growing increasingly jealous, not just of Shanty, but because she could sense Vasper's attraction to her. His gaze rarely left Shanty, and it infuriated Anastasia. Vasper, however, was burning with jealousy as well. He could see that Shanty's attention was entirely on Jake, completely ignoring him. Jake opened the hood of his car, and the group of men crowded around, excited to see what kind of power Jake's machine held. The men from Vasper's group talked seriously with Jake, inspecting the car as Jake leaned casually against it, his eyes constantly flicking back to Shanty, keeping watch over her. His expression grew stern when he noticed Vasper's eyes fixed on Shanty. Vasper had draped his arm over the back of the sofa, his legs crossed, but his attention was wholly on her. Vasper's focus was momentarily broken when he noticed the arrival of Jacob, Louis, and Justin, the three guardians. Their presence was like a magnetic force, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. They moved with power, their strong stature and impossibly handsome features commanding respect. The women were immediately captivated by the new arrivals, and Anastasia couldn't take her eyes off them, particularly Jacob. She looked at Vasper, noticing that he seemed to recognize them. "They're Jake's group," Vasper muttered to her. Anastasia chuckled nervously. "I see," she replied, but her eyes lingered on Jacob. The three guardians walked over to Shanty's side and took the empty seats near her, watching over her like silent protectors. Anastasia's eyes darted between the three men, fascinated by their presence, while the rest of the crowd buzzed with excitement, unaware of the dynamics playing out between them. As the contenders lined up on the racing field, the engines roared to life, each one more powerful than the next. The noise was deafening, and the crowd erupted in cheers as they placed their bets. Some were even wagering women as stakes, the atmosphere becoming increasingly intense. Shanty, though uneasy about the wild atmosphere, remained composed. She was there for Jake, her focus solely on him. Then, Jacob handed something to Vasper, a metallic bracelet. Vasper recognized it immediately. It was a suspended bracelet, the same as Jake's. "Jake has one of these." "Now it's your turn," Jacob said, his voice serious as he stared at Vasper. Anastasia looked confused, but Vasper took the bracelet and slipped it on. As soon as it fastened around his wrist, it seemed to come alive, tightening around his skin. Vasper felt a strange sensation wash over him as the bracelet's energy settled in his body. The race was about to begin, and the flag-bearer stepped into the middle of the track, ready to count down. Jake quickly walked back to Shanty, pulling her up from the sofa so they could watch the race together. The three guardians followed closely behind, taking their positions. But Vasper didn't move. He stayed seated, his eyes burning with jealousy as he watched Jake wrap his arms around Shanty, their bodies pressed together as they gazed at the race unfolding before them. The jealousy that burned in Vasper's chest felt like a fire consuming him, and his eyes never left the couple. Anastasia looked at Vasper, puzzled by his actions toward Jake and Shanty. "Vasper, I've noticed that you keep staring at Jake's girl, and there's something different about how you look at Jake. What's going on? Is there something wrong?" Anastasia asked, her question snapping Vasper out of his thoughts. He glanced at her. "She's my fiancée, the one Jake stole from me," Vasper responded bluntly. Anastasia gasped, her hand flying to cover her mouth as she glanced between Vasper, Jake, and Shanty, who were laughing happily, watching the race that had already started. The roaring cheers of the crowd, supporting their bets, filled the air. Vasper's gaze remained cold and focused on Jake and Shanty, who were entwined, watching the race unfold. Meanwhile, Shanty stared wide-eyed at the race, her face lit with excitement, witnessing the sport for the first time. Anastasia's insecurities about Shanty grew even stronger. So, Vasper had proposed to her. Once Anastasia recovered from the shock of this revelation, she turned back to Vasper. "Then why? I mean, how did Jake steal her from you?" "You're better than Jake, Vasper, no one surpasses you," Anastasia said, trying to understand. Vasper looked at her, his face hard. "Because I'm an idiot, Anastasia. That's why Jake took her from me." Anastasia froze, speechless. She had no words for the harsh self-criticism Vasper had just confessed. The crowd's cheers grew louder as the winners of the race were declared, filling the air with excitement. Jake and Shanty returned to their seats, followed closely by Jacob, Justin, and Lewis. Shanty's eyes were fixed on the sofa, avoiding Vasper's side altogether, though most eyes in the venue were on her. She seemed to be the center of attention, with everyone watching her every move. The three guardians opened bottles of beer, their presence formidable. Several women approached, trying to flirt with Jake's three handsome companions, but the guardians showed no interest. Their sole focus was ensuring Vasper didn't sabotage the race. Vasper held complete power over the event, but the guardians were there to ensure fairness in the upcoming competition between Vasper Mondragon and Jake Valerian. Shanty was the ultimate prize. Whoever won the most of the three challenges would claim her. Anastasia's gaze was practically drilling into Shanty as she sat there. In her mind, Shanty was lucky that Vasper had proposed to her. But she also saw Shanty's coldness toward Vasper. How could someone like Shanty ignore Vasper Mondragon? Anastasia knew Jake wouldn't back down from Vasper either, but to her, Vasper was the kind of man who couldn't be ignored or refused. "What's Jake's girlfriend's name?" Anastasia asked loudly, her voice drawing the attention of both Jake and Shanty. Even the three guardians turned to look at Anastasia. Vasper remained silent, taking a sip of his beer, his eyes locked on Shanty. But Anastasia waited, expecting an answer. When it was clear Vasper wouldn't respond, Shanty looked away from him and back to Jake, who answered for her. She's my wife, Shanty Valerian, Jake said, looking directly at Anastasia, a smile playing on his lips. Anastasia looked back at Jake, smiling sweetly. Oh, okay. Thanks for answering. So you're married now? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of mockery as she glanced back at Vasper, who was glaring daggers at Jake. The three guardians remained watchful, their eyes on Vasper, alert to any movement. Anastasia stood up slowly and walked over to Shanty, extending her hand for a handshake. Shanty accepted, smiling politely. Nice to meet you, Shanty. I'm Vasper's girlfriend, Anastasia. You can call me Asia, that's my name at all the events, she introduced herself, her tone laced with subtle rivalry. Vasper stayed silent, observing Shanty's reaction closely. Shanty remained composed, professional even, as she greeted Anastasia with a smile. She returned to her seat and adjusted her long coat to cover her exposed legs, which had been drawing the eyes of several men around them. Meanwhile, the three guardians approached Jake's race car to inspect the engine. Jake was confident, knowing he had a team that meticulously maintained his car collection. Anastasia returned to her seat beside Vasper, while the crowd erupted in excitement as the winners of the first challenge lined up for the next race, building the tension for the final showdown between Vasper and Jake. Are you going to watch? Jake asked Shanty with a smile, his eyes warm as he gazed at her. Shanty smiled back, standing up and holding Jake's hand as they walked toward the starting line, where the race cars were revving their engines in anticipation. Some of the racers were even sharing kisses with their girlfriends before the race began, a gesture that made Shanty feel awkward as she looked around at the other couples. Jake noticed her discomfort and smiled, pulling her into a warm embrace. What's on your mind? He whispered into her ear, his breath tickling her skin over the noise of the crowd. Jake chuckled softly, his attention fully on Shanty, completely ignoring the fiery, hateful stare Vasper was directing at him. If it weren't for the crowd, Jake would have already unleashed his rage on Vasper for everything. Shanty tightened her hold around Jake, her voice teasing as she replied, nothing, though her tone hinted at mischief. Jake gazed at her, captivated by her lips, and he couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her passionately. Shanty wrapped her arms around his neck, returning the kiss with equal fervor, their embrace deepening as the crowd watched. Some smiled at the affectionate display, but Vasper clenched his fists in barely restrained fury, his anger burning so hot it felt like it would consume him. He struggled to calm his raging heart, trying to control himself despite the suffocating jealousy that made it hard to breathe. Anastasia forced a smile, trying to calm her emotions as she noticed Vasper's reaction to Jake and Shanty's kiss. It was clear he was jealous. Was it because Shanty was the prize in the race between Jake and Vasper? Anastasia questioned herself. The kiss between Jake and Shanty was interrupted when the crowd erupted in cheers, signaling the start of the race, with the women's cheers being the loudest. The three guardians seated nearby shook their heads as they observed the scene, watching Vasper, Anastasia, Jake, and Shanty. They continued drinking their beer, but their bodies, ears, and eyes remained alert for any sign of Vasper's temper flaring up. Vasper occasionally glanced at the three guardians, aware they were keeping a close eye on him. Meanwhile, Vasper's crew focused on his car, knowing the race was nearing its end. The cheers from the crowd and the deafening music grew louder as the tension built. The excitement peaked when the winner was announced, and the crowd went wild. Shanty was shocked when she saw the winner's girlfriend run to him, removing her bra and tossing it into the street before they embraced and kissed passionately. The onlookers cheered even louder. Shanty looked away, turning to Jake. She wasn't prepared to witness such a scene, and Jake laughed at her reaction. My love, it's okay. This is a normal sight here, sometimes even more than this, Jake whispered in her ear, his voice barely audible over the noise. Shanty hugged Jake tightly, and he held her close in return. Meanwhile, the defeated racer yelled in frustration, knowing he had lost his car, which he had bet in the race. Resigned, he tossed his keys to the winner, who caught them swiftly. Thanks, man, the winner shouted to the loser before kissing his girlfriend again. Next, the winner would face Vasper Mondragon. The atmosphere grew even more thrilling and tense when Vasper stood up. The crowd's cheers became deafening, but they were all for him. The Guardians also rose from their seats to witness the upcoming race between Vasper and Michael Lopez, a racer from Mexico who had come with the sole ambition of defeating Vasper Mondragon. All eyes were on Vasper as he stood tall and composed. Anastasia rose as well, removing Vasper's jacket and tossing it onto the sofa before handing him a pair of leather gloves. As Vasper put on the gloves, his eyes never left Shanty. She was his motivation at that moment. However, Shanty only glanced briefly at Vasper, as Anastasia kissed him fervently for good luck. Deep inside, Shanty still felt uneasy seeing Vasper kiss another woman. Not that I care, she thought. Jake, can we sit back on the sofa? Shanty asked. Jake nodded and, holding her hand, they both returned to their seats. Vasper's gaze burned into Shanty. He was hurt by her clear disinterest in watching his race. Aren't you going to watch my race? Vasper asked Shanty directly, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Shanty was caught off guard by the question and couldn't immediately respond. Jake stepped in. Does she need to watch every race? He asked, his tone firm. No, Jake, but she should watch mine. It's a huge insult to me if she ignores it, Vasper said, his voice revealing his pain. Shanty felt like she was being crushed by Vasper's intense gaze, humiliated by the public confrontation. Vasper, she doesn't have to be here. She has no obligation to you, Jake replied, his tone sharp and unwavering. The Guardians were now on high alert. Jacob shot a warning look at Vasper, but Vasper ignored it completely. Shanty tried to stay calm, though the onlookers were growing serious, sensing the tension between Jake and Vasper. I wasn't asking you, Jake. Don't act like you're Shanta's lawyer, Vasper snapped. She's my wife, and I'm her husband, which makes me more than her lawyer, Jake retorted. Vasper didn't like Jake's response. He moved toward Jake, but Jacob stepped in to stop him. Vasper, don't cause a scene. Look, there are cameras all over you, Jacob warned. Jake and Shanty sat back on the sofa, trying to appear as relaxed as possible. Vasper's crew also remained alert after seeing Jacob intervene. They hesitated, noticing the intense gaze of Justin and Lewis, whose powerful presence made them think twice about approaching. Vasper locked eyes with Shanty again, but this time there was a clear sadness in his gaze. Shanty, however, chose to ignore the emotion in Vasper's eyes. Your girlfriend is here, Vasper. Isn't her presence enough for you? Everyone else will be watching your race. I'll be here alone on the sofa, Shanty said in a calm tone. Anastasia glanced at Vasper, but he didn't even look her way. Instead, Vasper suddenly turned and walked toward his race car, leaving Anastasia behind, visibly embarrassed by his disregard. Vasper slammed the car door shut and revved his engine loudly as he made his way to the starting line, where Michael was already waiting. Michael's eyes were locked onto Vasper, challenging him with his stare. But Vasper didn't look at Michael. His focus was entirely on Shanty. His anger intensified when he saw Jake kiss Shanty again. Vasper's jealousy and rage were boiling over, and he was ready to let it all out. As Vasper settled into his race car, the atmosphere around the track became electric. The rumble of the engine beneath him was thunderous, its power unmatched by the other racers. The crowd's anticipation hung in the air like static before a storm. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his leather gloves creaking under the pressure. His jaw was set, his gaze still flicking toward Shanty for the briefest of moments. She wasn't looking at him. She was talking to Jake. But Vasper had no time to dwell on it. He could feel the weight of the moment. The race wasn't just about speed, it was about proving something. To Shanty. To himself. To Jake. The fact that he had to win this, no matter the cost, pulsed through his veins like fuel. His muscles tensed as the race countdown began. The lights above flickered red, yellow, green, go. Vasper's car shot forward with terrifying speed, its tires screeching and kicking up a cloud of dust. The audience exploded in cheers, their voices almost drowned out by the roaring engines. Michael Lopez was right beside him, determined to steal the victory. Michael's car had a raw, aggressive energy, pushing forward with force, but Vasper's handling was far more precise, controlled chaos. The track stretched out like a serpentine coil ahead, filled with sharp turns, hairpin corners, and treacherous straights. But Vasper knew it well. This was his territory. As they tore through the first corner, Michael inched closer, trying to force Vasper into the side. But Vasper reacted like lightning, twisting the wheel just enough to evade Michael's move. He grinned behind the wheel. This wasn't just racing, this was strategy, skill, and anticipation. His fingers danced over the gear shift, downshifting just as he hit the first hairpin turn, the rear tires sliding gracefully. The crowd gasped as his car seemed to almost drift too far, but Vasper was in control. He let the car glide on the edge of danger before accelerating out of the turn with a roar that sent shivers through the crowd. The spectators were at the edge of their seats, eyes wide as they witnessed the precision and mastery of Vasper Mondragon. In the stands, Shanty's attention was now completely on the race. She had tried to ignore it, but the way Vasper handled his car was impossible to look away from. His movements were flawless, every turn, every acceleration timed with pinpoint accuracy. Her heart pounded in her chest. Jake noticed her focus shift, but he didn't say anything. He, too, was glued to the sight of Vasper tearing up the track. "Look at him go," Jake muttered, unable to hide a grudging admiration. Shanty didn't respond, her hands tightening as Vasper pulled ahead of Michael, his car moving like a predator through the course. She had never seen someone drive like that. Every instinct in her screamed that this was dangerous, but there was a beauty in how Vasper danced with the car, almost as if he were a part of it. He wasn't just racing, he was dominating. Michael wasn't giving up. He pressed hard, trying to catch up, forcing Vasper into tighter maneuvers. They hit the straightaway, engines screaming, and Michael attempted a risky move to overtake him, edging dangerously close. Vasper saw it coming. At the last second, he slammed the brakes, letting Michael's car shoot ahead, but just as quickly, he downshifted and accelerated, slipping past Michael with breathtaking precision. The crowd erupted. The maneuver was heart-stopping. The two cars roared toward the final bend. Michael, now desperate, tried to force Vasper wide, attempting to knock him off balance. But Vasper, in a move that shocked everyone, didn't flinch. He let Michael push, allowing his own car to slide closer to the wall. It seemed like a reckless gamble, but Vasper had calculated everything. Inches from disaster, he made his move, jerking the car inward, gaining just enough space to cut ahead. Michael's car swerved, unable to recover fast enough, and Vasper blazed past the final corner, leaving Michael in the dust. The finish line was only meters away. Vasper pressed down on the accelerator, his car flying across the line with an explosion of cheers from the crowd. The race was over. He had won. The noise from the audience was deafening, but inside the car, everything was silent. For a moment, it was just him, his breath ragged, his pulse racing, his hands still gripping the wheel like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. Then, slowly, he looked up toward the stands. Shanty was standing, her eyes wide, her lips parted in shock. She had witnessed everything, how effortlessly Vasper had controlled the race, how he had beaten Michael with skill, not just speed. She couldn't deny what she had just seen. Vasper Mondragon was not a man to be underestimated. Jake noticed the tension in her. "You okay?" he asked, his voice low, sensing her unease. But Shanty couldn't speak. Her gaze stayed locked on Vasper, and a knot formed in her stomach. If he could do this to Michael, what would happen when he faced Jake? She shivered at the thought. The crowd continued to cheer as Vasper stepped out of his car, the victor. His eyes, however, remained on Shanty, a silent message passing between them. He had shown her what he was capable of. He had proven, with brutal clarity, that he was not a man who could be ignored or dismissed. This was just the beginning. The real challenge was yet to come, his race against Jake Valerian. And Shanty knew that it would be even more intense, even more dangerous. Her heart raced, the same way Vasper's car had just raced to victory, and she couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was coming next was going to change everything. Shanty's body trembled uncontrollably as she clung to Jake. Even her knees shook, her entire being rattled by what she had just witnessed, how Vasper handled that race car with such precision, power, and mastery. Jake felt the tremor in her grip and immediately pulled her close, holding her tightly. They stood in front of Jake's race car, with the guardians positioned on either side like silent sentinels. Meanwhile, Vasper's crew gathered around him, celebrating his victory over Michael, their faces full of pride. Michael, despite his defeat, approached Vasper with humility. He extended his hand in a firm handshake, a sign of mutual respect. He had seen Vasper's skill firsthand and knew it was a hard-earned victory. Vasper accepted Michael's hand, their shoulders bumping as a gesture of appreciation and sportsmanship. Despite the intense competition, there was no animosity between them. Vasper, still undefeated, was greeted by Anastasia, who practically beamed with pride. She threw her arms around him, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. But Vasper, though acknowledging her gesture, broke away from the kiss quickly. Together, they walked back toward their sofa, Anastasia proudly clinging to his arm like a queen beside her king. As they passed, the women around them couldn't hide their envy, their eyes following Anastasia with thinly veiled jealousy. But Anastasia didn't care about the other women, her attention was fixed solely on Shanty. Even though Shanty was married to Jake, Anastasia couldn't shake the insecurity that Shanty stirred within her. The jealousy gnawed at her, knowing that Vasper's attention was often drawn to Shanty, whether Anastasia liked it or not. As Vasper sat on his sofa, his serious gaze locked on Shanty and Jake, the tension in the air was palpable. There was only 1 hour left until Vasper's race against Jake. Shanty and Jake were deep in conversation, their faces serious, but Vasper was desperate to know what they were discussing. Unfortunately, his power was neutralized by the suspended bracelets both he and Jake wore. There was no way for him to eavesdrop or sense their thoughts. All Vasper could do was watch, his muscles tense as he observed Shanty and Jake. His arms rested confidently on the back of the sofa, legs spread wide in a relaxed posture. He gave them a crooked smile, his eyes lingering on Shanty, knowing that her fear wasn't for him but for Jake. Shanty's face betrayed her worry, her gaze constantly shifting toward Jake. Was she afraid Jake would lose to him? That if Jake lost, she would end up back with Vasper? The thought of Shanty's emotions directed toward someone else, especially Jake, cut deep into Vasper's chest like a knife. That fear and protectiveness Shanty showed, it should have been for him, not Jake. And when Jake leaned in and kissed Shanty after their quiet, emotional conversation, Vasper's jealousy flared once more. His teeth clenched as he watched. Anastasia, too, could feel the growing tension, her own jealousy rising as Vasper's eyes stayed fixed on Shanty. Around them, the break period buzzed with life, music blared, people danced in the middle of the street, and colorful disco lights swirled across the venue. But none of that noise reached Shanty. Her entire focus was on Jake, and Jake alone. Without a word, Jake took Shanty by the hand and led her to his car. He opened the passenger door, allowing her to slip inside, before circling around to the driver's seat. Vasper's eyes narrowed, a deep scowl forming on his face as he watched Jake and Shanty. His mind raced, his imagination running wild with what could be happening inside that car. Jealousy churned hot in his chest, barely kept in check because the guardians were watching his every move. Anastasia, too, glanced at Jake's car. Even though the windows were tinted, the faint glow from inside made it possible to see shapes. Jake turned on the car's engine, letting the air conditioner hum to life. Vasper's gaze never left the car, his eyes sharp, as if watching for any movement inside. He checked his watch, impatient for the next race to begin. He wanted Jake out of that car, out on the track, where Vasper could confront him head-on. Inside the car, Shanty broke down. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to Jake, her fear taking over. She was terrified that Vasper would defeat Jake. She had seen Vasper's skill firsthand, and it was undeniable. "Jake, what if he beats you?" "Will I have to go to him?" she sobbed, her voice trembling. Jake chuckled softly, stroking her back. "Of course not. Don't worry about that, my love." "You don't trust me?" he asked, looking into her tearful eyes. "I won't let him take you away." "That's not going to happen," Jake reassured her. "This race. It's just a way to settle the debt for the property I destroyed on his island. He wants someone who can beat him, that's what Vasper's been after all along." Shanty tried to calm herself, her body slowly relaxing as she took in Jake's words. She had to believe him. She needed to trust him, even if deep down, the uncertainty gnawed at her. With a sigh, Shanty took off her jacket and leaned closer to Jake, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their lips met in a slow, tender kiss, the tension between them melting away, at least for the moment. Jake's hands slid to her waist as he gently pulled her into his lap, positioning her so she straddled him, the intimacy between them intensifying. Meanwhile, outside the car, Vasper's anger burned hotter. He couldn't tear his eyes away from Jake's car, the thoughts in his mind dark and unsettling. His control over his emotions was slipping, especially with the guardians watching him closely. And Anastasia, though just next to him, felt the same tension, knowing that Vasper's mind was consumed by what was happening inside that car. Vasper couldn't wait any longer. The anticipation for his race against Jake was eating away at him. His eyes stayed glued to the car, just waiting for the moment when Jake would finally emerge. Inside the car, Jake and Shanty kissed fervently, their soft moans audible to the three guardians standing outside. Awkwardly, the guardians exchanged glances, trying not to let Vasper notice where their attention was fixed. But the movement of the car was undeniable. Something was happening inside. Jake's and Shanta's bodies were heating up, their desire almost palpable. Shanta's backless dress had slipped down, revealing more of her bare skin, while her delicate lace underwear barely concealed anything. Jake's hands roamed her exposed skin, wrapped around her waist. "I love you, my love. Don't worry, okay?" Jake whispered against her lips. Shanty pulled back from the kiss slightly, locking eyes with him. "I love you too, Jake. I trust you. I can't wait until we're home," she murmured, her body pressing against him in a way that left no room for doubt. Jake chuckled at her words, understanding her unspoken signal. He gently bit her lower lip, teasing her. "Of course, I feel the same. Don't worry, the race starts in 30 minutes. After I win, we'll go straight home," he reassured her with a grin, his hands resting on her thighs. He admired Shanta's body as she straddled his lap, her dress clinging to her in all the right places. "You look so hot right now, my love. I can't wait to go home." His voice trailed off as his eyes lingered on her cleavage and the smooth skin of her exposed legs, his hands caressing her thighs. The chaos outside, the blaring music, the flashing disco lights, was a world away from their private moment inside the car. Shanta smiled flirtatiously at Jake. "We can make it quick right now," she whispered seductively. Jake laughed, but her movement was limited by the steering wheel pressing against her back. Jake adjusted the seat slightly, giving them just enough room for Shanty to move. She leaned into him, and their bodies pressed together, their hands roaming as they kissed passionately. Shanta's fingers played with Jake's hair, which had come undone from its usual style. But suddenly, the car door swung open, startling them both. Their heads snapped toward the door, and there stood Vasper, his eyes wide with shock, staring at them. The sight before him was undeniable, Shanty, half undressed, straddling Jake in an intimate position. Her backless dress exposed her bare skin, and Jake's hand was still resting on her thigh. Jake, equally shocked, didn't have time to react before Vasper swiftly grabbed the door and slammed it shut again, locking them inside. Both Shanty and Jake watched Vasper's movements, their hearts pounding. Outside the car, the tension between Vasper and Jacob was thick, like an impending storm. Shanty quickly slid off Jake's lap, adjusting her dress and slipping her jacket back on, her face flushed. Jake ran a hand through his hair, trying to regain composure, but his eyes were locked on Vasper, who now stood in front of their car, his expression unreadable. A silent battle raged between the two men. Behind Vasper, his group of supporters stood, with Anastasia by his side, watching intently. Shanta looked nervously at Jake, who was clearly uneasy about the situation. "It's okay," Jake whispered. "There are only a few minutes left. You can wait by the sofa. You don't have to watch if you're scared." But Shanty shook her head. "No, Jake. I'm going to watch," she insisted. Her voice was firm, even though fear gripped her heart. She wasn't going to back down. Jake sighed, his eyes darting between Vasper and Shanty as he opened the car door and stepped out, Shanty following closely behind. The moment Jake emerged, the silent standoff between Vasper and Jacob ended, but the tension lingered in the air. Vasper's eyes darted to Shanty, a flash of pain visible for just a second. But Shanty, uninterested in whatever emotions Vasper was battling, focused solely on Jake. She had no time for Vasper's emotional drama, not now. As Jake moved toward the sofa, Vasper intentionally bumped his shoulder as they passed each other, a gesture meant to provoke. But Jake barely reacted, keeping his focus on what lay ahead. Vasper returned to his sofa, sitting down with an air of pride. Shanty circled around the car, catching up to Jake, and they made their way to their designated spot. The three guardians remained near Jake's car, standing guard, but their eyes never left Vasper. With only minutes left before the break ended, Vasper stared at the ground, but his mind was far from the upcoming race. He replayed what he had seen inside Jake's car, Shanty, straddling Jake, in a position that used to be reserved for him when they were together. The jealousy and rage boiled inside Vasper, even though he had no right to feel that way anymore. Shanty wasn't his. But still, it stung that she hadn't even glanced in his direction, as if he didn't exist. The crowd around them danced, unaware of the tension that hung in the air between Jake and Vasper. The festive atmosphere was lost on them, their focus elsewhere. Anastasia, however, still hadn't recovered from Vasper's earlier outburst. She had witnessed him interrupt Jake and Shanty's private moment, and the sheer audacity of his actions left her stunned. It was as if he had trespassed into their world, uninvited. She watched as Vasper, despite everything, couldn't take his eyes off Shanty and Jake. But Shanty and Jake acted as if Vasper wasn't even there, their attention fully on each other. They didn't care about Vasper's presence, nor the storm of emotions brewing inside him. For Shanty, Vasper had become irrelevant. When the buzzer sounded, signaling the start of the main event, the crowd of racers erupted in cheers. Along with them, spectators and high rollers placing big bets joined in the excitement. The music stopped, and everyone was electrified, anticipating the race between Vasper Mondragon and Jake Valerian, the mysterious newcomer who seemingly appeared out of nowhere to challenge the undefeated Vasper Mondragon. Almost simultaneously, Vasper and Jake stood up. Jake held Shanty's hand, pulling her into a tight embrace, both holding on to each other as if drawing strength from their bond. Vasper watched them with burning jealousy in his eyes, feeling the tension that hung in the air. The atmosphere was suffocating for Shanty, thick with anticipation. "I love you, Jake," Shanty said, her voice clear for everyone to hear, especially Vasper, who felt the words pierce through him as if they caused him physical pain. He clenched his teeth while slipping on his new racing gloves, staying silent. "I love you too, my love," Jake replied, and they shared a tender kiss. The crowd, witnessing this display of affection, was mesmerized, many cheering with excitement at the gesture. It was a striking contrast to the intense focus on Jake and Vasper, but for a moment, the love between Jake and Shanty became the center of attention. Meanwhile, Anastasia was busy assisting Vasper, and once she was done, she fervently captured Vasper's lips in a passionate kiss, provoking cheers from the audience. Anastasia savored the crowd's reaction, but Vasper's cold demeanor remained unchanged, his face tense as he glanced again at Jake and Shanty. The three guardians took their positions, Justin at the end of the track, Lewis at the midpoint, and Jacob at the starting line. Vasper noticed their positions, aware that they were there to ensure fairness and prevent any cheating. He laughed to himself, wondering why they thought he needed to cheat to win. It wasn't something on his mind at all. The cheers for Vasper's name were deafening, intensifying the pressure Shanty felt. Vasper took a rubber band from his wrist and casually tied up his long hair with his fingers, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on Shanty. He smiled, but it was a bitter smile, as he witnessed the affectionate gestures between her and Jake. He was trying to hide his true feelings, but Shanty didn't even spare him a glance. Meanwhile, Jacob watched over Jake and Shanty, making sure everything was ready. Jake led Shanty to his race car, and as they approached, Jacob joined them. "You can do this. Bring back the you from your early years on this planet," Jacob said. Shanty looked at him, confused by his words, but Jake just laughed, adjusting his gloves, his focus on the upcoming race. Shanty whispered to Jake, "I can't wait to go home," her voice filled with longing. Jake gave her a mischievous smile, his eyes playful. Yes, we will, my love, he promised, and they shared another quick kiss. Suddenly, Vasper approached them, startling both Jake and Shanty, as well as Jacob, who was standing nearby. Are you ready to go home with me tonight? Vasper asked Shanty, his smile confident, as though he was certain of his victory. It was as if he truly believed that by winning the race, Shanty would be his again. Jake looked at Vasper seriously, and Shanty's mouth dropped open in shock and fear at Vasper's bold words. No. That will never happen, Vasper, Shanty declared firmly, her voice unwavering. She clung to Jake tighter, her conviction clear. Vasper laughed, his gaze fixed on Shanty's arms wrapped around Jake's waist. Then be ready, because we'll be heading home to our mansion tonight, Vasper said, his tone final, before turning back toward his race car. Anastasia, having overheard the exchange, felt a deep jealousy toward Shanty. Her eyes narrowed as she locked gazes with Shanty, who returned her look with equal seriousness. Anastasia followed Vasper to his race car, her heart aching with envy. Jake clenched his jaw, his eyes following Vasper. Shanty, trying to calm herself, felt her legs trembling from the tension. Jake pulled her into a tight embrace. Don't let him intimidate us. It's just another one of his tactics to make us lose focus, Jake reassured her, gently cupping her face. Shanty leaned into him, finding some comfort. Jacob, standing nearby, added, Jake, just focus. Do your thing. Jake nodded, his attention shifting to Jacob. Both Jake and Vasper stood tall, their powerful statures and magnetic presences undeniable. The energy between them crackled in the air, as if both were preparing to clash not just for victory but for something far greater. The crowd buzzed, wondering who would prevail, Vasper Mondragon, the undefeated champion of the racing world, or Jake Valerian, the mysterious challenger who had only just stepped into the spotlight. And at the center of this rivalry stood Don Lorenzo, the living trophy for whichever man emerged victorious. Vasper, now beside his race car, glanced once more at Jake and Shanty. Anastasia, frustrated and angry, noticed how Vasper's eyes seemed glued to Shanty the entire time, ignoring her completely. Vasper, I'm the one standing beside you, but all you're doing is staring at Shanty. Isn't that an insult to me? Anastasia asked, her voice sharp, cutting through the noise around them. Vasper turned to her with a serious look. Don't act like we're together, Anastasia, he said coldly, his words slicing through her. Anastasia, though deeply hurt by Vasper's remark, had no choice but to accept the truth. She had never truly been his. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just here to serve you, right? All I want as payment is one night with you, Anastasia replied, her tone laced with sarcasm. Vasper met her gaze seriously. You can have my car after this, Anastasia, if that's what you want. That should be more than enough payment for your services tonight. Anastasia, though outwardly composed, felt the sting of the insult even more deeply. She was stunned. You'd rather give me your multi-million-dollar car than spend one night with me in bed? Really? She asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. There's nothing wrong with that, Anastasia. Plenty of men would kill for this car. When I announce that it's yours tonight, people will be fighting over it. You should consider yourself lucky, right? Vasper replied, his tone calm and detached. Take it to your house after the race. Anastasia stared at him, her heart breaking at his indifference. Vasper's eyes, however, kept drifting back to where Jake and Shanty stood, his mind clearly elsewhere. With a mocking grin, Anastasia said, Wow, thank you, Vasper. Thanks for the car. Don't worry, I'll gladly take it. But beneath her mocking tone, she was seething. In response, Vasper said nothing, simply watching as Anastasia snaked her arms around his neck and smiled seductively at him. I hate you, she whispered into his ear, her voice low and filled with resentment. I've never been so insulted in my entire life, until tonight. I hope you lose this race. She spoke in a sultry tone, but the words were laced with venom. From a distance, their interaction might have seemed intimate, but it was anything but. Vasper grinned maniacally in response. Anastasia, you can find pleasure in bed with any man you want. but no man is going to give you a car like this. You should be proud of yourself, right? What's there to complain about, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he placed his hand on her waist. In reply, Anastasia kissed him passionately but bit his lip hard enough to make him feel the sting. Vasper winced at the pain, his power diminished in that moment. Thanks for the car, Vasper, she said mockingly, releasing him as she walked away. Vasper laughed, rubbing his lip where she had bitten him, feeling it swell. I hate her. Anastasia muttered angrily, shooting a fierce glance at Shanty, who was still holding Jake tightly. Meanwhile, Vasper's eyes remained fixed on Jake and Shanty, his gaze piercing through the crowd as their affectionate gestures continued. The race announcer signaled the start, and the cheering resumed, the crowd roaring for their bets. Vasper Mondragon's name was the loudest, while Jake Valerian's supporters were quieter, the odds stacked against him. Both racers climbed into their cars, ready to take their positions at the starting line. Anastasia, her expression stormy, returned to the sofa at their reserved section, glaring at Shanty the whole time. Shanty didn't acknowledge her. She couldn't help but wonder why Anastasia had returned to the sofa instead of showing more interest in Vasper's race. Shouldn't she be supporting him? Jake got into his car, while Shanty and Jacob headed to a viewing spot with a better vantage point, climbing up the tower where they could see the entire track laid out before them. The race was about to begin, and the crowd around the track buzzed with electric anticipation. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Jake Valerian and Vasper Mondragon took their places behind the wheels of their powerful race cars. The main event everyone had been waiting for was finally here. Engines roared to life, a thunderous sound that vibrated through the air. Vasper, calm and collected, cracked his neck and flexed his fingers inside his gloves. Confident as ever, the undefeated champion had never lost a race. His gaze lifted to Shanty, standing at the top of the tower overlooking the entire track. By her side was Jacob, watching both him and Jake closely. You're mine tonight, Shanty, Vasper whispered under his breath, his eyes filled with possessive longing as they lingered on her. I'll take you back to our mansion. I've missed you so much. His eyes shifted to Jake, who was already staring at him from across the track. Jake's gaze was firm, his expression unreadable, but there was a challenge in the way he held Vasper's stare. Vasper smirked and made a crude gesture, signaling a fuck you in Jake's direction, to which Jake coolly responded with a thumbs down, his silent message, tonight ends your undefeated streak. Shanta's heart raced as she watched Jake prepare inside his race car. Their eyes met, and her anxiety melted as she waved at him, sending a playful flying kiss in his direction. Jake's mischievous smile told her all she needed to know, he was ready. But when she accidentally glanced at Vasper, their eyes met briefly. His intense gaze made her uncomfortable, and she quickly looked away, her attention snapping back to Jake. She had never seen Jake like this before, so in control, so confident. There was something dangerous yet thrilling in his eyes, and it sent a shiver down her spine. She felt both terrified and exhilarated. Meanwhile, the three guardians, Justin, Jacob, and Lewis, took their positions along the track, each of them alert. Justin stood at the far end, ready to signal any sign of trouble, while Lewis monitored the middle, his eyes fixed on both drivers. Jacob stayed at the tower beside Shanty, watching the entire scene unfold with a keen eye. They knew this race wasn't just about winning, it was personal. The tension was palpable. Let the race begin, the announcer's voice boomed, and the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. The instant the buzzer sounded, Vasper's car shot forward like a bullet, sleek and deadly, cutting through the air with lethal precision. His hands gripped the wheel with unwavering confidence, the years of experience visible in every turn he made. He maneuvered through the sharp corners with effortless grace, making it look almost too easy. The crowd roared his name, cheering for their champion. But then, there was Jake. Though Vasper had taken an early lead, Jake remained calm, biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment. He let Vasper believe he had control. As they approached the first hairpin turn, Vasper drifted expertly, but Jake did the impossible. With lightning reflexes, he performed a high-speed maneuver, skimming past Vasper's rear bumper and sliding into the narrow gap on the inside. The crowd gasped in disbelief. It was a move so daring and heart-stopping that even the seasoned racers watching were stunned. Justin's eyes widened in shock, while Jacob and Louis exchanged amazed glances. Jake Valerian was no ordinary challenger. His driving was sharp, fearless, as if he had been born for this. The crowd's cheers shifted. They weren't just screaming for Vasper anymore. Jake was earning their admiration, lap by lap. Shanty's heart nearly stopped when Jake pulled off the impossible move. Her hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with awe and disbelief. She had known Jake was good, but this was beyond what she had ever imagined. Her pulse quickened as she watched him handle the car with reckless grace, his every move calculated, yet so bold it took her breath away. She couldn't take her eyes off him, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and thrill. Vasper, sensing the threat, glanced into his rearview mirror. His jaw clenched. Jake was closing in fast. The cold, composed demeanor he had maintained throughout the race began to crack. For the first time, Vasper felt the heat of true competition. Jake wasn't just another racer, he was a real threat. But Vasper wasn't going to let him win. Not now, not ever. Gritting his teeth, Vasper slammed his foot on the accelerator and shifted gears, pushing his car to its limits as he took the next turn aggressively. His tires screeched against the asphalt, but he didn't care. The two cars were neck and neck, racing at breakneck speeds through the narrow streets, barely avoiding the barricades as they weaved through the course. The intensity of the race grew with every passing second. Each corner, each straightaway was a fierce battle of wills. Jake pulled off another insane maneuver, drifting through a narrow passage so tight that it made Shanty scream in a mix of terror and exhilaration. She had never seen such boldness, such raw, unfiltered skill. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her breath hitched as she watched him in awe. Is this really the man I know? She wondered. Anastasia, who had been sulking on the sofa earlier, unable to bear Vasper's arrogance, was now standing. Her arms crossed, her face a mixture of surprise and admiration. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Jake was performing at a level no one had anticipated, not even her. Her usual smugness was replaced by something more conflicted. Perhaps, just perhaps, she had underestimated Jake. The Guardians, too, were tense. Their eyes never left the track, every muscle in their bodies coiled as they watched the fierce battle unfold. Justin clenched his fists when Jake came dangerously close to Vasper's car again. Louis muttered something under his breath, unable to comprehend the level of skill Jake was displaying. Even Jacob, who knew Jake well, was in awe. With only a few hundred meters left, Jake took the lead, pulling ahead of Vasper. The crowd's roars were deafening, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Shanty was practically trembling with adrenaline as she watched Jake speed toward victory. Her heart swelled with pride and love. But just as Jake approached the finish line, Vasper made his move. In one final, desperate attempt, Vasper took the last corner at an impossibly sharp angle, pushing his car beyond its limits. It was a move no one thought could be done at such speed, but in a blur of audacity and skill, he overtook Jake in the very last second. The finish line flashed past them, and Vasper crossed it first. The crowd exploded in cheers for Vasper, the undefeated champion. But there were just as many gasps and murmurs of awe for Jake. It had been so close, so heartbreakingly close. As soon as Jake climbed out of his car, Shanty couldn't hold herself back. She sprinted towards him, her face flushed with excitement and awe. She threw her arms around him, straddling his waist as she pressed her lips to his in a kiss filled with longing, admiration, and love. "You were amazing," she whispered breathlessly, her hands cupping his face. "I can't believe what you just did. You were incredible." Jake smiled against her lips, his hands wrapping around her waist. "Told you I had some tricks up my sleeve." For Shanty, Jake wasn't just the man she loved anymore, he was something more. A force. A legend. And the way she looked at him now, with awe in her eyes, only made him more attractive, more irresistible. But as they embraced, Vasper watched from a distance, the victory feeling hollow. The crowd may have been chanting his name, but all he could see was Shanty wrapped around Jake, her eyes glowing with affection and pride. Jealousy, sharp and bitter, twisted in Vasper's chest. He clenched his fists at his sides, his teeth grinding as he glared at them. He had won the race, but lost something far more important. Shanty's heart wasn't his anymore, and that realization stung. Anastasia watched from the sidelines, smirking as she saw Vasper's irritation. His jealousy was palpable, simmering just beneath the surface, and it amused her. Vasper, for all his arrogance and control, was vulnerable when it came to Shanty, and she enjoyed watching him squirm. As Jake and Vasper prepared for the second race, the tension between them was even thicker. The crowd was buzzing, the anticipation in the air was electric. Both men knew this wasn't just about winning the race anymore. It was about something far deeper. Anastasia stepped closer to Vasper, flashing a sarcastic smile. "Seems like tonight might be the night you lose, Vasper," she whispered as Vasper's mechanic checked his car. Vasper leaned against the rear of his race car, glancing at Anastasia, amused by her constant attempts to provoke him. Her frustration stemmed from the fact that he had never given her what she wanted, not even for one night. "You think Jake's going to hand over his woman that easily?" Anastasia taunted, trying to rile him up. Vasper, however, grew more serious, his eyes fixed on Jake and Shanty nearby. Justin, Lewis, and Jacob were checking Jake's car while Jake and Shanty stood beside it. Shanty leaned against the car, and Jake, with his arm around her, shielded her from the world. With only 30 minutes between races, Shanty slipped out of Jake's embrace and grabbed a water bottle from their table, handing it to him. Jake downed the water quickly, the sound of his thirst evident as it echoed in the air. Water spilled down his neck, and Shanty's eyes followed the drops as they rolled over his throat, his Adam's apple moving with each gulp. To her, he looked undeniably hot, the sight leaving her breathless. Smiling, Shanty wiped the excess water from his neck with her hand, her warm touch sending a jolt of electricity through Jake's body. They locked eyes, both feeling the intensity between them. "I can't wait to go home," Shanty whispered, her voice thick with desire. Jake grinned, equally intoxicated. "We will, my love," he replied softly. Vasper, watching from afar, couldn't escape the sight of their intimate exchange. His eyes darkened, jealousy and anger swirling inside him. He stared at the ground to keep his emotions hidden, his fists clenching in frustration. Anastasia, standing nearby, laughed quietly. "Jealous, Vasper? You have no right to be, they're married. Do you ever imagine what they do when they're alone together?" she taunted, her voice dripping with bitterness. "You're an idiot if you think you have a chance," she added, feeding off his silent rage. Vasper ignored her, his gaze returning to Jake and Shanty. They kissed, and Vasper's jealousy flared, his eyes narrowing. Jake lifted Shanty onto the trunk of his car, her legs straddling him as they shared another kiss. He discreetly covered her legs with her jacket, shielding them from prying eyes. Around them, other couples kissed, caught up in the moment, but all attention was on Jake and Shanty. Their affection seemed different, deeper, more intense. The three guardians, Justin, Lewis, and Jacob, shook their heads, watching from the sidelines. "Jake's bold, isn't he?" "No shame," Justin remarked, tempted to punch Jake for being so openly affectionate. Lewis and Jacob said nothing, but their eyes flickered to Vasper, noticing his growing tension. With only 15 minutes left before the next race, Vasper suddenly stood up. "Jake," he shouted across the track. "You came here to race, not flirt. Let's get this second race started." His voice was sharp, filled with challenge, as he signaled the announcer to begin. Shanty, confused, looked at the timer, which hadn't yet reached 0. Jake glared at Vasper, sensing the provocation in his stance, but he chose not to engage. He gently lifted Shanty down from the car and set her on her feet. The announcer called for the second race to start, but Vasper's mind was already elsewhere. That night, he was determined, whether Shanty liked it or not, she would be returning to his mansion. He had to have her back. Anastasia, standing nearby, was equally frustrated, knowing Vasper's obsession with Shanty had become all-consuming, just as her obsession with Vasper had taken over her own heart. Anastasia sidled closer to Vasper, wrapping her arms around his neck, her gestures flirtatious as she looked into his eyes. "Vasper," Anastasia said slyly, "if you lose tonight, will you spend the night with me?" She smirked, teasing him. But I'll never return your race car as part of the deal. She traced her fingers down Vasper's chest, moving toward his abs, her touch sultry. Vasper laughed at her audacity. I won't lose, he said firmly, his eyes locking with Anastasia's, full of confidence. He nodded in agreement, fully aware that losing wasn't an option for him. Anastasia chuckled, impressed by his certainty. Okay then, a man of your word, huh? She replied playfully. Vasper didn't respond, instead grabbing Anastasia's hand as it slipped under his shirt, caressing his abs. Anastasia scowled slightly but followed his lead, despite his reluctance to be touched. Her emotions were mixed. She felt anger toward Shanty, jealousy, and deep insecurity. The longing she felt to be with Vasper, even just one more time, consumed her. Of all the men she'd been with, Vasper was different. He had satisfied her in ways no one else could. His skills in bed were unmatched, his movements intense yet deliberate, making her feel fulfilled as a woman. Vasper's passion, his deep, fast, and prolonged thrusts, always led her to reach her climax without fail. He was like a machine, different from any other lover. Even though Vasper was never her official boyfriend, their mutual understanding and physical connection created memories in Anastasia that no other man could replace. But, despite all this, Vasper never once attempted to court her. Their relationship was confined to physical touch and mutual satisfaction. Anastasia wondered how lucky she'd be if Vasper were truly hers as a boyfriend. Lost in thought, Anastasia observed Vasper's tense demeanor as he glared at Jake and Shanty. She could see him struggling to contain his temper. The more she compared herself to Shanty, the smaller she felt. In her mind, Shanty was ethereal, almost otherworldly in her beauty. Her expressive eyes seemed as deep as the ocean, their golden brown hue mesmerizing. Her kissable lips seemed to invite affection, and her soft, wavy hair perfectly matched the color of her eyes. Shanty's body, with its flawless hourglass figure, was like a sculpture crafted by an expert artist. Despite knowing that she, too, was considered beautiful and sexy, admired by the women at the event for her stunning figure, Anastasia would have traded everything just to be in Shanty's shoes. Earlier, she couldn't stop staring at Shanty, and the longer she watched, the more Shanty's beauty seemed to grow. Her legs looked flawless, with no visible imperfections, and Anastasia marveled at how Shanty's skin seemed to glow with softness. From Shanty's neck to her exposed cleavage, everything seemed like a hidden treasure. Though Anastasia was proud of her own bust, she couldn't help but envy Shanty's delicate skin, so soft, so tender, and yet perfectly plump. Shanty's very presence made Anastasia feel ordinary in comparison, as if Shanty wasn't even from the same world. It was no wonder Vasper had fallen for her allure. Shanty's angelic face and devilishly tantalizing aura captivated men, while stirring insecurities in women. That night, Anastasia had given everything, physically, to try and capture Vasper's attention, but it had no effect. Even when they kissed earlier, Vasper hadn't responded. It was all her, with no affection or interest from him. His body remained cold, and she felt embarrassed by the rejection. Things were different now than before, back when Shanty hadn't yet entered Vasper's life. During those times, every time Anastasia and Vasper met, they would end up in bed together. Especially during race events, Anastasia had spent entire weeks at Vasper's penthouse, enjoying a passionate, physical connection. But that was then, and now, their relationship had no depth, just mutual physical touch and a fleeting understanding. Anastasia couldn't help but fantasize about what Vasper would be like if he truly loved someone. How would he make a woman happy if love were part of the equation? But in all of this, Jake was the luckiest one. Anastasia looked at Jake, wondering how Shanty could have chosen him over someone like Vasper. In bed, Vasper was top-notch in performance, and he was also a provider. Even though Anastasia wasn't Vasper's girlfriend, he gave her a car, an apartment, and other material things that a woman might need. He didn't neglect her financially. But now, their connection had ended, only resurfacing recently when Vasper returned to racing. She remembered Vasper's accident with the trailer truck when he had whispered Shanty's name. There was no mistaking it, it was Don Lorenzo. However, after the incident, the police had confiscated all the cell phones that recorded the moment, and they were paid to stay silent and deny the allegations. But what about Samara? Even Anastasia was confused by the women in Vasper's life. She wasn't surprised, though, considering how chaotic Vasper's relationships with women seemed to be. No woman could resist him. Still, she admired Shanty for being able to walk away from Vasper. What could Vasper have done for Shanty to choose Jake over him? That said, Jake had his own strengths. While Vasper might surpass him in physical appearance, Jake was equally impressive. His stature, aura, and sex appeal were undeniable. He was attractive, powerful, and sexy in his own right. Even Jake's companions were intriguing, especially the one with short hair they called Jacob. However, Anastasia noticed that none of Jake's group showed any interest in the women around them. They were cold, their expressions stern, and their eyes and bodies alert, almost rigid. The depth in their gaze intimidated anyone who might think of approaching. As a result, most of the women interested in them settled for admiring them from afar, lost in fantasies. Jake's group seemed mysterious. Anastasia envied the relationship between Jake and Shanty. She had seen their affectionate gestures, their kisses, full of love, and the way Jake held Shanty as if she were a dream come true. The way Jake looked at Shanty was filled with affection and love. No one else mattered in his eyes. The connection between Jake and Shanty was something Anastasia yearned for in her own life. She was 21 years old, but her dreams remained just that, dreams, because she longed to be with someone like Vasper. Yet, no matter how much of herself she gave to Vasper, including her body and soul, he had no interest in a deeper relationship with her. It was only about physical touch and mutual understanding. "Jake, I want to talk to Vasper. Is that okay?" Shanty asked Jake quietly. He looked at her, his expression concerned but trusting. "Okay," he nodded. He glanced over at Vasper, who was already staring at them, his eyes burning with anger directed at Jake. In Jake's mind, all he wanted to do was punch Vasper in the face. The way Vasper looked at him was a challenge, an invitation to fight. Jake zipped up Shanty's jacket to cover her tantalizing figure, not wanting Vasper to see anything. Shanty wrapped her jacket tightly around herself and walked toward Vasper. As she approached, Vasper's expression softened slightly, and it seemed as though the world slowed down. His eyes, filled with love and longing, were fixed on her. He wanted nothing more than to meet her halfway, to hold her and kiss her, but he restrained himself. He knew the eyes of everyone were on them. In Vasper's mind, she was incredibly gorgeous and beautiful, and his heart screamed with the pain of missing her. He couldn't measure how much longer he'd have to wait until he could claim her once again. Every step she took felt deliberate, and the crowd watched closely. Jacob, Lewis, and Justin stood alert, ready to intervene if necessary. Anastasia, though curious, kept her distance and observed from afar. "Vasper, can we talk?" "Just you and me," Shanty said, casting a glance at Anastasia, who understood the hint and moved further away. Vasper's lips curled into a faint smile, pleased by Shanty's approach, though he remained fully aware of all the attention on them. He stood up, feeling nervous for the first time, nervous because this time, Shanty had come to talk to him of her own free will. A fleeting happiness rushed through his chest at the thought. "Shanty," he started, but she cut him off. "Vasper, I'm going to be direct with you. Whether you win or lose tonight, Jake and I have given you what you wanted. But I'm asking you now to respect our marriage. After tonight, I don't want you coming around anymore, not even your shadow. Do I make myself clear?" Her voice was firm, and her words pierced straight to the point. Vasper's expression grew serious. He felt as if the world was closing in on him, his body tingling and freezing momentarily. His fists clenched as a wave of pain washed over him. Wasn't the pain of seeing Shanty and Jake together enough? "That's not our agreement, Shanty," Vasper responded, his tone grave. His eyes betrayed the pain he was feeling, but Shanty remained steadfast. "You know it's not. If I win tonight, you're coming with me, and the damage Jake did to our island will be settled." He emphasized the word "our," making it clear that in his mind, Shanty still belonged to him. Shanty's heart pounded with anxiety, but she didn't back down. "I never agreed to that. There's no legal document, no contract binding me to you. But Jake and I are legally married." You need to respect that. After tonight, I'm asking you one last time, stay away from us. She turned to walk away, but Vasper grabbed her arm and pulled her back, his grip tightening around her waist. Their faces were inches apart. The crowd gasped, even Anastasia stared wide-eyed at the bold move. Before anyone could react, Jake was there, pulling Shanty away and landing a hard punch on Vasper's face. Chaos broke out as Vasper's men moved in to retaliate, but Justin, Lewis, and Jacob were quick to neutralize them, throwing Vasper's crew aside like rag dolls. Shanty stood frozen in shock, tears running down her face as she watched Jake, his face red with anger. Jacob put a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her. Vasper wiped the blood from his mouth, laughing wildly despite the pain. He spat more blood onto the ground, his face bruised and bleeding. Anastasia and Vasper's attendants hurried to his side, tending to his wounds and helping him change shirts. As Vasper pulled off his bloodied shirt, showing off his muscles, he stared directly at Shanty with a twisted smile. Anastasia couldn't take her eyes off him, but Shanty turned away, refusing to look. Shanty then glanced at Jake, who was growing angrier by the second as Vasper continued to provoke him. Lewis tapped Jake's shoulder several times, trying to keep him grounded. Meanwhile, Vasper's allies surrounded them, ready to escalate the situation if necessary. Even the armed guards around the event were on high alert, inching closer to the scene. Shanty looked around, filled with fear that a full-blown fight might break out. She didn't want any more chaos between Jake and Vasper. Shanty moved closer to Jake and hugged him tightly. "Jake, please, let's finish this race without any more trouble," she whispered to him. She gazed into his eyes, seeing the struggle within him as he fought to keep his anger in check. Jake's hand balled into a fist, itching to hit Vasper again. Lewis stepped back a little, noticing Jake's face softening as he held Shanty close. Jake hugged her tightly in return. "I can't tolerate his behavior any longer, Shanty," Jake muttered. Vasper, overhearing, let out an infuriating laugh, pushing Jake further to the edge. Jacob, watching the whole scene, was visibly irritated by Vasper's actions. Jake and Vasper's tension-filled standoff was about to escalate into the final race. Lewis stepped in again, calming Jake with a steady hand on his shoulder, urging him to keep his focus. Both racers locked eyes in a deadly stare, and the charged air between them only thickened with each passing second. Shanty, still wrapped tightly around Jake's waist, looked up at Vasper with tear-filled eyes that mirrored both fear and defiance. She clung to Jake as if he was her anchor amidst the brewing storm. Vasper's gaze never left Shanty as he murmured in a low voice meant only for her, "Tonight, you're coming back to my mansion." His words were sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. Shanty shuddered involuntarily, her fear palpable as she looked away, only to feel Jake's body tense up with rage beside her. Lewis intervened again, gently tapping Jake. "Jake, finish this race and take Shanty back to your mansion. No more words." His voice was firm, urging Jake to focus on the task ahead. Vasper, catching the exchange, shot Lewis a venomous glare before directing his focus back to the race. The crowd watched in anticipation, sensing that something monumental was unfolding before them. Jacob and Justin stood at a distance, vigilant and ready, waiting to step in if things spiraled out of control. It was rare to see a race where the stakes were so deeply personal, where the prize wasn't just victory, but a woman, a future, and everything that mattered most. As Jake led Shanty toward the car, Vasper's eyes followed them, burning with frustration and longing. He watched as Jake, with controlled intensity, opened the passenger door for Shanty and helped her in, shielding her from Vasper's gaze by pulling her jacket tightly around her. Every action Jake took seemed like a power move, asserting his claim over her, making it clear that Shanty was his. Once inside, Jake drove towards the starting line, and all eyes were on him, feeling the weight of his intimidating presence. When they stopped, Shanty turned to him, her face etched with worry. "You stay here with Justin," Jake instructed softly, but Shanty surprised him by straddling his lap and wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. "Jake, I'm scared," she whispered, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. Jake's arms encircled her protectively, holding her close. "Look at me," he commanded gently, tilting her chin up until their eyes met. "Don't be afraid. We'll go home tonight, to our mansion. I'm going to finish this race, and I'm not letting him take you away from me." His voice was filled with resolve, and his words held a promise she desperately clung to. They kissed deeply, their lips communicating unspoken vows of love and loyalty. Jake wiped away her tears, his touch tender despite the storm raging inside him. "I love you," he whispered against her lips, and Shanty, her voice barely audible, responded, "I love you too." Suddenly, Vasper's sports car pulled up beside them on the left side, the loud engine disrupting their intimate moment. Shanty and Jake both turned to see Vasper, his eyes ablaze with anger, staring daggers at them. His face was a storm of emotions, desire, anger, and desperation all mixed together as he watched the intimate scene between the two. The crowd stirred with excitement as the announcement for the second race echoed across the venue. Jake opened the door and helped Shanty out, making sure to cover her legs with her jacket to shield her from Vasper's invasive gaze. Shanty didn't spare Vasper a glance as she got out of the car, but she felt the weight of his torment bearing down on her. "I love you," she whispered to Jake before walking away. "I love you more," he replied with finality, closing the door behind her as he prepared for the race. Shanty joined Justin and the others at the finish line, her heart pounding in her chest as she tried to calm her racing thoughts. Justin stood behind her, protective as ever, while Jacob and Lewis took their positions around the track. Even Anastasia stood nearby, her gaze filled with jealousy as she watched Shanty. Shanty's nerves heightened as she glanced up at the massive screen displaying the two cars, waiting for the signal to begin. Her eyes flicked from Jake to Vasper, and although she tried not to, she couldn't help but see the turmoil in Vasper's expression. He looked like a man carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, his face etched with desperation. But Shanty forced herself to focus on Jake. He was her anchor, her rock. The countdown began, and the crowd roared in anticipation. All Shanty could do was watch, her heart racing, as the two men prepared to settle everything on the track. The race was about to begin, and the atmosphere around the track was electric. Jake and Vasper sat in their cars, engines roaring like wild beasts ready to be unleashed. Both men were determined, their eyes locked on the road ahead, neither willing to surrender Shanty or their pride. The signal went off. Jake's car lunged forward, tires screeching as he tore down the track. Vasper was right beside him, his sports car a sleek, precise machine. A master of his craft, he executed every turn and drift with flawless control. Vasper's expertise was undeniable. His movements behind the wheel were almost instinctive, every flick of his wrist steering the car with effortless precision. He dominated each curve, gliding through tight corners like someone who had done this 1,000 times before. But Jake was right there, his style raw and relentless. He pushed his car to its limits without mercy, his hands gripping the wheel like a vice, veins bulging as he powered through the track. Every gear shift was fierce, every acceleration a show of pure force. His car roared louder, the engine groaning under the strain as Jake wrung out every ounce of speed. The two cars raced side by side, neck and neck. Vasper's precision clashed with Jake's raw power, creating a dance of metal and fury across the asphalt. The crowd screamed, their excitement palpable as they watched the clash unfold. It was anyone's race, and neither man was willing to give an inch. Shanty stood on the track's edge, hands clenched into fists, her heart pounding. She could barely breathe, her eyes darting between the two cars. Her nerves were frayed, every muscle tense as she watched Jake fight for her. She knew Vasper was dangerous, too skilled to underestimate, but she trusted Jake. She had to. Justin stood close to Shanty, his eyes focused, ready to intervene if things went haywire. Nearby, Anastasia watched with a different intensity, her lips moving in a silent prayer for Vasper's defeat, not out of a desire for Jake's victory, but because she craved a night with Vasper as he'd promised. Her obsession with him fueled her desperation. Meanwhile, the crowd's cheers were deafening. Michael, who competed against Vasper, was awestruck by the skills both Jake and Vasper were displaying. He couldn't pick a favorite, both showed merciless mastery over their cars. The audience, just like Shanty, seemed to tense with each passing second, shouting at the top of their lungs, barely able to hear their own voices over the roaring cheers around them. The race blazed on, with the two cars flying down straightaways and zigzagging through sharp turns at blistering speed. Vasper pulled ahead, his experience showing as he maneuvered through the tightest curves. He smirked, reveling in his control and his confidence that he was the better racer. But Jake wasn't far behind. Jake was racing for more than victory. He was racing for Shanty. Every thought was a surge of determination, a drive to protect her, to bring her back to their home. The engine's roar filled his ears as he made a daring move, forcing Vasper toward the track's edge. The crowd gasped, wide-eyed as the two cars edged toward collision. Vasper recovered just in time, swerving away with an expert drift. The air was thick with tension as the two men pushed their cars, and each other, to the limit. Vasper's skill matched Jake's sheer force, the rivalry written in screeching tires and the growl of engines. As the final stretch approached, Jake and Vasper were still locked in fierce competition. The track narrowed, demanding perfect timing and reflexes. Vasper's focus sharpened. He was confident he could pull ahead in the last moments. But Jake, driven by something beyond mere skill, wasn't about to let that happen. In a maneuver no one anticipated, Jake yanked the handbrake, sending his car into a controlled skid. He drifted sideways, his car brushing so close to Vasper's that their mirrors nearly touched. For a heart-stopping moment, it looked like Jake had lost control, but with a flick of the wheel and perfect timing, he shot forward, cutting in front of Vasper just before the finish line. The crowd exploded into cheers, their voices overpowering the roar of the engines. Jake had achieved the impossible, winning by the narrowest of margins. His car crossed the finish line first, leaving Vasper stunned, his hands clenched white-knuckled around the wheel. Shanty couldn't hold back her joy. As soon as Jake's car stopped, she ran to him, tears of relief streaming down her face. Jake climbed out, and before he could even catch his breath, Shanty threw herself into his arms. They kissed passionately, a kiss brimming with fear, love, and adrenaline from the race. For a moment, the world around them vanished, there was only the two of them. But Vasper wasn't done. The sight of their embrace stirred something dangerous within him. His fists clenched, eyes burning with jealousy and rage. He stormed over to Jake, his body bristling with anger. Without warning, he shoved Jake hard, nearly knocking him off his feet. "You think this is over?" Vasper growled, his voice low and menacing. Jake straightened up, his jaw tight, unwilling to back down. "It's over when I say it's over," he shot back, his gaze locked on Vasper's. Before anyone could intervene, the two men clashed, fists flying. The crowd gasped, and security rushed in, trying to separate them. Vasper landed a punch on Jake's jaw, but Jake retaliated with a hard shove, pushing Vasper back. Shanty screamed, desperately trying to pull Jake away, her heart pounding with fear. "Jake! Please, ignore him, it's over," she pleaded, clutching him tightly. She looked into his face, begging him to stop. Vasper, his anger unchecked, watched their exchange with seething jealousy. Both men knew this wasn't the time to settle things with fists. Security finally pulled them apart, but the tension remained, thick and unresolved. Anastasia took his arm, pulling him away toward the lounge. "Vasper, enough. Come with me. This jealousy leads nowhere," she said firmly, staring at him with resolve. Vasper looked back at her as they walked. Was his emotion so obvious that Anastasia could detect it? He dropped onto the sofa, defeated. For the first time, he lost a race, and to the man competing for Shanty, the woman he loved most. Vasper clung to the hope that Shanty might still return to him, his last strand of faith in reclaiming her from Jake. The fight threatened to spiral out of control, but the looming final race, the one that would decide everything, hung in the air. The final showdown awaited, and everyone knew it would be a race to determine more than victory, it would decide the fate of everything. Louis, Justin, and Jacob watched from a distance, shaking their heads at the intense rivalry between Vasper and Jake all over Shanty. Justin and Louis were deeply impressed by Jake's driving, though they weren't surprised. Since they'd first met him, they sensed he was mysterious, always revealing unexpected skills and abilities. Jacob, however, already knew what Jake could do behind the wheel. He'd witnessed it once before, knowing that Jake's driving skills were second to none. Jake and Shanty stood beside their car, with the door open as Shanty helped Jake change his shirt, which was drenched in sweat. Their belongings were in a bag on the car seat. Shanty pulled Jake's shirt over his head, and he raised his arms to help, his muscles flexing, drawing admiring glances from nearby women. They were giddy with excitement as they watched the intimate moment between Jake and Shanty, who was full of care as she wiped the sweat from his neck, chest, and back. Meanwhile, Vasper's gaze lingered on them, his heart twisted with jealousy as he watched Jake being tended to by Shanty. His jealousy grew even stronger when he saw the two exchange a quick kiss before Jake put on a black t-shirt. While Vasper received attention from Anastasia, who eagerly wiped his face and body, he seemed unaffected by her efforts. He sat on the couch like a king, facing his sports car, though his eyes remained on Jake and Shanty. "Vasper, can you stop staring at them?" Anastasia complained, sounding childish. "I'm right here, and I'm starting to get jealous of Shanty. You've been watching her since she got here." Though she sounded playful, Anastasia was genuinely annoyed and jealous of Shanty. Vasper looked at her, serious, but his thoughts remained on Jake, whom he now saw as a threat. He couldn't deny that Jake was his true rival. Where did Jake get his racing skills? Vasper wondered to himself. He couldn't allow Shanty to go home with Jake tonight and was determined not to lose to him. Anastasia noticed Vasper's worried expression, an expression she'd never seen before. She was secretly pleased, as Jake defeating Vasper in the final race would mean Vasper would have to join her in her apartment, per their agreement. She envisioned sharing her bed with him again, her desire unabated. She leaned closer and captured his lips in a fervent kiss. Vasper allowed her to do so, his mind elsewhere, as other women watched Anastasia, jealousy flickering in their eyes as they wished to be in her place. Meanwhile, men looked at Anastasia, admiring her allure and the standards she had embodied, far beyond those of ordinary men. Jake finished changing, and as Shanty helped him put on his racing gloves, he took her hand, kissed the wedding ring on her finger, and looked into her eyes. "I love you so much, my love," Jake murmured, making Shanty smile back at him, her gaze soft. "I love you too, Jake," she replied in a sultry voice. "Let's go home after this." They shared a passionate kiss, and the crowd around them looked on in awe, as if witnessing a scene from a romantic movie. Shanty's heightened hearing picked up the whispers around her, voices admiring her beauty and some women confessing their fantasies about Jake, even saying they'd pay a hefty price to spend just one night with him. Shanty smiled as she looked at Jake, feeling lucky to have him as her husband. She also overheard Vasper and Anastasia's conversation and couldn't believe what she was hearing, Vasper kissing with another woman despite his wife, Samara, being pregnant. Shanty silently thanked fate for taking her away from Vasper, whom she once thought would be her paradise and happiness, but who had turned out to be anything but. She was grateful Jake had come into her life and freed her from Vasper, who seemed to flirt with any woman he met. Just then, a woman approached Shanty, her expression judgmental as she sized up Shanty, who wore a long jacket. "Hey, girl. I've been noticing you. With all due respect, why are you wearing a jacket? Isn't it unfair to us? We followed the event's strict dress code, and we're freezing. But you're allowed a jacket? Who are you here, anyway?" "Special treatment?" the woman sneered, eyeing Shanty up and down. Jake glanced at the woman but held back from saying anything, as he knew she had a point. Shanty felt her nerves tighten, embarrassed by the woman's accusation that she was breaking the event's dress code. Vasper, who overheard, stood up, and though he didn't want Shanty to remove her jacket because of the revealing dress beneath, he didn't respond, allowing Anastasia to chime in. "Right. She must be something special to be the only one breaking the rules here," Anastasia agreed, a sly smirk on her face. "We're all suffering in the cold, but she gets a jacket? Who does she think she is?" Vasper remained silent, though he wanted to tell the crowd to leave Shanty alone. Instead, he signaled to his staff to approach the women confronting Shanty. 2 female staff members went over to talk to the crowd, but the women refused to back down, arguing it was unfair that Shanty received special treatment. Shanty's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Jake. "The race will be quick, right? Can we leave as soon as it's over?" she whispered to Jake, feeling mortified by the attention. Jake clenched his fists, his arm protectively around Shanty's waist, and nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry. We'll go home right after," he replied. The women continued to press Shanty. "Come on, girl. We should all be freezing here, not just us while you stay warm in a jacket, one woman taunted, her arms crossed, eyebrows raised. Anastasia, watching from a distance with Vasper, grinned, pleased to see Shanty being berated by the other women for breaking the rules. Vasper remained quiet, watching Shanty. He didn't want her to remove the jacket, knowing she'd be cold, especially now that midnight approached. He felt the urge to step in, but his path was blocked by Jake's friends, Jacob, Lewis, and Justin, who were keeping a close watch on Vasper. Jacob's eyes never left Vasper, as he and the other two stood guard around Jake and Shanty. When Shanty finally took off her jacket, she did so with confidence, standing before the women who had pressured her, her face serious. She tossed her jacket into Jake's sports car and closed the door. The women who had been watching her fell silent, their gazes taking her in from head to toe. They looked at her with admiration, while the men stared, captivated. Some of the women regretted forcing Shanty to remove the jacket. It only highlighted their insecurities, as Shanty instantly became the center of attention. Even Anastasia, standing nearby, felt the sting of jealousy as she observed Shanty's unique allure, the features Shanty possessed that none of them had. Anastasia scowled, watching Vasper, whose gaze was locked onto Shanty, his eyes filled with desire and longing. I understand now why you were so crazy about her, Anastasia muttered bitterly, her smile faltering. How old is she? Anastasia remarked, intrigued as she glanced at Vasper. 18, Vasper replied. Anastasia's mouth fell open as she stared at Shanty. And she's already married? I'm guessing her husband's a multimillionaire, judging by his stance. My God, Jake didn't waste any time tying her down. Smart move, Anastasia said, unaware of Vasper's darkening expression as he grew irritated by her comments. I'm 21 and still dreaming of finding a man to be with for life, but all I do is dream. It's so unfair. Look at her, she has a husband that's handsome, hot, sexy, and rich. She's incredibly lucky, Anastasia sighed, lost in thought. Vasper's scowl deepened, and when Anastasia looked back at him, her expression shifted as she realized the extent of his jealousy toward Jake. Vasper, you can't get her back. Can't you see their bond? The way they look at each other? They're deeply, madly in love. Look at them, I'm so jealous of her. I wish I were in her shoes, Anastasia said dreamily. Vasper, finally at his limit, stomped his foot on the table, startling everyone nearby. Shut your mouth, Anastasia, if you have nothing else to say, he snapped, leaning back against the sofa with a sharp look at her, though his eyes kept darting to Jake and Shanty, who were deep in a sweet conversation, as if whispering secrets to each other. The women around Shanty slowly began to turn away, silently leaving as if embarrassed by her presence. In their minds, Shanty was a goddess compared to them. Some of the women with their boyfriends felt envious as their partners couldn't hide the admiration and desire in their eyes for Shanty. Jake pulled Shanty close, his arm wrapped around her backless dress showing off the graceful curve of her spine and the perfect shape of her hips and legs. Jake glared at the men who stared at Shanty, aware of the desire in their eyes. Vasper, too, was watching Jake and Shanty, his gaze burning with jealousy and resentment as he stared at Jake, though Jake ignored him, his focus fully on Shanty. All eyes were on her. Jake glanced at Jacob, Lewis, and Justin. Stay right behind Shanty, no need to keep watch on the tracks, I'll handle Vasper, he said to the three guardians, who nodded in agreement. They moved closer to Shanty as the crowd cast curious glances at their group. Seeing that the race was about to start, Jake let go of Shanty, gave her a quick kiss, and whispered with a reassuring smile, let's go home after this. Shanty nodded, though she was nervous. Jake then climbed into his race car, while the three guardians stood protectively behind Shanty. Shanty stood there, feeling anxious not only for Jake but for herself as well. She was also nervous about Vasper. Deep down, there was still some concern for him, though she no longer wanted to give it any significance. She had no desire, not even a sliver, to be with Vasper again or to have him touch her. She didn't want to go back to his mansion. She couldn't bear the thought of him holding her again, especially when he seemed to carelessly move from one woman to another, now with Anastasia by his side. And still, he wished to take her back to his mansion? Wasn't he satisfied with the women he already had in his life? After Samara, now there was Anastasia. Who else was there, apart from those she didn't know or hadn't seen. How dare Vasper think he could add her to his collection of women, as if she were just another one of his conquests? Jake, save me, Shanty thought to herself. What if Vasper used his teleportation power again to snatch her away? She couldn't bear the thought of being with him, and her skin crawled at the thought of him touching her after flirting and kissing Anastasia. She glanced at Vasper's car, but couldn't avoid it when their eyes met. She quickly looked away, disgusted by the way he looked at her. There was a time when that gaze would have thrilled her, but now she loathed it, as it only reminded her of his deceit and waywardness with women. Meanwhile, she noticed Anastasia casting glances her way, eyes darkened with jealousy. Shanty smirked. There was no reason for Anastasia to feel jealous, there wasn't even a hint of desire left for Vasper in her mind. And then she heard Vasper's voice, thanks to her heightened hearing powers. She didn't let the three guardians know she'd heard, keeping her focus on Jake. Jake, without powers, was oblivious to Vasper's words, but the three guardians, overhearing, chuckled quietly. How satisfying it would be to punch Vasper's face, Justin muttered, causing Shanty to tense up. Jacob glared sharply at Vasper, while Louis pretended not to notice, understanding the situation well. He was aware of Vasper's obsession with Shanty, but Shanty herself was trembling, caught between anger and a feeling she couldn't fully grasp toward Vasper. How could he say such things to her? Shanty seethed internally, her thoughts filled with fury at Vasper's audacity. The nerve of him, she thought. An endless stream of "I love you so much" spilled from Vasper's lips, as if he were whispering a prayer to the wind, knowing she could hear him. "I love you so much, Shanty," he murmured. "Please be with me after this race. Let's go home to our mansion." "I love you," he continued, casting his plea to the wind, a prayer meant for her alone. And though Shanty heard every word, she gave no sign, her gaze fixed on Jake, who waited seriously for the signal. Meanwhile, Jacob, who had once harbored feelings for Shanty, observed both Vasper and Jake, understanding the emotions stirring within them. Jacob's understanding of Vasper's obsession ran deep, yet he could not fathom Vasper's lack of respect for Shanty and Jake's marriage. Vasper disregarded the bond they shared, refusing to accept it. Perhaps this was because he took after his father, Alexander Mondragon, who followed no law but his own whims. With the race about to start in less than a minute, Vasper focused on the road but sneaked a glance at Jake, though Jake ignored him entirely. Vasper caught sight of the bracelet on Jake's wrist, matching the one on his own. At that moment, they were merely ordinary men, without powers. This race would be all about pure skill and ability, and the winner would be the one to bring Shanty home, each to his own mansion. The crowd's attention shifted to the timer, nearing zero and signaling the start of the final race that would decide the victor. Jake and Vasper were currently tied, each with one win, and whoever won this last race would claim victory. The air grew thick with tension, and the crowd's energy swelled, especially those who had placed bets and awaited the outcome with bated breath. The night was electric, thick with tension as Jake and Vasper's cars idled at the starting line. The crowd, buzzing with anticipation, quieted to an almost eerie hush, every eye trained on the two rivals. Jake gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white, every muscle in his body coiled with determination. Beside him, Vasper's face was hard, his gaze sharp, ready to reclaim what he believed was his. The world shrank down to this single moment, the impending race that held the fate of love and pride in its grip. The engines roared as the lights counted down to the race's start, each flash a heartbeat in the chest of every spectator, but for Jake and Vasper, time slowed. Their eyes locked in silent challenge, their grips tightening on the steering wheels as if to contain the sheer intensity pulsing through them. When the final light blinked off, the signal blared, and in a flash, both cars roared forward, engines growling like beasts unleashed. The sound of screeching tires echoed through the dark as both cars burst forward like bullets from a gun. Tires squealed against the pavement, smoke rising in swirling clouds as the two vehicles launched down the track neck and neck, neither driver willing to give an inch. Jake's car leapt ahead by the slightest margin, his hands steady, eyes fixed ahead as he leaned into the first curve with a smooth, calculated ease. Jake's sports car hugged the road with an almost impossible precision, every turn and countermaneuver daringly executed. The night air blurred around him, city lights streaking past like stars as he pushed his car to its absolute limits. With each twist, his eyes flickered to the rearview mirror, catching Vasper's car tailing him, close, relentless, and hungry to take back what he considered his. Vasper was right behind him, his precision deadly, his movements as exact as a blade poised to strike. The course was brutal, twisting through narrow streets lined with shadows, each turn more harrowing than the last. Jake navigated it like a hawk in flight, his hands moving with fluid grace, but there was an edge to his driving, a daring that bordered on pure danger. Every corner he took pushed the car to its limits, the tires nearly skimming the guardrails. Vasper, watching from behind, was both frustrated and awed by Jake's fearless maneuvers. He pressed harder on the gas, narrowing the distance, eyes locked on his rival, intent on forcing him into a mistake. Back on the sidelines, Shanty stood rooted, her heart in her throat, barely breathing as she clutched her chest. She watched Jake's car slice through the darkness, her hands clenched tightly at her sides as her pulse thudded with an intense, almost unbearable worry. Every move Jake made seemed to defy logic, as if he were in a dance with death itself, each turn tighter, each burst of speed bolder than the last. Shanty could barely breathe, the fear thick in her chest as she prayed silently for his safety. She knew what this meant to him, she felt the weight of it as if it were her own. Every swerve, every nearness felt like a plunge into darkness. Her heart thudded louder with each flash of Jake's taillights and every slick turn, where he seemed to flirt with disaster. Jacob, Justin, and Louis exchanged silent, knowing glances, their gazes glued to the race. They, too, were astounded by Jake's skills they had never fully seen until now. They had always respected him, but in this moment, watching his precise yet audacious moves, their admiration surged. Their eyes fixed on the race, but with a profound admiration for Jake's audacity. They hadn't known just how fierce he could be behind the wheel. Each maneuver made them exchange glances, confirming what they had silently decided: Jake had to win this race. Even Louis, who was typically calm and collected, found himself gripping his jacket with a newfound respect for Jake. Yet each of them harbored an unspoken worry, knowing how high the stakes were, hoping that Jake's determination wouldn't push him past the brink. They could feel his determination and the fire that pushed him to defend his marriage to Shanty. Meanwhile, Vasper felt his own desperation intensify, his mind a maelstrom of emotions. The idea of Shanty returning home with Jake gnawed at him, feeding his obsession and blinding him to everything but victory. He wanted to prove himself, to snatch her back, to rewrite this night in his favor. His car sped through the streets like a missile, every turn aimed at Jake. His grip on the steering wheel was fierce, his jaw clenched as he muttered under his breath, demanding himself to surpass Jake, to bring Shanty back to where he believed she belonged. His mind flashed with visions of reclaiming her, of ending the night in victory and watching her return with him. He could see Jake up ahead, could almost feel the distance between them shrinking, and a cruel smile tugged at his lips as he approached the next bend. He was ready to pounce, ready to force Jake off course if it meant reclaiming what he believed was his. As they neared the final stretch, the crowd erupted. The crowd pressed closer to the track barriers, their cheering rising to a frenzy as they sensed the climax. It seemed certain that Vasper was about to seize the lead. His car edged closer, only inches behind Jake, the gap narrowing with every heartbeat. The narrow stretch demanded absolute focus. One wrong move, and neither driver would be finished. Vasper tightened his lead, closing in on Jake, and for a moment, it seemed like the inevitable was happening. Vasper was going to overtake him. Shanty felt her stomach twist, fear gripping her like a vice as she saw Vasper's ruthless determination. The thought of losing Jake, of being dragged back into Vasper's world, made her hands tremble. She clung to hope, but the finish line was too close, and the odds seemed to tip in Vasper's favor. Her breath caught, her mind spinning with fear at the thought of being forced back into Vasper's world. She closed her eyes, whispering a prayer. But Jake, catching a glimpse of Vasper in his peripheral vision, felt a surge of resolve unlike anything he'd ever known. With a calm determination, he shifted gears, pouring every ounce of his strength and skill into one final maneuver, pushing the boundaries of what seemed humanly possible. His car shot forward, veering with a controlled ferocity as the distance between them closed by mere inches. He pushed the car even harder, his focus unwavering. This wasn't just a race, it was a fight for the love and freedom he and Shanty had built together. The finish line was only a heartbeat away, and Jake's car, as if summoned by pure willpower, shot forward in a final, daring push. The world seemed to slow, the roar of the crowd dimming, as Jake's car surged over the line, just inches ahead of Vasper's. The crowd fell silent in a split second of shock as Jake crossed the finish line, a mere hair's width ahead of Vasper. Then, the crowd exploded in disbelief, erupting into cheers, unable to believe the audacity and skill they had just witnessed. Jake, victorious, was already out of the car as the announcement blared over the speakers. Shanty's heart soared with overwhelming relief. She couldn't wait, with joy and pride lighting up her face. She ran towards Jake, her steps quick as her heartbeat. Before she could reach him, Jake's eyes found her, and with swift, powerful strides, he swept her into his arms, carrying her back to the car as if they were the only two people on Earth. Ever aware of Vasper's wrath, Jake moved with the speed of necessity. In one swift motion, he opened the passenger door and helped Shanty inside, securing her seatbelt quickly. "Let's go home. We'll celebrate later," he said, his hands fastening her seatbelt while his eyes stayed on Vasper, who was watching them with eyes ablaze. Vasper's group surrounded him, with Anastasia sitting in his passenger seat, watching Jake and Shanty with an intense, cutting stare that Shanty could feel even from a distance. She understood Jake's urgency, feeling her own nerves rise as she locked eyes with Vasper, his face unreadable but dark with mixed emotions. Despite everything, a sliver of pity lingered for Vasper and Shanty's heart until she saw the icy jealousy in Anastasia's gaze, sharp as a knife. Vasper's expression bore the weight of the world, conflicted with emotions over losing not just the race but the chance to reclaim Shanty. He didn't care about his loss to Jake. The real defeat was losing Shanty that night, and he couldn't accept it. In only a few strides, Jake was back in the driver's seat. He glanced at the three guardians, nodding for them to follow. They nodded in response, throwing Vasper a final, knowing look as they prepared to leave. Without a second glance at the crowd or podium, Jake focused solely on putting as much distance as possible between them and Vasper. Meanwhile, Vasper stormed out of his car, fury radiating from him, and confronted the three guardians, Jacob, Justin, and Lewis. He knew Jake was about to take Shanty away and refused to let it happen. He demanded that Jacob remove his suspended bracelet so he could regain his powers. The crowd, curious and confused by the tension, watched as Jake returned to his car just as the announcement of the winner was about to begin. In the passenger seat of Vasper's car, Anastasia observed Vasper and Jake's car, surprised at Jake's abrupt departure before the event had even concluded. But secretly, she was thrilled that Vasper had lost, meaning he'd spend the night at her apartment. Was it selfish to feel this way? Perhaps, but she didn't care. She wanted Vasper to herself, to feel his presence and his passion once again. She missed his touch, his kisses, and the thrill of being with him. Anastasia was curious about why Vasper seemed so tense with Jake's friends, but when she saw Vasper grab Jacob by the collar, she was left in shock. Jacob remained calm, simply looking at Vasper, while the crowd grew more excited by the escalating tension. Vasper's gaze was fixed on Jake's car, furious as he gripped Jacob's collar. "Take off this suspended bracelet." Vasper growled at Jacob through clenched teeth, aware that Jake was escaping. Jacob tightened his lips. "Yes, I will, Vasper, but just wait a moment," Jacob replied, biding his time until Jake was safely on his way. "What are you waiting for, Jake? Hurry up and go." Jacob hissed, knowing Jake could hear him after removing his own suspended bracelet to regain his powers. Jake's unique black crystals were the only means to remove the bracelet. Vasper threw a punch at Jacob, and even without powers due to his bracelet, his strength was enough to send Jacob flying. Furious, Vasper watched as Jacob laughed, stalling him long enough for Jake to escape. Vasper moved in on Jacob, while the crowd cheered, unaware of the full extent of the confrontation unfolding in front of them. Before the official announcement could even ring out, Jake's car tore away from the crowd, disappearing down the road in a blur of speed. He didn't need to hear it, he knew he'd won, but there was no time for celebration, not here. Vasper gritted his teeth, watching as Jake's car sped out of the event area toward the main road. Everyone's eyes were on Jake's car, stunned silent, while Justin and Lewis walked to their car to follow Jake. Vasper, in a fit of anger, shouted at Jacob, who simply laughed, standing tall and unfazed as Vasper prepared to punch him again, only to be shoved back by Jacob. Vasper stumbled but quickly regained his stance. Jacob then pulled out the black crystals and placed them on Vasper's bracelet, knowing Jake and Shanty were now out of reach. "Don't be foolish, Vasper. Jacob barked, yanking Vasper's hand with the bracelet, both men bracing against each other. In a flash, the crystal touched the bracelet, causing it to spark before shattering on the ground and melting like wax. The crowd was startled, though they couldn't quite see what had just happened with the bracelet. Jacob quickly left, walking towards his car to head home, his mission to guard Jake and Vasper's race finally over. Vasper, wasting no time, rushed back to his sports car, determined to catch up with Jake, though he couldn't risk teleporting with so many people watching. He cast a sharp glance at Jacob, who was already speeding away. As he re-entered his car, Anastasia looked at him in confusion. Vasper, why did Jake leave so suddenly? And why did you punch Jacob? What's going on? She asked, bewildered. Vasper looked at her coldly. Get out, Anastasia. I'll bring the car back to your garage later. I have something important to do. Get out, he said in a low, demanding voice, leaving her stunned. Vasper, you promised you'd stay at the apartment tonight, she reminded him. He only looked at her icily. Get out, he repeated. Anastasia reluctantly stepped out, slamming the door behind her, visibly upset. Vasper sped off, his car streaking away from the venue like lightning, his determination fierce as he resolved to track down Jake, willing to use his teleportation power if necessary. Left alone, Anastasia's mood soured as she tried to understand what was happening, her friends too wary of her expression to ask any questions. The music and lights of the event carried on, the racers and crowd ignoring the drama that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, Shanty and Jake arrived at their yacht, drifting on the Pacific Ocean near an isolated island far from others. They were in the midst of a passionate moment, as though they had been separated for ages. Their bodies entwined as they embraced and kissed, both completely bare, their moans and groans mingling with the gentle waves by the yacht's side. The weather was perfect, with a bright, the moon not yet in sight in the clear, star-studded sky. They were alone on the island and in the ocean. They had been holding back their desire during the racing event, but now, all that pent-up emotions was unleashed. Jake's embraces were full of longing and love, but also a careful gentleness, wanting Shanty to feel the depth of his affection without any discomfort. His touches carried a restrained intensity that he had held back. My love, I love you so much, Jake said, kissing her lips, his kiss deep and consuming, as if he wanted to absorb Shanty's very breath. Shanty gasped from the heat of his kisses, her moans filling the room of their yacht, not holding back her voice, which sounded like angelic music to Jake's ears. Shanty murmured his name like a mantra, while Jake struggled to restrain himself, determined not to take Shanty's virginity despite his burning desire. But Shanty had different intentions, and Jake was finding it increasingly hard to hold back, his body trembling with effort. Jake, I want to give you my virginity tonight before the verdant envoy takes me away. Please, Shanty pleaded, her voice desperate. It doesn't matter if I lose the sword of destiny. What's important is you and me, right? Like our parents, who chose to be together rather than follow the sword of destiny mission. I don't have to complete the mission, there will be someone after me, she whispered against his lips, her voice begging. Please, take me. I love you so much, Jake. Let's not waste this night. They'll take me tomorrow, Shanty said, her tone full of urgency. Jake looked at her, filled with the same desire, yet drawing strength from his own hope to be together with Shanty without the shadow of Alexander Mondragon hanging over them. Shanty, you know how much I want to have you, right? I'm a man, and every part of me longs to be with you. It's my deepest desire, every day, every second we're together. My very blood cries out to take you, to claim you completely, Jake said, his voice low as he kissed her lips and nibbled gently, moving slowly to her inner thighs. His firmness pressed against her sensitive skin, but he was careful not to hurt her, just enough to make Shanty moan deeply. Jake, then what's stopping you? I want you now, Shanty said in a sultry voice that heightened Jake's inner turmoil. I want us to be together for a long time, Shanty, for us to live a life where we're not hiding from Alexander Mondragon's men, Jake replied, his eyes seeking understanding. That's my dream for us both, that we can live a normal life. We won't have that chance as long as he's alive, Alexander Mondragon and Vasper Mondragon, he added, shocking Shanty. Vasper, she whispered, as if doused in cold water at the mention of his name. Jake noticed her reaction. Before her mood could change, he captured her lips and continued to romance her body, bringing her focus back to the pleasure his touch stirred. Slowly and tenderly, Jake savored every touch of Shanty's sensitive skin, his lips and tongue moving with torturous slowness. The warmth of his tongue invited Shanty's body to arch in response to the sensations he evoked, his movements savoring each touch as if tasting the finest delicacy. When he finished, Jake looked up at Shanty's face, his hands massaging her breasts with reverence as he groaned with every movement of his tongue. Shanty gasped loudly, her breath coming in heavy pants as her pleasure grew, her mouth open but unable to make a sound, her eyes closing as she neared her climax. She grasped Jake's head, her fingers digging into his hair as she reached her peak, her hips rising against his mouth as he held her in place, her body tensing as her mouth opened, releasing a guttural moan, calling out Jake's name like an angelic song. Jake knew just what to do after Shanty climaxed, gently moving his tongue in soft, tender strokes, licking up everything until it was gone. He slowly lowered Shanty's hips back to the bed. Shanty lay there, exhausted, her arms by her sides, her breathing still heavy. Jake climbed on top of her, spreading her legs wide and positioning himself above. He captured her lips in another passionate kiss. "I love you, my love, I love you so much. You look so beautiful when you feel pleasure. Is it that good?" Jake asked in a low, sexy voice. Shanty blushed at his question, smiling as she looked up at him, her cheeks red. Jake was captivated by her eyes. "Yes, Jake, because you're that skilled." "You're too good," she replied in a sultry tone, making sure Jake would never forget her voice or that compliment. Jake blushed, receiving what was possibly the best compliment he'd ever heard, and it was enough to reignite their passion. Jake kissed Shanty fervently, with heated intensity, while moving against her sensitive skin, both of them caught in the pursuit of another climax. His movements were gentle but deliberate, his body trembling as he restrained himself from going any further, and Shanty felt the same. Their lips locked, their moans and groans blending together as their bodies tensed, each reaching their peak. Shanty gasped Jake's name, her arms and legs tightening around him as they climaxed together, her strength locked around his body. Jake's guttural groan joined Shanty's moan as she felt his warmth spill onto her skin, thick and warm. They both lay breathless, gazing at each other. "I love you so much, my love," Jake whispered, kissing her lips and showering her face and neck with kisses, leaving a love mark. Shanty squealed in laughter. Jake looked at the mark and smiled. "It suits you, looks beautiful," he said in a raspy voice. Shanty touched her neck, and Jake, unable to resist, leaned down and gave her another love mark, making her squeal from the tickling sensation as they both laughed. They shared a tender kiss before Jake got up, taking a tissue to clean the warmth left on Shanty's abdomen. His gaze lingered on her sensitive skin, full of admiration and love, while Shanty looked back at him. When he finished, he gently held her thighs and tenderly cleaned her sensitive area with his tongue until it was dry. As Shanty noticed the moon rising outside the yacht's window, the surroundings brightened. "Jake! Look, the view outside is beautiful, the moon has come out," Shanty said as she lay on the bed, gazing out the window. The moonlight filled their room and cast a soft glow over Shanty, making her look even more radiant. She smiled at the moon, almost as if hypnotized, holding its gaze. Meanwhile, Jake, who was kneeling in front of Shanty, was mesmerized, watching her like she was a goddess illuminated under the moonlight. With her lying there, completely bare, she looked like a living piece of art on the bed. Both seemed entranced by what they were seeing, Shanty, by the moon, and Jake, by Shanty. "You're so beautiful," Jake murmured, breaking the silence. Shanty turned to look at him, their eyes locking. She sat up and captured his lips, and they kissed passionately as he embraced her tightly. "Let's go outside, Jake." "I want to see the moon," she said, and even though she was unclothed, she stepped out of their room. Jake hurriedly slipped on his boxers and grabbed a bathrobe to bring to Shanty, aware that she was naked. "My love, it's chilly out here." "Put this on," he said, chuckling as he followed her out onto the deck. But when he reached her, he was stunned. There she was, leaning against the railings, gazing at the moon with a soft smile, her hair flowing in the gentle breeze. She held the railings, her bare body bathed in moonlight. It was like looking at a masterpiece, a living painting come to life. Jake was captivated by the sight, and Shanty turned to look at him. "Come on, Jake. Look at this. Isn't the scenery breathtaking?" she said, looking around and then up at the sky. "Yes, it's incredible, unlike anything else," Jake replied, though he wasn't referring to the surroundings. He was talking about her. Shanty pulled Jake closer, turning her back to him as he wrapped his arms around her and pressed kisses along her neck. She held onto his head with both hands as they kissed deeply. "It's chilly, wear your bathrobe," Jake insisted, glancing at her bare chest, now nestled in his hands. She smiled and let out a soft moan, then Jake slipped the bathrobe over her shoulders. She turned back around, looking out over the sea while Jake held her from behind. Jake smiled as he recalled the memory, his old wish to hold Shanty on a yacht, just as they were now under the moon's light. He hugged her tighter. "You know, back then," he started, and she let out a curious moan, wondering what he'd say. "When I took your lingerie? The one I stole? I brought it on the yacht, the ones Vasper had destroyed, and I kept imagining you just like this," he said, his voice dreamy. Shanty blushed, remembering that memory she'd rather not revisit. But it had all come true. "Thank you," Jake whispered, gazing at the moon, and Shanty smiled in response. "I'm so sorry, Jake. If only I'd known you were the man meant for me, I wouldn't have gone down any other path," she said quietly, looking into his eyes. "Why didn't you come after me sooner?" "I wouldn't have gone to him if you'd made a move first," she teased playfully, and Jake laughed, looking up at the moon, his Adam's apple moving as he chuckled, his shoulder-length hair blowing in the wind. "Jake, you look so damn hot right now," Shanty blurted out without meaning to. Jake fell silent and looked back at her, her mouth slightly open, inviting a kiss. Their eyes met, and as if drawn by an invisible magnet, they kissed fervently, holding each other tightly under the moonlight. Shanty slipped off her bathrobe, and they embraced, skin against skin, as Jake showered her with kisses. It was a romance filled with love and passion under the moonlit sky. And once again, they surrendered to the intense fire of their shared passion.